Major 3 champions, the LA Thieves.
2v2, Neptune finds one, but it's out of Jodeci's for the full ace. Oh!
Neptune, can he clutch? He's in. Two-piece.
Shotzi is able to line up 3. The passion is flowing from Miami, and they have got a massive lead.
2v1, 1v1, and that's the round.
People who love me, people who support, I appreciate you guys as always, and everyone else, go f yourself.
Obviously got the me versus draws. That probably won't ever end for the next 5 years. Let's boost this up.
I had no respect for him. I'm not gonna fist bump him. This guy is begging for fist bumps. 3 times in a row. You think I'm gonna fist bump you the 4th time? Come on.
And his brain's not broad. The get face the win.
Those guys are frauds, reverse sweep, it's easy.
The LA Thieves, they have taken everything.
It feels amazing. We've been waiting for this. It's been 6 months. Major 1 was so close, and I'm glad we got to win this one.
6 months in the making, LA Thieves hoisting the trophy at the end of Major 3. But today, we get the rematch we've all been waiting for. This one went to a Game 7, Round 11. Historic grand finals. We get to see it online today in the best of 5.
Hell yeah, we do. And what's crazy about this is both teams have had a couple of slip-ups recently. We saw the Weird Dave upsets yesterday for LA Thieves, and Atlanta FaZe Hardpoint has been a really tough run for them recently.
Let's start here with our major winners, because if you were tuning into EWC, you saw Atlanta FaZe raising the trophy there. They went on to win Major 1, Minor 1, Major 2. But then it was a top 6 finish at Major 3 where the Thieves were able to take down Vancouver for gold.
Yeah, I mean, this is an awesome story, right? You have the dynasty in Atlanta FaZe who have been cementing themselves, and then you got LA Thieves, the super team with some players kind of on their way to being some of the greatest of all time. You look at Hydra and Scrap, you pair them up with Envoy and Ghosty, and now you have yourself a super team demanding the paycheck that they've been getting by winning recently, right? So we have our 2 champions on the season facing off today, and they have answered every question. Thieves have done everything that you needed to see if you're a Thieves fan, besides beat Atlanta FaZe in a meaningful match. So today is a huge moment for the LA Thieves.
Atlanta FaZe, one of the most successful teams in CDL history. They built along a very strong core. They've brought in superstars over time, and if it's the regular season, you could expect them to be the top seed. They've done it since the start of the CDL, going all the way back to MW19 nameless. Let's take a look at some of the numbers here, because these guys are powerhouse squads on both sides of the ball, but FaZe has had their number.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it. Like, FaZe have just had these guys' number. We saw it in Major 1, and we haven't seen this match in a while, right? So this is truly exciting, and given where Atlanta FaZe is at, and then also Thieves coming off of an L, this should be ready for fireworks.
Let's take a look at the Atlanta FaZe squad that started so hot. Are they able to hang with Thieves today? What do you want to see from the boys playing for down south?
Absolutely. I'm almost worried, because had yesterday not gone the way that it went, I probably would have been leaning pretty heavily LA Thieves in this matchup, but it looks like Search and Destroy, might be a little bit of a struggle for them, and they were close, but the other side of things is Atlanta FaZe won through the Search and Destroys versus Vancouver Surge, right? So they go all the way to a Game 5, and so that tells me that we're probably in for a banger today. Hopefully that goes the distance.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an absolute banger. I mean, you're talking about this Atlanta FaZe team that since MW19 has been top in seeds. Well, this year, right now, LA Thieves has the edge, right? So
by 10 points.
Yeah, by 10 points. But it's narrow. It's so narrow.
Atlanta FaZe catches them with a win today. Both teams sitting at 9 match losses. Thieves had that bonus land match to give them a slight edge. As we take a look at the rest of the numbers, though, Ali, really, it's all about finishing top 8. Optic Texas breathing a little sigh of relief after yesterday, and we have more teams, though, still in the mix like Cloud9 trying to catch up. So as we get down to the final, 7 days of qualifier here?
Yeah.
What are expectations for teams like Cloud9?
I mean, the expectation's kind of high now, right? Like, they beat Vegas Falcons, and should it be the previous iteration of the roster? You can sit here and say, well, it's the worst team in the league. Like, you would hope that they beat them, but it's a star-studded roster that clearly, example against Optic Texas, can take series and can take maps. So with Cloud9 changing half of their roster heading into this split, this is a really good look for them, especially considering the team that they're going up against today.
And I've asked you a lot of questions about Capsidol. We saw what he could do in the Search and Destroy. Here's a little sample of that, but who is this Spark guy?
I mean, we talked about Spark, when they made this roster change. Like, he's a search and destroy specialist. He's a flex player, and, he's coming in to be the complement to Sib, right? So he's going to be filling gaps and just trying to add to the comms. And that's what we saw so far. Everybody contributed in the match versus the Vegas Falcons. And, for this Cloud9 team, all of a sudden, they're looking at it like, hey, we can maybe make it to champs. We're 40 points out. We need to have a winning record going into this event. We obviously have to have a good major, but you look at Optic and how they had the big win versus Vancouver. Well, now you're playing Toronto, and look who's had their edge this season. It's been Sib and Kremp. So you're in a good spot right now. If you take this Ultra match, this could be massive.
You're in a good spot if you take it. I think that wording is important there because their match is hell. Because their schedule is literal hell for Cloud9. But the thing is, going up against Toronto Ultra, they're now a very high-paced team with the addition of Kremp and Capsule, and that mirrors Toronto Ultra incredibly well, right? With the likes of Jodeci's and Beans back in the lineup. I will say, though, when Beans got added back, he had quite a slow start in the respawn. They still ended up closing out the series. Toronto Ultra is still considered a top 4 team, but hoping for some consistency moving down the line.
Trap game potential. Toronto clearly the favorites if you're looking at the standings and recent placements, but Cloud9 is showcasing some new power. The question is, though, why has Cloud9 had the edge over Toronto in the previous 2 meetings? They haven't seen each other a lot, but they're now 2-0.
Yeah, a couple reasons why. I mean, Jodeci's has been effectively shut down in the search and destroy up against Cloud9 with a 0.4 in the game mode, right? Where you're used to him running around taking over, finding bloods, and it just hasn't happened. And then Sib in the hardpoint against him, a 1.36. He's just played takeover ball when he's played up against the Toronto Ultra. He loves the AR matchup up against Beans and up against Insight.
I'm looking forward to this matchup. When is it coming? Well, you guys can catch that battle at 4:30. It is the middle of our 3-match Sunday. We close it out, though, with the banger Atlanta FaZe taking on LA Thieves. Your Major 1 and 2 champs taking on Major 3 champs. That is at 6, but we start things off with Miami Heretics, the squad that just took down another juggernaut. Do they keep it rolling against the underdogs, or is it LAG playing spoiler? Stay tuned. This is CDL.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The 2025 Miami Heretics team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
That's right. Get your team packs now and show your support as we get into Major 4. We have our first matchup ready to go. It's LAG versus Miami Heretics, and this one just tickled my brain a little bit because the Heretics have been quite fun to watch. LAG, quite the disappointment on the season. So I think everyone is kind of cheering for the double rookie duo over on Miami. Let's start there.
Absolutely. It's just another situation where Miami is in a fantastic spot to go for winners for DreamHack because they get an not expected win versus the LA Thieves yesterday, and the following of their schedule is versus the Gentlemates that hasn't found any success. It's versus the Vegas Falcons, Cloud9, Carolina. So they're in a great spot right now to try and start in winners, and then also Super's been playing Unreal. 1.31 overall already in this split. Granted, that's the single match versus LA Thieves.
3-11.
So a little skewed.
I mean, yeah.
However.
Yeah, he might be the best search player in the game. I mean, the way that he plays the situation is just flawless every time in the clutch. And, they've had a massive improvement in the game mode. Like, they were not a good search team prior to him getting added. Now, you look at, he's got a 1.41 last 30 days. They're #1 in retakes, which also leads to them being 44 and 24 on defensive rounds. Like, their defense is just an iron wall in search and destroy. And a lot of that is because of Super. He has overhauled this roster in that game mode. And, right now they're coming off a massive win. They're going up against the Gentlemates. Like, they're looking to just destroy them 3-0 Swift.
They might. I mean, they lost to them last time all the way. They went the distance. But you look into the numbers, like Real and Rencore had the time of their lives dropping 1.2s, and this is before Super was added into this roster. So you put his 1.3 in there, LA Gorilla Mates, you might not be in for a good time.
I have great news, though, if you're a Gorilla Mates fan.
What could that be?
Protocol Hardpoint is no longer in the mix. You are
That's
1-6 on that. Rewind is in, and you got Johnny playing at short range.
I got news for you. They're 3-18 map count last stage, so I don't think it matters.
They got 3 map wins, though, right?
They do.
3 map wins.
They did.
It's impressive, LAG. Let's take a look at all 3 of them, shall we? Or just the roster. Here we go. Pre-game. Fighting for wins. Are you making it to champs? Probably not. Mathematically, nearly impossible unless you win Major 4. You play the bottom 3 teams, though, this split. So 3 of the bottom 6, I should say. Not the worst strength of schedule. In fact, it's one of the best.
It's not. And you know what? For them, they kind of have to treat this and EWC maybe like champs. But for them, the players, this is kind of like solidifying their spot for the next year at this point. Like, I hate having to bring up in that conversation, but there's no strengths across the board. You have 1 Hardpoint map win in the past, like, I want to say 6, and then you go into the control. You haven't won any there. You're on a 9 series loss streak. So it's hard to talk about a team like this because we know the talent of all these players. We know 99 Kids. Lunas has had some glaring moments. Johnny is a very aggressive player. Last year when he was in the league, we thought he should start this year. And Fellow, he has been through the trials and tribulations of challengers over and over again. So the vibes are good for LA Gorilla mates, but they got to pull out something special.
Yeah, I don't think we do know the talent of all these players. Like Lunars, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what he's brought to the table.
Yes, I'm not sure he has a place in the league just yet. I mean, from what we've seen, he's obviously thrown to the Wolves in a terrible situation. But typically when players get picked up, even if their team is buns, they have like a couple takeover moments if they're gonna be a mainstay in the league. So
as an AR?
He's a nice boy, Ali, but he hasn't done shit on my stats.
Yeah, in my opinion, like this stage it's literally a showcase for these guys. Like go out there, try to fry, individually showcase yourself because clearly this team is not going to stick together.
LAG playing spoiler, much like the Falcons were able to achieve earlier in the week. And let's take a look. Hacienda will be in it 3 times. Red card, the other 2. What is going on with the hate for all the other maps?
Listen, you know I said they had 3 map wins, Chris?
Yeah.
Well, it was Hacienda in all 3 modes.
Whoa!
So we got it in Hardpoint Control and S&D. If you're LAG, that's all you can ask for.
Wow. This game could get fun or extremely boring, depending on how much you like watching these 2 maps. Not a lot of diversity, but now we'll be able to see these teams on their best maps and modes, or how do we see Miami stacking up?
I mean, that's the way you do have to skew it. I mean, when you look at stats on a team like LA Gorilla mates, you got to find the light again, the tunnel where you can, and obviously Hacienda being in all 3 game modes, that's going to be the one hope that they can grapple on.
I think like the interesting thing here for Heretics is just the control, like the story of that game mode for them. It's been just bad throughout the season and even as of late. And like for them, Hacienda, like that's a map they really want to add to their map pool if you're the Miami Heretics. So curious to see how they perform. They're 2-9 on the season on the map.
I'm gonna go rogue after watching a lot of esports over the last 20 years. I have never found it fun to watch the same map for 3 different game modes in a best of 5. Spencer Peterson, let's do better as we keep this party moving into the first matchup. What? Find me, son. Season's almost over.
Yeah, this is a road to Major 4 for LAG. I mean, it's not easy, especially with how Optic has looked, Rocker with their back against the wall, and then Boston as well, right? So you got a pretty tough strength of schedule. We just got to see how these players perform, man. They're playing for a spot next year, as Ali mentioned, and you know, Johnny and Lunars are young, still got a long career ahead of them.
Left side passes the vibe check. Right side, I'm not sure yet. Kismet, 0 smiles today. He hasn't had a lot to smile about this season. He's a world champ, and we saw the start of the season. We're like, LAG could maybe do something with this roster. You got Lins instead of Hydra. Pretty familiar with what we've seen outside of that.
Yeah.
No expectations.
They got unlucky. I mean, they got. You look at the roster and you're like, I like it. Like,
yeah,
it could
no,
work
literally.
this year. Sometimes that's just how it goes.
All right, today they're looking to get it going as we are going into our 4th and final major. It's LAG's first matchup, and I think they lose it to Miami. They took down LA Thieves. Why shouldn't they beat the number 11 team in the league?
I can't do it. I have to go with Miami Heretics. I have to go with the numbers. I can't be biased like this, guys. I have to go Vamos.
Gentle mate, she's letting you down today.
Yeah, Vamos. I got Miami Heretics. They look too clean.
All 4 of us went the same way.
No. It's going to be yesterday all over again.
4 times this weekend.
No,
we have all been wrong. Shift and study.
We're not
Let's
wrong.
make it 5.
No, Miami will win.
I don't know. There's just something about this Miami team that I look at.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
No, not happening.
It's not happening. All right. I'm just saying, like, there's just something about this Miami team. It hasn't convinced me fully yet.
I hear
want to
you.
see it.
I hear you, but
LAG
then,
may have that sauce.
I hear you, but then when like you look at what Miami has done ever since adding Super, they have 9 hardpoint losses, but 7 of those 9 hardpoint losses are to the best team in hardpoint and Toronto Ultra, who are up there as one of the best teams in hardpoint as well. So if you don't play them, they're basically perfect in 2 modes, hardpoint and search and destroy. That's why I feel like Miami are going to have the heavy advantage in this series, because LAG, ever since making their roster change, you heard name as such on it, 3 and 18 map count, it's not really been successful on that side.
No, it has not. 4 overall wins on the season. Not good. But one of those came against Miami. You never know. I don't know. I just feel like there's something in the air today. That's all I'm going to say. And it's not the pollen. Well, it is the pollen. I am stuffed up. Wow. Hacienda red card, Hacienda red card, Hacienda for our best of 5. And this map in particular, I think you look at and you say, okay, both teams some significant reps over the course of stage 3. Some improvements needed though, as both teams have really just kind of split the difference in terms of overall wins. Let's see what we get. Miami, LAG. Let's get it home.
Yeah, it's just watching Miami yesterday versus LAT and the way that they were able to control majority of the map all throughout that game, dominate all the rotations. This is going to be a tall task for LAG to try to contest with this kind of roster. Already 2 kills in favor of Super. You're dominating the hallway presence. You're soaking up all the P1 time. Perfect start here for the Heretics.
Yeah, looking really solid here for the Heretics indeed. Although Johnny Kismet opens up at least some space to work at through P4. And actually, LAG will get some pretty good time here on P1. Real held over towards Fireplace, going to try to slide that out, has help nearby, and that's Metals who finds the kill as Miami start to work on rotating across the map.
Yeah, it's already 2 going to spawn all the way across the map. Miami able to flip the spawns that they want, but they have to locate where Kismet is. Thankfully, walks right into the frame of Super. You're also finding kills off the rotation, and Metals already has the info that the rest of the guys are pushing through the front end. So Miami fully set up off the road. Fellow finds an opening, and still is going to make this a little bit mixing.
Okay, a little 50-50 battle still over the top of the hard point. Super will drop. Pinch still on the way here with Real working alongside Metals, and the SMG duo will clean that up to get back into the hard point. But LAG will get a couple of spawns now on the backside of driveway. Help is on the way. Good nade over the top from Super. He tosses that thing from front side double stairs, I believe. Ends up giving Metals a chance, and now all of a sudden you've got a pinch start to develop again for Miami.
Yeah, but this has been great work from LAG. Laid off the rotation. You needed to find an opening kill. Fellow's able to do it through the water hop up. And now you just make the chaos happen through the middle of the map, are able to flip the spawns, and not really allow Miami to walk away with a majority of the time here at P2. Still 15 seconds to fight for. You don't have the spawns that you want, thinking about that road to the new. But you know, we can walk away with this final 10. We have the numbers.
Yeah, Johnny looking for the last exit kill with a scrap. Pistol shots will at least push off Super. He will be fell. And now it's an opportunity to start moving across the map. Miami will spawn one more player over towards Boathouse before the hard point opens up. So it's gonna be a bit of a mad dash, but you can see LAG, they know they've lost somebody, and it's Real. Good follow-up from Johnny. Now you can start to keep your eyes forward.
Yeah, all your focus is on the front end. If you're Miami and if you're LAG, contest is going to be here. Fellow just trying to dance around that corner, but going to overextend, force the chow, and unfortunately he's weak, so he's going to fall. Miami have the numbers. You go 3 for 2. Last guy here is going to be Kismet, successful on the first hold.
Yeah, really nice from Super. 2 from backside fences. Rencor has not fought over towards top office here. Nade will just bounce over the top as Miami will get the read that LAG have spawned behind. Super for the first, damage onto a second. That's enough for Real. No, thought maybe he could kind of snap find the second, but not the case. And a break does come through for LAG to get us back to close to tie.
Yeah, that's big time right there for LAG, because this is the hill where Miami will be able to show their skill versus LAT yesterday. Early off the rotation, majority of the time towards the money hill, and we're always successful on that first push coming in. Basically a tie game. Kills already going down. 2-2 split, but Lunas with a double at least makes it a one-on-one.
Yeah, Kismet able to take that, and LAG will get the numbers here to try to reinforce. Metals tries to beat the timing, but gets caught by a stun. Real, next one forward, already committing for the contest, but once again, nades push them back. Miami has to reset up. And they're going to wait for Metals. He's going to try to play through open hall here, so the timing is going to be exquisite in terms of how you have to break this thing open, but Metals will drop. The hit from the front has been diminished. It's 5 in a row for Kismet as LAG hold.
Oh, man, they're looking like a completely different roster so far. Okay, LAG. Shut me up real quick saying that you guys didn't have a chance in this series. So far, they've been able to set up properly, find early breaks on some of these money's hills, and just win the trade fights after that. Miami have yet to at least gain 1 second off of this P4 when they were early off the rotation. Luna's effective on the trade. He said, thank you nicely. I'll walk away with this final 10. But the Gorilla mates showing some life here in map 1.
Yeah, showing some major life. Up 40 points, open up P1. And Fellow's already there to soak up some time. Johnny not quite able to find 2 from the top side of double stairs, but Fellow down low, still feeling pretty comfortable with the fountain. Still uses kind of his defense mechanism. Metal's able to take him out of the hard point. Now Miami starting to push forward, and that kill on the Looters will allow the Heretics to get some time in response.
Yeah, it's 3 for 1. Kismet last man standing. That's now all 4 dead. You're able to stabilize on the map and create extra layers. Real just gets aggressive towards top flat. Guns fell all out of his shoes. And now it's still 30 seconds to fight for here at P1. Miami are more focused on maintaining this side of the map. They want to control Spiral so they can have the rotation over towards New. But Johnny and Kismet, they found a couple kills. This is where you got to get aggressive to flip them out.
Yep. Yeah, Johnny's already taking the move through P2. You see Miami spawning at well or trying to pick that up. And Johnny will have to play his life here while the exit time at P1 is looking pretty decent for Miami. Johnny just looks the wrong way at the wrong time. So now it's just down to LAG playing for a little bit of scrap, but mostly trying to reflip backside statue. And Super may not have read this, mostly because Kismet's got the Hellstorm in, so everyone has to take cover. 2 kills will drop, and LAG should get spawns here.
Oh yeah, Miami gonna spawn so far, unless that kill comes in at the right time. Raincourt lines up the headshot onto Fellow, allows his teammate to spawn right there next to him towards the back, but it still doesn't matter. The rest of LAG through the front door. Johnny finds a double, and they're still holding.
Yeah, but it's still going to be really mixy trying to lock this down after using the Hellstorm. You're thinking that you're in a good spot for this. Trophy system denied. Real for the opener. Johnny doesn't know where he's going. He's trying to pick up the trade, but it's not going to work out. Super from the front has already peeled off 2. Fellow the last one standing. And yeah, that's just one of those moments for LAG that is, yeah, a little bit off of just bad luck with the timing of the kill versus the spawns, but still the focus from inside the hard point, not great.
Yeah, that came down to trust right there. Communication wasn't the best. Johnny couldn't figure out where the pressure was coming in. He knew that there was guys coming from driveway, but didn't know if they were going to be already in his face through side door. So catches some bad timing there. You allow Miami to at least walk away with 20 to 25 seconds. Only going to be down by still 25, but the rotation one in favor of LAG. Real trying to contest response.
Well, he's going to have a little bit of help here. SMG's moving around the back. Metal's with him. And Raincourt from the front has just completely destroyed this setup again. Oh boy, you're starting to feel Miami pick it up a notch here. Johnny in trouble, backside fences, Semtex out, tried to take cover. Real working with them. Super finds the first kill, and Miami will get in the hard point with, again, holding on to spawns, and now Super's getting activated. 20 and 12, 3 in a row, looking for more on the outside of fences, but you can just play his life from here.
Yeah, superpower activated. I got the SMG in my hand. Let me just try and finesse a little bit. Eventually is gonna fall, but all that pressure there from Super allows his team to get right back into this game, take a slight lead going off the rotation over towards New. Again, they win the rotation, but LAG, the only reason why they've been in this game because they find successful breaks really early on into these money hills.
It was Kismet last time we were here. Kismet to kick us off for the opener. Super and Red Core respond. Fellow off the pinch. Good for 1. And then the follow-up onto Johnny is even better. So tie game 151-151. Miami refighting back on in. Kismet for 1. From the side door, pops up to find a second. And Super is just looking for an angle, looking to take someone out of the hard point. That eventually gets Kismet. That is enough for the contest. Good discipline here from Super, but Lunars there to respond, and LAG will hold.
Yeah, you're just choosing your chows wisely. There's no need to overextend. Give them a free opening kill. As long as we keep on trading, we're going to continue to hold on to this money hill. Final 30 seconds here at P4. A big pinch coming on the horizon there from Super. He wins the one-on-one. You got the numbers. You got the 4v2. You just got to take care of Fellow, and his final 20 is yours.
Yeah, it could be about a tie game here through our second set of hills. LAG trying to get themselves a first hardpoint win in a while as we go over to an LAG. Listen it.
Okay, yo, one's on low fire. Okay, low fire.
Open. I went right. I went right.
Okay, all right. They have our side.
I'm gonna pinch. I'm gonna full pinch.
I hear you. I'm coming top to you. Hold on. Give me a sec, John.
The rock.
Okay.
Rock.
We can try open, John. We can try.
Okay,
hold on. Wait. I'm trying to open now.
Closed.
I don't see anything open. They're just playing tight. They're playing close.
Play your kills. You're good.
Yeah, one is mid, right?
Yeah, I spawned. Yeah,
okay, one is spawned. Yeah, you pinch office. One more open. One more hour open. I'm spawning out office.
Nice.
One could have split in.
He's in you. Dead.
Okay, nice. Get that time.
I got nade from you. He's 10 spawn. Top left.
Yeah, and top close. Super top close.
One shot close. He's hitting up left. I'm gonna get deep left. I'm gonna get one shot. I spawned out, boys. I'll play
went close.
Play for no. I will play for the time.
I don't see anything well right now. You're on the back of me. In the back. Metal's dead.
No.
Okay, well. Okay, they're gonna aid me in the back, please.
On you guys. I killed him.
Nice, they're gonna aid me in the back. In new. New metal. They're two new.
Rock dead. Go wins. I spawn
Nice,
well.
one more new. Metal.
Coming new. They stunned
Metal
me.
and
They're
super.
right in front of me.
Okay, I'm needing this time. I need this time. Nice, I need this time. Yeah, nice, get up. I'm playing the back. I have the back. Okay, I have the back.
They're spawning out well. I'm holding your front. I'm holding your front.
I hear. I'm playing the back G-Wagon, bro. Yo, one's already deep. Yo,
I can bump
okay,
you.
one more well.
They could be well. I'm
Not really. They could be there.
Encore could be in the back.
Okay. They're
Okay. They're banging that.
Two lobby.
Okay.
I want to help him.
I just blew up. Nice. One shot. Hold on. Hurry up, Don. One more in the front, Real.
Nice. Let's go, John. One shot. I'm coming, brother. They get our Zik.
Good 30, bro. I'm getting your mid. Hold on.
Okay, could be water on the show. Good.
One Zik. Or close dead. I'm one shot. Could be well.
Get my time.
Nothing well. Zik.
Go in.
I'm running for it.
Couple of pop-off moments. Johnny able to secure essentially what is a 1v3 for the time. That'll get LAG a convincing lead now as we move over towards fences. And Kismet's already working on this rotation, trying to put some pressure on Miami.
Oh, yeah. If you just had a very successful P2, and to talk about the communication a little bit more, when you think about listening to them, you don't think that they have only 40 CDL points and they are sitting at 3 and 18 in map count.
Yeah.
Everybody's so calm, cool, and collected. The small talk is on point, filling gas properly. Kismet saying, okay, potentially someone's going to slip on by. They're just picking up on all the little things. There's no reason why this team is as bad as they are, at least on the pages.
Oh, well, Kismet not able to get up and into 10. Does find the kill before the time runs out on the play for him. So now Lunars will take that position. Fellow watching over towards the backside of the staircase, but the Heretics pushing forward. Super, a nice route. Creates an extra layer in front of the hard point, and all of a sudden the Heretics have a chance to tie this game back up.
Yeah, realistically though, if you're LAG, you want to contest this all the way to the very end. Don't give Miami a hefty lead going over towards the Money Hill at P4. Make this a battle all the way to the very end. You got the numbers to still walk away with that final 10, but again, off the rotation, Miami have the numbers. Can we finally win some gunfights to hold down this hill?
I don't know what took Super so long to get into the CDL. He has been everything for this team. 233, 218. Trophy system in Miami in the hard point for now. Kismet working on a water route while the rest of LAG really haven't even shown themselves yet. So if you're Miami, you're sitting here like, where is everybody? Stuns and nades start to make their way through. Here comes Kismet with the pop-up. He'll find the first. Rancor stuck in the corner. And how about the cleanup from the SMGs? Real, the last one left, has to keep his life if Miami want to have a chance at this.
Yeah, he finds an opening, but you still cannot go. Your teammates are yet to be into play. Now it's time to go. LAG only need 7 more seconds. They're winning the trade fights.
First couple of shots are good. First kills are even better, though. Last one to find is Rancor. And how about LAG? One more maybe hit to come through on the backside of this play. Kismet just needs to not scam, and he does better than that. Finishes on 6 in a row, and LAG kick us off with a map 1 win.
My God, that is a magnificent map number 1 there from LAG. We're talking about losing a majority of your rotations, but always finding the key initial gunfight off that break to always not allow Miami to fully set up on these money hills. They won every single roto over towards P2. They won every single roto over towards P4. But it's just the gunfights and how they were setting up these breaks was absolutely beautiful to watch on the side of LAG. Kismet had his moments. Johnny with the AR and the SMG also had his moments. But dude, the fact that they just played a team like that as tight as they did when people don't really expect them to play the way that they did.
Yep.
Man, the work on the back end for LAG has been showing, man. That's a magnificent map 1.
36 and 28 for Kismet with 30 non-traded. All over the place with them nearly a minute 30 inside the hard point and the top objective kills in the lobby. Talk about just doing it all. Of course, you also had the 1v3 from Johnny. That helped a lot through P2. That probably was the difference maker in this game, for being honest. And honestly, just kind of looking at how the ARs had played, Lunars and Fellow did a really nice job of making sure that the SMGs had space to work with. I mean, they may not have had the best stat lines ever, but they did the job when they needed to do, especially, I think, around going from 2 to 3 and then again around P4 a couple of different times.
Yeah, and the good thing about, like, with players like Fellow and Lunars is that they can do it with different weapons in hand. You saw Fellow multiple times on that map whip out the Jackal, hit up flank routes, do spiral, and just find openings for his teammates to have different approaches of attack, and it worked out to basically perfect there in that map number 1. And now you're feeling really good if you're LAG, because you're going up against a squad who just took down LAT, the best team in the game right now at Major 3. They clutched up in the game 5, and you're already starting up 1-0 in this series with a pretty easy schedule here in Major 4 qualifiers for your chance to make winners bracket. And also, you even heard the Death touch on it about their careers as well. Like, with 40 points, you obviously know you're not going to make it the chance. But if you want a chance at making it into the season next season, performances like this need to show.
One of those things, man. I don't know. There's just something about this Miami team. I feel like they could just, at times, just fall a little short. And here, you really can't point to too much, I think, in terms of, like, where did Miami fail? I think it was just LAG was playing a better game today, or at least in this opening map. The Search and Destroy provides interesting context, though. I think that's the next part about this, because the Search and Destroy has been pretty miserable. I mean, really all the modes have been for LAG. Whereas for Miami, you know, I think they've been on an up and up, especially after winning 2 versus LA Thieves yesterday.
Yeah, it's tough, though, because if you're LAG, obviously certain teams or certain players able to instantly mesh into a system for Search and Destroy the way that Super did for Miami. But on the opposite side for LAG, even though they have phenomenal Search and Destroy players, they just haven't really figured it out together as a collective unit. And when I watch them in Search and Destroy, it's kind of tough because Kismet and Johnny sort of do the same thing. Like, they're both individual playmakers. And if they don't catch their timings and they get picked off first, then you're just putting your team at a heavy disadvantage. There's also situations where Johnny's just completely out of the play, working a deep pinch, relying on a 3v4 out of his teammates to try to clutch on up. There needs to be more team coordination in Search and Destroy, and obviously with a new roster, that takes time to build. But I think like the combination between Johnny and Kismet, if they can start to be more in sync together of what they want to do, sort of like what an 0-4 and Neptune do, then that's when they can start finding a lot more success here in this mode.
I agree, and I think just looking at this map, it doesn't matter that they've well rehearsed. But on the other side, talking about additions into squads and just providing instant improvements, Super has been that guy. Yesterday, he was all over LA Thieves. Again, the tallies were pretty darn convincing. They had a 6-5 and a 6-4 win. That was on a Hacienda and Rewind combination. But more importantly, the map 5, how big did Super come up? 3 different individual clutches and a 4.0 KD. He just took over.
Oh yeah, he definitely took over. A 16-4, 4.0 KD performance versus a champion that just walked away from our most recent major. You gotta be feeling good, but Super almost let that one round away with the Envoy with the 1v3 where he decided not to plant the bomb, but he made for it in the following round. He's just been a difference maker for Miami. You heard every time Metal jumps into an interview how this young man has been able to coordinate their game plan, how he's been able to set up their teammates for success. And I just need to see more of an evolution in their Search and Destroy, because I feel like they have the aggressors, they have the playmakers, but just sometimes Real and Metals try to do too much. And if you do too much without any information and give up your life for free, that's when you give teams chances. A map like Red Car, though, where obviously you're going to be able to spread the map pretty drastically around the map. You just want to make sure you're not that first one just giving up your life for free.
Yeah, well, it's going to be offense here for LAG. Looking towards B. It's a little crawl up through the bleachers. The only defender here at the moment is Real. The question will be, with Miami pushing up onto Fellow, how much of this has he actually read? And it looks like he hasn't actually read much of this at all, as he's backed down completely. And now you've got to just gut check it over towards B. And unfortunately, Johnny kind of backs away from the play right into the arms of Kismet, who gets tallied for the team kill. And then you lose Lunars, and this round has fallen apart.
Yeah, 4v2. You already have a pinch coming in from Metals behind Fellow, and he's going to be unaware, unaccounted for. He's just giving the information to my teammates. Okay, they're inside the B site, so just hold our spawn. We have the numbers, trade it out. Yeah, round 1 goes to us.
Yeah, that's just one of those rounds that I don't think Fellow sees either of those two players pushing up where they were. That's difficult. But then on top of that, once you get that read, you're saying go B, go B, go B if they're pushing up on me, and you just don't get a read on where the defender is, and you run into your teammate who's already trying to pre-fire it down. So tough seeds.
That's literally what it comes down to. Fellow gives the comm. Okay, there's a lot of pressure over towards Hedges, so let's just instantly hit out B. We have the numbers, but just not predicting once that door gets cracked open, where the defender was sitting on the side of Miami. Fortunately, leads to a team kill. Then Rencore striking for a kill. Instant numbers advantage to Miami. They secure the first round. Now it's their time for the offense, where this is the side of Search and Destroy that they need to work on. Like, post plants are not the best. The first bloods aren't the best. This is where they can take their S&D a whole nother level.
Well, we'll see if they can find a way to get that going here. Just kind of feeling out the defense with the trophy system to keep Real safe over towards the B side of the map while everyone else is pushing over through stage. they have a look at the player over at top third, doesn't matter because Metals is taking away a lot of space and has already moved up towards A. And yeah, if I've got this for free, why not go ahead and plant it?
And I don't know if Fellow was able to spot that cross with Metals going towards the A side, but now you definitely know someone is definitely close. Bomb gets planted. Fellow's able to strike for the first blood. Real makes it a 3v3 though, 35 seconds.
And LG are still being held back. They can't get on towards the site, really even in the vicinity of the site. Kismet a couple of shots at range, can't finish off the kill. And now he's stuck. Lunars has already been shot at. He gets isolated, leaving Kismet to the 1v3. First shot's good. Dance with the second, doesn't finish it off, but the help was there regardless, and Miami will go up 2-0.
That's 2 times now where Miami have gotten a jump on them just sneaking up on them. Like no information gained early on. With Fellow watching the crosses. He's thinking A-bomb is clear. Let me just hold down this soccer position. But then once that bomb goes down, no one's in a position on the side of LAG to try to contest it. You had a flank being developed, but Real secures that one-on-one. So then it all relies on everyone just dropping out through the side window, fighting gunfights at soccer. And if they don't go your way, it's just an easy hold there for Miami in the post plan.
Got to contest it. We know that one thing that Miami's been really pushing is trying to get those post plant setups better. Here we go. LAG nades over towards Hedges. No one home for Miami. They've already pushed aggressively up the middle of the map, but this time Lunars has seen it. Nade also tags onto one more member inside P1, and Johnny will take care of that damage. This is just a really good breakdown in terms of how LAG kind of dissect the map and read where this Miami defense is.
Oh, but Meadows at least makes it a 2v2. Kismet instantly there for the response. Now Rencore, potentially the rookie of the year so far in a 1v2, already spotted by Johnny. Knows he has to commit on the gunfight. And LAG with the aggression put one on the board.
It's really more of just LAG respond to Miami's aggression. I mean, you get Lunars for the first. Miami just pushing right down through Ticket, trying to support him with the player up top. That doesn't work out. And then the nade over the top actually hits the player in the corner. Makes for an easier second follow-up kill. So LAG, not, you know, the first time through, Fellow kind of misses the read on Miami's aggression on the defense. Lunars much more privy to it. Makes them punish, and that's a good first round.
How can we start to rally some of these rounds together if you're LAG? Last time they got the jump on you at this A site, but this time we're going to be a little bit more aggressive up towards Hedges. 2-2 split. Sun's getting invested with an opening nade from Johnny. Strikes for the first blood.
Yeah. That's going to just completely stall off this offense, especially with the aggressive crossfire that's already been set up. Yeah, Fellow also able to track down Rencourt. And opening set nades will likely dictate the outcome of this round here, as LAG was not only fortunate to find first blood, but they also got aggressive enough to take away the map from anything else coming through in a 3v4. So, yeah, tough scenes here for Real.
Yeah, I love the round call or play call there from LAG to go for the 2-2 split. Aggression over towards Hedges, finding opening nade over at the B site. It was a team nade too. So the teamwork already showing here from LAG, putting into practice. Able to tie the game up at 2. Just like a perfect game plan there. Just take space on both ends, find the opening first blood, force them to think, okay, they're taking space on that side, so we can go the opposite. But they were prepared on both angles to tie the game.
Okay. After Miami showing 2 straight aggressive rounds on the defense, do you play something a little bit more traditional here? I have to feel like you probably do. And it looks like just based off their split off, it will be something a little bit more passive. You will get some attention here for Rencore over through the backside at Ticket. Johnny trying to follow up on that information, but an aid from Rencore lands onto Lunars. Seems like a bit of a mistake there, but we didn't really get a chance to see what that gunfight looked like. Lunars very well may have been one shot.
And now Kismet's trying to take space. Real ready for the gunfight though. Makes it a 4v2. And now Johnny and Fellow left to clutch on up. 55 seconds to work with. Miami getting active on the pinch. Johnny might have his hands full here.
Fellow trying to get in. Johnny gonna give him a read, but the first shot's not good enough from Johnny, and now Fellow's been pushed back in. The hunt is on for the Heretics. Fellow will take care of the first, but nothing beyond that. And yeah, that's just one of those situations. Again, we didn't get a chance to see what that 1v1 looked like between Rencore and Lunars, but try to follow up on that. You don't get the kill under Rencore. In fact, it's Rencore who finds that late nade. Just completely changes how that round unfolds for LAG.
No, 100%, man. He finds that opening first blood and is able to get out with his life. And then you got players like Real, who just win some insane one-on-one gunfights. Was able to find 2 on that round. 1 on the Kismet, 1 on the Johnny. And with Gunny like that, you're going to find a lot of success individually. Miami take the advantage. 2 defenses now for them on that end. They go back on the attack. And I would just answer with aggression. Like, just that's what works for us. Just keep doing it.
Well, Miami's going to hit very quickly through ticket to B. Nades and stuns over towards lockers, and now they're going to see that they've got a wide open B site. This is going to be a tough retake for LAG here. Now, I don't know how much they've thrown in terms of utility, and there's no trophy system down immediately here for Miami, so maybe there's an opening there, but this is a tough 4v4.
Oh, yeah, because no tax get invested early on. Now you're going to use them to try to retake your way into the side, potentially look for the first blood. A half player's weak. Real cannot fully commit on the chow, and LAG just waiting for their moment to strike.
Yeah, I don't know, though. That's stuns and nades that find value landing, and now there's a trophy system down for Miami. They didn't miss their window, have the Gorillas. Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, you had Real down to a bullet. That just felt like a moment where it's just like we weren't ready to actually commit to the re-execute back onto site, and I mean, the trophy system gets down, you're throwing more nades late, and they don't hit, and then you can't follow up on the damage you already dealt.
Yeah, that round just doesn't make any sense to me because you gain the information that they're aggressive as hell over towards B. You have all your attacks in your back pocket. You get a couple stuns to connect. You get a couple nades to connect. That is your opportunity to go. But when you're just allowing people to regen, reposition themselves a little bit, now you're just relying on straight gunny on some difficult gunfights where they had the head glitches. Yeah, not the best retaking opportunity there for LAG. Miami now pulling away 2 rounds in a row, back on the defensive side where they love to play.
And here we go. Nades being cooked up. There's a trophy system down. Johnny still takes a lot of Semtex damage, but Real pushing forward and finds Lunars instead, and then follows up onto the weak Johnny. 2 for Real, and the aggressive Miami defense continues here in their 4th effort of it. LAG will recognize they've got all of the A site, but Super's picked up the pinch. And there's just really nowhere the fellow can go besides just to hold his ground here, backside of A.
Oh yeah, 1v4. See you later, Tyler Fellow. Yeah.
Wow.
Game point goes to Miami. Again, Miami with the aggression this time through B. They invest 3 nades on that staircase on the top side of the bleachers. Have Johnny down to 20 HP. And Johnny, as soon as he spots that, like, he gives the info. Guys, they're getting super aggressive, so someone try to help me. His job is to simply get out of dodge, but once Lunars loses this first one-on-one, wasn't really prepared for the gunfight with switching weapons in between, and then Real knows Johnny's weak. We just slide in and catch the free double. Game point now, Miami.
Yeah, that's just Miami. Again, just going full throttle on their defensive tempo. 5 in a row for Real, 5-2 the score for Miami. Back onto the attack. Elevator route coming through for Rencor. All the rest of the Heretics are trying to see if they can get isolation over towards B. Real's got a route here. Oh, it doesn't make a difference. Fellow's already dropped, and now Real's got a ton of space to run rampant.
Yeah, that's the first worst. I mean, that's the worst death right there you can get if you're Fellow, because you're isolated at this B site to simply play for the information. But once you fall, hey, teammates, it's sort of in a tough spot to try to commit on this. Kismet gains some info that they're crossing in towards B. You know the play's going to be on that side, but we still don't have the numbers that we want.
Yeah, he doesn't have the ability to peek and stop this plant from going down, and you're kind of seeing the war on 2 fronts right now. Metal's watching for the long flank. Here comes Kismet. Super seen it, deals with it. That's going to be the game most likely. Real, yep, there's information on Johnny. Can just keep playing on top of the bar. Lunars does find one. Real tagged, but here comes the pinch. Metals, yep, that'll work. That'll work perfectly. Beautiful stuff from Miami, honestly. That was one of the most fluid red card searches we've seen out of these guys, at least, in a while. That was clean.
Oh, yeah, very clean, man. The strategies were on point. Like, aggression was the key. Take away hedge early on in the defenses, force them to go over towards B, and then just catch a jump on them every time they were going towards B. Nades connecting, having people weak, forcing them to reposition, finding initial first bloods, basically every single round. Just a dominant search and destroy there from Miami. LAG had no answer. Once those first couple of kills go down, or team kills are happening, or we're just dying in the first 15 seconds, everything is just put at a pause, because Miami, once that first kill happens, they don't just give it up. Like, they still take space with it. That's why it's so hard to track them sometimes, because if Real gets a kill on the flank, he's still going to be working that pinch, so you have to be aware of him. But Miami showing their improvements in search and destroy. They needed to show some improvements on their offenses. The aggression was key. Obviously, it's going to help when LAG are gifting you a free first blood, but a 1-1 series, I wasn't expecting it to be like this, at least right now.
Yeah, especially with the Gorillas looking really clean in the first map, and then we go to a control where, let's be honest, both these teams have really been struggling. So maybe an opportunity here for one of these 2 teams to turn this into a swing map as we head back to the desk.
After 2 majors of 3-0s and 3-1s, we could see more Game 5s in Major 4 than ever. Let's take a look here at what has happened so far, because it was an impressive first game for LAG out of the gates. For Rosalie was not on Twitter, but they're still trying.
They were still doing their absolute best, and honestly, you'll take that win if you're on the side of LA Gorilla Mates, on the side of Miami. Hacienda, Hardpoint's been a weird one for them, but let's focus in on the red card first.
Search is still clean.
Their search and destroy has been unbelievable. There's a reason red card was banned yesterday in their series versus LA Thieves. They're just a really good defense team. I think Alan and Jay touched on it wonderfully. That's like this iron wall, as Ant called it, that you just can't get through when it comes to Miami Heretics, especially when Real on attack is getting kills like this.
Yeah, I mean, Miami looks super clean here. And, you know, for their map pool, this does wonders. That's now back-to-back red cards. They played their last 2 red cards that they've now won. Consider it added to their map pool. I mean, you're seeing right here, just Real getting through, playing his timings. When he gets up close and personal, he's just going to find you. Then Super on the other side of things, like, he knows exactly what Real's doing and the impact that he's creating, so Super knows the space that he can take, right? So this is the chemistry that they've built so far with this roster, and you just seen it in full force. Like, LAG were guessing the entire time, had no idea what Miami was up to.
LAG, you are playing against a Miami team that took out Atlanta on land, that took out LA Thieves just a day ago. And you're at 1-1 going into a Game 3.
I'll consider that a dub.
Right? Not a bad first half, but you still got plenty to go in the second half, and we are guaranteed 2 more games. What can we look forward to in more Respawns?
Yeah, I mean, some good teamwork from LAG. We have never been able to do a telestration clip for LAG, so I'm pretty,
do we have one today?
Pretty excited. We do have one. Listen, LAG in that first map, I mean, they had some really good breaks. So let's jump into the quick scope and let's look at the final break here and just the teamwork. Like, let's jump into their minds as they're setting up this final break, right? So you got number 6. That's going to be Kismet, okay? And we're going to talk about what he does here. So this is on rotation. They need a break to win this. They have a general idea on what people are going to be trying to do. Either they're going to be trying to repinch or they're just going to be trying to set up here, right? So we have to go through the steps. Step 1, get somebody in position to be the catalyst for the break. That's Kismet. He's the step 1. He's going to go over to this corner and then he's just going to wait here, right? So now we have to get everybody in position so we can attack simultaneously. So what do? We got Johnny. He's going to be the guy here holding the push through, just trying to lay some shots down and make sure nobody can come through that angle. And now we have to get top hall and make sure we clear our pinches. So you're going to have Fellow. He's going to clear all the way through secret. He's going to peek for the pinch, because as you see, there's always going to be a player watching that or getting active on rotation trying to pinch you out through hallway, right? So he's going to glance at that. Once he notices nobody's there, number 7 and number 8, they're going to pinch the hallways at the exact same time and clear those corners, right? So as soon as everything's cleared, you're going to see all the arrows on the LAG side of the minimap attack at the same exact time. So the catalyst here is Kismet. Get yourself into a position. Be the guy who can make the big play for us. We're clearing everything on our minimap here. See Fellow peeks at the spiral flank. Nobody's there. 8 and 7. Double peek hallway. All right, Kismet, go in. Find us a first blood. He finds 2, gets more than enough, and now we're going to all jump in, play for these kills, and execute a flawless team break. Something that I don't think we've been able to say about LAG.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep your comms flowing and clean in such a high-stakes situation like this. This is a 20-point game. They don't get this break. Miami Heretics close this out. It was really good teamwork from the side of LAG.
And 99 Kids calling game. Let's give the man some credit. A 6 spree to shut things down at the end of Hardpoint. It's now 1-1 after plays like that. Great breakdown.
Yeah, thank you. And we said there's 3 Haciendas in the series. The 3 maps they won last split, Chris. Hacienda. They got to win.
Would be crazy.
They got to win this control. Miami, I mean, you look at them on the season, Hasi, it's been bad. They win this control, they're in good spot.
It's a week of upsets. LAG, it's your turn. Time to take the lead with a Hasi control. Right, Shift?
We'll see. We'll see.
Why not?
It's just so tough because you've got Miami, who's really struggled on this map mode combination, whereas for LAG, this has been one of their worst modes kind of overall. I mean, I think the biggest thing is like their protocol has been miserable. They kept trying to play through it last stage. So we'll kind of see what we're going to get from LAG, because since the introduction of Hacienda, they've been a touch better, but still, it's just not been good for either of these 2 teams across the season, even though the last 30 days may lead you to believe improvements have started to come through, Jay.
Yeah, the good thing for Miami, though, is that they figured it out on their attacking side. Like, they're one of the best teams at just being contested, being in the gunfights, not really getting outslayed, averaging a lot of segments. 4.3 compared to 2.3 is basically guaranteeing you around 5 defense. But LAG, at least on the one time that they played this and they found success, was versus Carolina, and it was a clean 3-0. Like, they dominated on the defensive side. Kismet and Johnny continuously were just getting lost behind enemy lines, and that has to be what you want to do here. One team good at attack, one team good at defense. Who's going to be able to shut the other one up?
Well, here's the streak of losses for LAG. I think the most important thing about this, though, is like, look at the quality of opponents that they've played in those last 5. And Toronto, right up there in terms of the lists and schemes of what we look at for good control teams. LA Thieves, same idea. Vancouver, one of the better respawn teams that we have in the game. So not an easy batch of opponents, I would say. Kind of looking at what their major 3 qualifier stage was, like, they were in the grueler, man. They faced up against a tough Boston team. They had Carolina, Vancouver, LA, and Toronto. That is a tough 5-match stretch for a new roster. But here, maybe a chance to draw some blood as they will take the offense to start us off on Hacienda control.
And they already showed life and improvements in their opening HP. So I'm waiting to see what they got in store for us here on the control. You go 2-2 split so far in the gunfights. Fellows able to locate Super, but Rencor's to the last man standing. He's able to win on one-on-one. He is going to get traded, but first push already shut down.
Yeah, Fellow just going to take that kill and run forward with it. See if he can maybe catch another off spawn. Rencor is too aware of that, though. Shuts down any nonsense. And Miami's defense starts to make their way forward now. Small progress being made by Kismet on to B. Help is on the way, though, for Miami's defense, and they will quickly find the kill and keep the clock ticking.
And now Johnny, the last guy here, trying to create an opening for his team. Has another one right in front of him. Has him weak. Going to commit on the one-on-one. The game clock paused now at 44 seconds. A 3-stack over at this beat point. Johnny already reading the pressure on the pinch, and Nate is going to be able to back down Rencor, at least for now, but it's unfortunate timing there. Still leads, so at least 1 second guaranteed.
Second on the way, but the pinch is also starting to develop here for Miami. Contest is in. Rencor sliding forward to catch one, but Lunars helps out, finds a trade onto Super, leaving Kismet just to worry about the front, and he takes the win versus Metals. Trades are still decent, though, here for Miami. 1 life the difference at the moment as LA are trying to find some success playing up top in the hallways.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Fellow already makes his way out through Rock. Johnny here to assist.
That works.
Johnny initial 2 kills.
That works.
Now Johnny finds a double, so you're already on the B point. That's already clean for that as well. This B point might be done and dusted. Miami spawning all over towards Bullhouse, and now we're going to be forced to give this one up and just play for exit kills.
Well, it's a 1 life advantage. Never mind. I was going to say for LA on the exit. Kismet trying to track down another. Shots to Real decent, but not able to confirm the kill. Spawn trap not fully in play for Miami, but there's threat of it as Rencor's playing up in the lobby.
Yeah, that's all you want to do is just be a nuisance in their spawn. Catch a couple freebies. Make your approach easier on your defensive hold. Real's able to take care of Kismet. Rencor is able to find a double off the respawn. Last player to account for is Lunars, and that's a massive double to at least alleviate a little pressure. Can you make it 3? The rookie having himself a moment.
Yep, needed to see it. Des was talking about it. Even in teams that have not been all that great, we've seen some rookie pop-off moments. We really haven't had that from Lunars yet. Now on 4 in a row. 45 seconds on the clock. Give him number 5. Knows that number 6 is up top. It's a tough gunfight. Still locks into Lunars. Able to find his 6th. Challenges the 7th. Little heat check. Doesn't quite work out. But while all this is happening, LAG still haven't yet to really touch the zone.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Like, if I'm Lunars, someone just hopped the point. They're all focused on me. 23 seconds to go. We're up by 2 lives, but if they get 1 wave, it's basically a GG on the round, but thankfully you still got the SMGs roaming. Opening double goes in favor of LAG. First segment should be locked, but they just don't have the stack on it.
I don't think that first segment fully came locked in yet. 7v4. You're trying to play a TDM out, but you're down to 13 seconds remaining. Kismet, good timing, finds 1. Trade is out, though, for Real. 3v5. Johnny's already stuck. There's no way. There's no way they lose out on this. You had Lunars pulling all of the individual focus, and nobody from LAG can get back. I don't know if they fully got that first tick. I didn't see the scoreboard mark it, but I may have missed it. Regardless of that, that felt like a huge missed opportunity for LAG.
Without question, man. Definitely a missed opportunity. When you have one player individually having moments like this, where he's just coming off the respawn, not even coming off the respawn, just finding a multi-kill after multi-kill situation, we need to be able to hop the objective there. Everyone can't play kills when he's already finding them. But even when Lunar's doing everything that he just did, you're only able to walk away with 3 segments there if you are the Gorilla mates. So Miami have an easier approach here on their attack.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things that, again, it's just, that's one of those moments that kind of distinctively gives a difference between the great teams and the good teams. And
100%.
Yeah, looking back at it, it is just 3 ticks. They didn't get that first tick at A. So, tough scenes. Miami trying to set up something over towards B, but the first 2 kills for LAG will stop that in its tracks. Metals able to at least respond and maybe even just win it out outright himself, but not going to happen. Super last one left alive. Miami spawning towards B2.
Yeah, now they got an OE through Rock's side. Super knows that he's going to be surrounded. Can't win the one-on-one versus Looners. And now you're just hoping that your teammates can hold down this Rock pressure. Allow your teammates off the respawn to get on. Now, good finesse there out of Metals to wait for the teammates to get back into the play. But 45 seconds to go. Miami, we need some segments.
Yeah, we do. I won't say they're being too cute with this. They're still working for hallway control. Little peek out from Johnny. Gets the first and the second. Metals couldn't get the regen off. Real left to kind of display his life over towards bottom bar. Super, that's good help. You can actually have to take the mantle and just move over towards B, but Super falls before Fellow maybe missed out on an opportunity. So just down to Real. 26 seconds on the clock. Real's got to play his life. His help is trying to get here, but being held back.
Yeah, he just got to keep on finessing. Your teammate got to watch over you. Rencore, unfortunately, doesn't find that kill on Johnny. Boy takes down Real, so it's still going to be contested here at the B point. Kismet with the movement and able to secure the one-on-one. And now Lunar's potentially creating an extra layer through the spawn. Only 10 seconds to go. Miami last push over towards B.
Yeah, and it's being all shut down. Rencore finding one, trying to get over to stop the clock at A. Not going to happen. So as much as there was like a little bit of a scam there for LAG on the offense, they step back up and kind of give Lunars the respect that he needed after his individual play that he made of the offense to stonewall Miami completely on this defense.
Yeah, that's what they do. On the defensive side, they are able to fill the gaps properly. Individuals are able to have big-time moments, multi-kill after multi-kill. Just never allowing Miami to fully set up on one of these pushes over towards a point. They were always scattered. Just like 2 guys off respawn, 2 guys in office. The guy in office goes into a gunfight. He loses it initially, and the players off the respawn have to take their time because you know that there's players in your spawn. So it's just a tough round there for Miami, not fully getting in sync. And now that you're down by 3 segments, you're looking for a shutout here.
Yep. Kind of have to have it. I mean, you don't have to, but it would be nice to kind of reset the tempo and just touch. Stun will land. Kismet trying to work on this with Johnny, and that, what? Yeah, even Metals is just standing there like, did you guys really just lose that outright? I was hit by the stun and stunned, and then you still didn't find a kill. Crazy scenes. And now Miami start to make their play forward. Defense scaling across the map.
Yeah, perfect break. Go 3 for 4, or 1 for 4 in the initial gunfights, and now it's already been 35 seconds wiped off the game clock, and LAG is still wasting time working out of your spawn. Metals, big gunfight there versus Kismet. Super off the flank, finds a second one in air, just keeping LAG stagnant off the respawn. This is not fun.
Yeah, this is a stagger after stagger. Rencore, spiral, that works. Yeah, this is not fun if you're LAG. 6 life deficit. And I think the thing is, you just got to get together and kind of clear this out as a squad. Finally, they get Rencore out of position. Real going to try to pick up the baton and make a play off the other pinch.
Oh my God.
Super doing the same thing, and that's just an absolute laser beam from Real. And yeah, LAG are not getting out of spawn here. Real for the easy follow-up on the Lunars. More from the front door, runs out of ammunition, but Metals is there to pick it up. And you want to talk about a perfect defense, you just got one if you're Miami.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. 25v13, still got everyone roaming in their spawn. Player's gonna end a little bit on a streak. Rencore on 3, Super on 2, but you needed a shutout round to give yourself a better chance here. Potentially close out this map, and yeah, just all smiles there because that one was way too easy there for Miami.
Yeah. I mean, the opening breakoff just turns into this passing of the baton between Rencore and I think it was Metals on the other side initially. But then when both SMGs get forward and the ARs are locking down their backside and look the long lanes, it's impossible. I mean, you had players literally watching LAG spawn up and then taking shots at them. Crazy scenes. But
it's also too, Alan, like with the ARs as well, even though they're watching their lanes, they're still getting aggressive on those lanes as well. If you're expecting just Metals and Real to work pinches, no, Super's already flanking through your P2 side door and shooting you in the back. So Miami just consistently staying active in their respawns. Looking to stay active here on their attack, but already off the break off, 2 kills going in favor of LAG. Now they're looking for a shutout again.
Yep, you got a well push up from Kismet. Johnny watching the fireplace howl away while the rest of LAG are just making sure nobody pushes over through Rock Hall. Kills are decent though here for Miami. 3 members still pushing forward. Fellow's the only one in their way, and Metals just gets like a stray bullet to connect. That makes life a little bit easier for Rencore, and now the clock is paused at 58 seconds with Miami just using Real to kind of play a bit of a, spawn killer. Turned around though, Fellow pops up from behind, leaving Metals by himself, and as he drops, LAG will continue to storm forward, not giving away a single tick yet.
Yeah, missed time that pinch right there out of Real. They made a big time play there for some segments at that B point, but Kismet on the other end, he was being the nuisance behind enemy lines, and he was able to secure a bunch of one-on-ones, not really allow Miami to put all of their focus off the players coming off the respawn, because he was just playing his life so well. So first segment still being worked on at A. It already gets cleared on out. Metal's trying to make something happen over at the B point, but he's going to be surrounded. You don't have the numbers.
Yeah, Metals, though, does get a little bit of vacancy here at connector. Nade will tag him. He backs away. LAG still trying to force this double team out. This is good damage here for Metals, but he's getting pinched up by Kismet. Rencore and Super, though, provide the kills they need to keep this play alive on the A zone. They're not going to finish the second tick. Instead, they're going to rotate over and try to get B done. So one tick done at A. First tick at B looking likely. Real up top at office only finding one. And that means that this play at B has to find success if you're Miami.
You need to win some one-on-ones. Rencore able to at least win the first. Gonna get shot over the top. Metals trying to play for the trade, but Lunars with the movement is already finessed his way back to his teammates back into play. 24 seconds. Real putting the game clock at a pause here at the A point, but all of Miami coming off the respawn. And all if you're LG, just win on one-on-one.
Yep. That's all you have to do, but maybe easier said than done. Lunars off the pinch, still getting lost. The Rencore with the shutdown has to make the play forward. Fellow would be in his way, and instead of going over to B, it'll be Miami trying to survive on the A point. Second tick at A does get locked. Is there anyone else who can possibly touch? Super goes for it, but is shut down. Metals over the top, finds elimination onto Johnny, but can't touch. So we'll go to a round 5, but that's 3 ticks secured by Miami.
I just think that Miami, the way that they were able to outslay in that one defensive round, scoreboard is broken. I was trying to tally up the kills. I think that they should be the team on defense just by capitalizing on that final segment at that A point. Big plays initially out of the SMGs to create space. You needed to earn yourself a couple segments. But if you got that third one locked in, they should be the defensive squad on round 5.
Yeah, that round 3 defense was so dominant. I would be led to believe the same thing that you do, Jay, that it should be Miami on the defense, but yep, sure is. All right. Got to find a way to make it happen here for your LAG. Again, it feels like a huge missed opportunity in round number 1. Can you successfully find some sort of a break off to get your offense going? Because last time around, they just didn't win any gunfights. And Miami was instantly spawn trapping you. This time, much better, as they're going to get early Fellow on to B. Lunars helping him out over the top.
There you go, 3-2 on the trades. First segment at B should basically be guaranteed, but it's still only a solo capture. So Miami are going to have the numbers to try to reinforce their way back on. Then Luna's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, and everyone falls at that B point. So now Miami can get aggressive. Rencore gets the better of Johnny, and now you know, if you're Metals, they're all going to be on me. Someone come help.
Yep. Yeah, that's just another one of those moments for LAG. It's just like you at least evenly out-trade the break off to get on to B, but where's our follow-up? Like, what is our protocol after that in the mid-round? Because we can't be letting Miami just walk in and contest our solo capture on towards B with no help whatsoever. 23 plays 21. LAG. Oh, boy. Back to within the realm of spawn trap territory, but a breakthrough does start to come out. Rencore, this would be a big one if he could find a way to win it, and he does. So the last members for Los Angeles Girls are just on the point.
Yeah, now you're trapped. Already the first gunfight, the wall bang good enough for Metals to take care of Fellow. Now Lunar's last man standing. Can he have a big individual play again around this thin area? Unfortunately, timing is not going to be on his side. And with 20 seconds to go, you got to get past Rencore with the AR in hand. It's not really easy to take care of him, but the nade good enough to find the opening.
Super still in position. Metals also watching the cross through arches. But Kismet takes a different route away from both of them to keep the clock paused at 9.8. You need to find these kills, though, if you're LAG. Lunars for 1 trade. Metal still hanging. Kismet taken out of the zone. Clock continues to take it. The second kill is there for Miami. There's the third. And that will be likely the round unless Johnny can get onto A. No, not going to happen. Miami will take the control. And it's just, isn't that just the story of LAG, though? I mean, you've got a perfect opening break-off, it looked like, on the first offense. You know, Lunars is doing everything he possibly can, and we still just don't capture any ticks at all on the A zone after B had already been secured. Pretty big miss.
Yeah, that's definitely a big miss, man. You're gonna go back and watch that in the VOD session and like you're gonna see, wait, Lunas, you were doing all that? Someone just has to hop the point. At least give us some more time to work with, because we were up in live, so it's just not really the perfect game plan on the objective end, and allows Miami to capitalize on it. But Miami, they were one of those squads who found a lot of success on their offenses. They didn't show it. They were able to show a little bit of defensive destruction, especially on that one round where the break off goes perfect.
Oh, yeah.
You go 4 for 1. You got the SMGs roaming through the spawn. You got the ARs holding down the lanes and also timing their flanks beautifully. Just the team that outslayed there put themselves on the preferred side, and Miami were able to capitalize on that control. Hacienda is one that they want to desperately add into their map pool because Vault has been shaky as of recent. So just putting that one underneath the belt, you're going to be feeling good about it. You're up 2-1 in the series, going into another hard point where you currently are on a 3-loss streak, but that's only to Toronto and LAT. You should stand a pretty good chance versus LAT.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, definitely a strange control, but I think we're going to reflect on this, and I bet the boys in the flank are going to talk about that round 1 and their breakdown of this matchup. I would only figure. Just again, it's just, you know, newer team situations. I don't know. I don't want to like give them too much of a leash because it's been a full major that they've played together at this point now. The only difference is like in terms of a new team is concerned, like the only other team that's really kind of met the same types of resiliency in their schedule is Carolina. Like, if you're LAG, you played Carolina, Vancouver, Boston, Thieves, double dose of Toronto throughout Major 3. So it's just like, what do you do? Like, how do you really evaluate your squad when you're playing up against a bunch of teams that are red hot, especially in that major? Now you have a chance to play up against a Miami team that is just coming off of a high placing at the major itself. Still looking for an identity, though, I think, in terms of, are they actually a top 4 team? Yeah. The win versus Thieves would lead to believe that maybe so. But there's still these moments where like you look at this Miami team, it's like it's still not as good as you want it to be in control. They're still missing out on a couple of hard points. It's just their search and destroy that kind of bailed them out, especially versus the Thieves team yesterday.
Yeah, 100%, man. Their search and destroy has been the thing that's bailed them out of a lot of situations ever since the addition of Super. But when you watch them in Respawn, they've gotten a lot more consistent with Super because he's able to put up slaying. Like, it's as simple as that. When you're able to find your kills, set up the proper plays, or set up key team pushes off rotations, like that is going to be your key to success. And with this guy individually always putting up consistent numbers in the hard points, you're going to have a pretty good time here. You saw it in map number 1 at 1.5 is not good enough to secure the W. But Kismet was the playmaker. Like, he was hitting all the routes, finding opening doubles. And if you allow LAG to find breaks the way that they did when you were dominating off the rotations, you're never going to win hard points like that.
Yeah, that's very true. And just to kind of look at the track record here for Miami, we saw this map yesterday versus Thieves. It did not go very well for them. They were not winning any rotations really at all. But that's not just an isolated story. They played this map versus Toronto at the major and as well versus Thieves, and it didn't go very well for them there either. Now, in terms of like total reps, it's like the 3rd, 4th map in their pool. They're just a hard, we'll see what happens with Rewind, but you know, they really weren't, you know, a major protocol threat. So this feels like with Rewind now in the pool instead of protocol, you need to add something else into the map pool if you're Miami and you want to, again, be a solidified top 4 team in the game.
And this map is a big one because every time you square up against the likes of LAT, this is most likely going to end up in that series. They are a perfect 8-0 on that map. Yeah. It's going to be very tough to take them down on red card, but just prepare ourselves to have a better chance of contesting with them. It has to start with rotations. Obviously, you won a majority of them in map number 1, but you weren't able to set up proper holds. Like, setups were abysmal. The same thing happened yesterday on this red card versus LAT. You weren't running rotation, and when you did, you were instantly getting broken into. So Miami just have to be better on their setups here in this map 4.
Here we go. See if LIG can continue to impress us with how they were able to really kind of limit the damage, even on lost rotations. A couple of moments that you saw them, again, just kind of get into a hard point, fight for their lives, take away more time than you would have figured. And even on a couple of moments, I think especially like the P4s on Hacienda, they were good at kind of turning these 50-50 battles into, oh, now we've won a couple of key fights, we can turn the map into our favor. So the follow-up was really solid on Hacienda. The question will be asked if they can do the same thing here on red card. Very different style of hard point, to be sure.
Yeah, at least in the hard point, though, they show teamwork, and the search and destroy and the control is more about the individual play. So teamwork usually makes the dream work. You want to try to force this game number 5. Already action going down at this mid P1. Both squads are playing for the gunfights before they commit on the time, and Miami dominate the kill feed now. 4 for 1. Time to hop in the hill.
And you've also found Johnny trying to hit a route. Same could be said with Kismet right behind him. Huge shutdown for Real. And Miami are feeling very comfortable in the hill at the moment. Now it's just down to getting a read on where the next hit's coming from. Metals opens things up. Follow up good. Another 3 for 1 exchange, and Looters is nowhere to go. This has been a flawless start for Miami with a couple of the players still holding on to streaks.
Oh, and if you allow Metals to have a hot start to start this game and he continues on that hot streak, yeah, you're not going to have a fun time. He's the X factor for this Miami squad. When you talk about their HP game, if he can go off, you're going to stand a pretty good chance at winning the map. A 6-2 start. 25 seconds off of P1, and you're dominating the stage presence early on, but a big gunfight secured there from Johnny. Spawns are able to flip, and Miami playing from the back foot now.
Yeah, LAG just need to win this next set of gunfights, though. That's the problem, because you see this motion from Red Core and Super to the middle of the map. It's restricting LAG to have to play on stage or behind the goal, and now Spawns will move once again. Johnny, good first, almost takes down Super as well, but the shot's too crispy. And LAG will have to play from the backside Spawns. Getting some time for now, 23 seconds, next hit underway, but Super gets caught, and numbers are still here for LAG, at least initially. Break attempt from the front, start to generate some good progress, and that'll be enough to get Miami in.
Yeah, final 15 gonna go in favor of Miami. Rotation's gonna go in favor of Miami. If you're LAG, cool. Final 3 seconds, let's just die, because we're gonna spawn at that new HP. Kismet with the perfect game plan. Johnny with the perfect game plan. You laid off the rotation, but we're already here.
Rancor is going to be aware of this, though. Oh, gets away. Does he actually survive? No, not going to happen. Follow up from Fellow is good, leaving Metals to kind of work by himself through the bus. Good for 1, but nothing more. LAG still spawning in the backside of the hardpoint. Real's pinch is shut down, and now for Miami, this just has to be something from the front. Kismet's still worried about this topside staircase. Catches the first, does not expect the second. Timing good for Miami as they're at least able to neutralize the time.
And 30 seconds still to fight for here. If you're Miami, you want to stay out, push towards the front, trap them in towards the backside as long as you possibly can. But all of LAG rallying over through the street side. Everyone gonna be weak. Effective trades coming in from Miami, but the break is in for LAG. You're just not gonna be in a position that you want for that next HP.
Yeah, this next 10 seconds is critical as well in terms of LAG trying to get some momentum built. How do you exit from this over towards new? Miami doing a really nice job of just finessing these exits. Time is still good for the girls, mate, but nothing more. One spawn out, though. Keep your eye on Kismet. You can see Miami are trying to react to that, especially with Real spawning close, but Kismet still may find timing here.
No, 100%. Real knows that, all right, I spawned right there close to soccer. Someone's got to be working the pinch, but you check the angle, and Kismet to take the super long route to find an opening. Now LAG have the numbers for the break. You already have Lunas and Johnny combining over towards stage side, and Fellow contesting through soccer. Spawns flip, LAG have the lead. Now you just got to watch the cross.
Yeah, Kismet's got an AR to do just that. Up top. Stuns, nades, goes direction. Nice isolation. Rencourt takes advantage. Here comes the cadet up top on stage. Looter is trying to keep the gun up, but it's Fellow who covers him nicely from behind. Real Metal still trying to work their way in, but this has been really solid for LAG. Last 12 seconds looking good as well. And on top of that, just to kind of add a little bit of insult to injury, they're going to find some exit kills and start rotating over to new.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Now you sort of going to put yourself in a number situation off the rotation to new. You relate to the party, but you're already going to be in a position to contest it. Both the ARs find an opening. Fellow through mid-ticket looking for the trade onto Rencore, but he's prepared for the gunfight, and Miami able to hold on to the first wave.
Trophy system down. Kismet on the flank. Took him a second, but still found the kill he wanted. Super should be traded here at Escalators, but slips away. Real at ticket keeps the hard point open, and now Kismet's essentially on his own. Does well to catch the first, but nothing more. Miami now with numbers. Follow up from LAG, going to be happening from the B-bomb site, but yeah, Miami's got a really good lockdown on this.
I feel like that was one of those situations where if you're Kismet, it was cool to like create that extra layer there, but you're finding two initial kills. Your ARs are set up to watch over you. We could have been in a position to soak up a lot of time because we knew where the pressure was coming in, but you make it hectic, and the Heretics usually love that chaos. Basically a tie game at the end of this P5 with Real ripping out an extra AR to find a couple kills. As we go into our second set, Miami are thinking, wait, we've dominated a majority of these rotations. They just keep on getting a lucky spawn here and there to allow them back into this game.
Pinch shut down on the Lunars. You can still see Real worried about the flank, but this next hit's going to be all from the front, but Rencore His own flank up top has him looking down onto just about the entirety of that LAG break attempt. And the first 20 seconds are not just good for Miami. It's nearly perfect with a chance to try to push a little bit further out. Real, though, gets shut down, and the new battleground has been staged.
Yep, that's all about the stage fight. Kismet able to take care of Super. Rencor, you're the next man up. Absolutely rips Kismet off the top side of the head. And if you're feeling yourself, you're going to go for the Ego Chow on the fellow. But he's able to find a double. Get him off for the time for now. Hope the teammates can get back into the play so we can potentially walk away with this final 15. But Real making the heads up play. We want the stage spawn. Let me hit a little bit of a flank. The last player alive is going to be Lunars. You don't find the kill when still before that new hill pops, LAG have the spawns that they want.
Yeah, Super, though, over towards Globe, able to find Kismet in the old time. Hardpoint opens, Miami the first one's in. A split spawn situation here. Lunar's finding the first 2 kills. And now you've got Kismet working a bit of a pinch. And he's gonna find the opener. Really good stuff here from LAG, taking advantage of the off spawn. Now Miami are panicking a touch.
Okay, what's their route to work out of this trap? Find an opening over towards Sage. Great shots out of Super. Now we can drop in, potentially contest the hard point, but Kismet keeps his teammate alive. Just all about these fights in the middle of the map, and Fellow with the AR lines up a double. Still the spawns in favor of LAG, and Miami now with 20 seconds left. Someone's got to OE.
And it looks like they're all going to try to OE. You've got one member in what I believe is Rencor, who's trying to kind of finesse some of this time, but as they lose gunfights on rotation, LAG gonna have a chance to go scrap to initial from 2 to 3. Lunars just needs to stay in the hard point, and it looks like he's gonna do just that. Hard point will open up. LAG gonna be able to get a lead back here.
And you know exactly where the press is gonna be coming in, because none of Miami contested on the old time of P2, so they all have to be working around the back end. And if you're Lunars, you got to time this to perfection. You know you're going to be surrounded. You got an SMG in hand. You're at least able to find a double to alleviate some of that pressure. But Miami have the numbers. They find the break.
Yeah, all 4 members are here. Super stuns himself. Doesn't really get the bounce he was anticipating. Johnny for 1 up top on the staircase. It actually catches Super mid reload, and that's now 3 down immediately. So just as much as it looked like it was going to be a convincing setup for Miami, LAG able to break back through a full 4-man wipe, all of it coming flawlessly. And they can now grow on that lead with 20 seconds to the 5-4.
Yeah, Miami are trapped. They know they have to work their way out of this spawn. We don't want to be on the backside of this staircase when that P4 pops. So thankfully, a little route there out of Rencor allows his teammates to spawn over towards Ticket. You win the one-on-one. You technically have the rotation towards New, but you're going to be outnumbered. Someone needs to win a one-on-one.
Real wins a key 1 versus Kismet. LAG, wow, good clearance at mid. And they get the 1v1 win into Real on the backside. So now you've got LAG just trying to push out the member inside the hard point. It's Metals, last one left. A little bit of team damage, but it's inevitable. Metals will fall, and LAG will get their break. Johnny's on 1, 6 in a row. Snap up to Rencor will work out. 7 in a row for him. And a little bit more hard point time. He may get the Hellstorm to put this map out of reach.
Oh my God, Lunars is lining them up, peppering everyone across the map. The early break has led to a lot of successful time here at the stage hill. LAG, ever since the addition of Fellow and Johnny to this lineup, they have yet to force a game number 5. They breached that 200-point mark. Miami, no, we can't give up all this time for free, but we need time at new HP.
Yeah, Hellstorm gets earned, not just for Lunars, but Fellow soaking up the hill has gotten a second one. So you got to be thinking for LAG, you're setting up this move over towards Bleachers by using one of the 2 of those. 50-point game. Lunars, good timing on this route. We'll catch 1 for free. They don't know where exactly Super is, but Kismet able to sniff him out. That very well may be game right there. I mean, this is going to be so tough for Miami to work their way back in against 2 Hellstorms.
Oh, but Rencor finds a double. Rencor is able to find a triple. So if you're LAG, this is immediately time where someone on the respawn is investing one of those Hellstorms, but just going to rely on the gunny, trying to work their way out of this little bit of a trap that they got going on. Kismet is able to find 1. Lunar's effective on the trade, but it's still Miami holding potentially for the final 25.
Yeah, here's Fellow calling his in. Ordnance gets set out, clears off the hard point. Johnny gets another win on top of that. And Lunars, doesn't actually get the win under Rencor. Follow from Johnny, though, is good at the stairs. But that's only enough to keep the hard point open. Not enough to get LAG back on. Real's in a really good spot playing frontside staircase. Kismet, though, has seen it. Not enough to get the kill, but enough to at least have the awareness that there's trouble on the way, and then eventually snaps to find Real from behind.
Only need 40 points. If you're LAG, you look for a couple kills in sync. At least for now, you know you have ticket presence. Just gotta watch out from head side because Real's trying to take care of Kismet on towards the point. The air is able to keep him alive, and LG just need to continue on holding because they're slaying them to blitz.
Yeah, they're looking really solid right now over the top of P1. Lunars just making sure nobody hits over through tickets. I mean, no one's actually watching over his mid. Johnny for one, snaps over, looking for another, but trades are good for Miami. 175-230. This game's not done yet, but it is starting to get to that point where Miami need to put together a clean set of kills that they want to try to rotate, not just to get this last time on 1, but they need to get a good setup for 2 as well.
Yeah, it'd be cool to walk away with this final 10 seconds here at P1 because that basically guarantees that LG are going to spawn on the backside of that P2 and you can sort of have them trapped the way that you want. With a minute and 25 left to go on the game clock. LG only need 15 points. You already have a player playing the objective. Miami have the positions that they want. You just got to get in the hard point.
Yeah, good help. Real able to only find one inside the hard point. Over the top, Kismet shuts down Red Core, leaving Super as one of the last ones left. And as he drops, now it's just desperation time for Miami. LAG's hard point coming to play in this first matchup of their Major 4 qualifiers. A last slide in doesn't quite get there in time, and LAG take both hard points, getting us to 5.
That is unbelievable, man. For a squad who struggled so bad in HP. Obviously, you go to the Major, you get 3-0. You had no success all throughout stage 3 qualifiers and the Major. You go 1-8, but versus one of the top dogs, potentially one of the top 4 teams that we have in the league in Miami, who were able to show a lot of dominance yesterday in their hardpoint game versus the best hardpoint team in the game. They can't really figure it out today. Like, their setups are easily getting broken into. That has been a story so far, both these HPs. The way that LAG are setting up these breaks. Like, when you're starting off the game, Miami are thinking, okay, we're finding all the kills at the end of P2. We know that if we kill them in the final 5 seconds, they're going to spawn in the back already in a position to contest us. But with LAG realizing that, they're just like, okay, I'll die in the final 5 seconds, so I'll put myself in a better position instead of running all the way across the map. And they always make those gunfights count. That's the biggest thing, man, because it's just unbelievable. Like, with a squad who doesn't really have any teamwork in the search and destroy and in the control, their hard points, and the way that they're able to set up on some of these breaks is insane. We're going to a game 5, which I had no clue that we were going to be in this position.
I'm telling you, man, it's just Miami feels like one of those teams that's subject to a loss versus a squad like an LAG or like a Cloud9 or something like that. It's just some days they come out and they just don't have it all locked up. Now, to be fair, both hardpoints have been competitive, but LAG have just looked a little bit better. So we'll see what happens as we look back on this back and forth affair between Hacienda and Red Card. We'll finish it off with Hasi on the Search and Destroy for map number 5. Welcome to Sunday. Be right back.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Impossible situation.
They've done it. They've done it. The first points of the season for the Vegas Falcons.
Series win.
Texted us
Vindication.
We got effects and everything. We got effects and everything.
This
guy Alex, unbelievable. He is a
first series win for the Vegas Falcons. Vindication. For all 4 of those
I can't believe it. Oh my God.
Unloved champions across the board. They have only done it.
They watched us play Search like that? Oh my God, they're shit.
I got it so bad.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh,
that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah.
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
I can't do anything. These 2 hills right here, these 2 hills,
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's one hallway,
Oh!
No way, this guy.
Damn.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a good one. Didn't expect that. I think a lot of us out here were thinking that Miami, after their win yesterday, would come out and just wipe the floor with LAG, but these boys got some battle, Jay. We're going to 5. It's Hacienda. Talk to me.
It's just something in the air so far throughout this weekend. A weekend full of upsets. But to talk about the map 5 between both of these squads, so far on the season, LAG are sitting at 1-5. Dead last. No ice in their veins. Miami, on the other hand, are basically 50-50 in their game 5s. But this is a majority of the season. This is not on the new rosters. LAG with this new squad have yet to go to a game 5 in this series, so I have no idea what their ice is going to look like. But just to talk about their search and destroy of what they showed in map number 2 is that they just got outclassed on the gameplay. Miami kept them on their toes. They showed a little presence here on one side, and then they got a flank on the other end, and then just consistently hitting the audible on all those play calls. Just never really allowed LAG to get a full read of what they were throwing at them.
Yeah.
And you just can't allow Miami to dictate that same way. Like, Real and Meadows can't be the enforcers here on map 5.
No, that's absolutely true. And again, like, the red card is going to feel very different than what we have here at this Hacienda. I don't anticipate that Miami is going to run as recklessly. Reckless isn't the right word. They're not going to run as deeply, I think, with their defensive tempo that we saw on red card. But we have seen a number of moments where Miami have kind of flipped the script and kind of thrown a curveball in the search and destroys. I think especially early, like we even saw a little bit of that like versus LA Thieves, where it's just like they're doing stuff that just you would not expect. So could be an opportunity for them to kind of keep an edge there as we're about ready to go in, I think, to map number 5. I haven't seen that screen, so small little pause. Any other stats kind of stand out to you, Jay, though, before we jump to map 5?
Well, you better be able to handle super. That guy in map 5 is unbelievable. You saw that stat before they changed it. He's sitting at like a 1.5, a 1.6 in the icy moments of the game 5. Has a lot of clutches underneath his belt. Never shies away from the moment. Even versus some of the best teams in the game, he is still overwhelming in that game mode. And if he continues to just be that deciding factor where he's finding first blood, setting up his SMGs to take space on the opposite side, it's going to be a lot to handle because Super Duper is looking like he's got superpowers sometimes in these map 5s.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, he has just been so solid all the way throughout really every single mode for this Miami team, which is, you know, again, like one of those situations, just to kind of speak to it a little bit, like, you know, you go all the way back to Black Ops 4, the last time that Heretics was an organization kind of in Call of Duty, and they had that year that was sometimes good, sometimes bad. Super wasn't a part of that team. He was actually still playing in what was like the open bracket at that time with teams like Giants and stuff. And then you get into like this long haul through challengers where every single year that we would do like a top challengers players list at the end of the year, he always found himself as one of the top slaying SMGs in the mix, especially out of Europe. But it just never came to a point where he was getting an opportunity to be flown in and get a visa with any of their teams. So right time, right place here, this Miami Heretics team, as they look to try to close off another map 5 here this weekend to start off their split 2-0 would be big.
And trying to be icy again in search and destroy, this time doing it in the Neslo fashion. Definitely was not expecting to be in this situation with how their hardpoint looked yesterday versus the Thieves, but we're here. We got to be able to handle this. Map number 5 on Hacienda. Here we go.
It's going to be Miami Quick gut check play over towards B. All 4 members going to flood this. Kismet's going for a water route, so Johnny's just going to be playing from behind this site. Oh, does that stun actually hit anyone? I don't know if it does. Maybe to split the difference. Here's the push out. And they will find Johnny. Kismet also seen. Yep, Miami, quick aggression going to work out here. 4v2 for the post plant.
And this is what the Heretics do. For some reason, when they're working this objective over towards the B site, they love to plant it on office side and immediately take that space away. Don't give the defensive squad any opportunities. You saw the way that Johnny and Kismet were trying to work in sync. Johnny was just playing possum. He was just allowing them to throw all the stuns, everything they wanted over towards B, to try to create an opening there for Kismet. Once they find that first kill, already take space at office, everyone now gets a heads up. They have to be working the pinch to catch Kismet on the water route that cost you there in the hard point. A clean first round there from Miami with the aggression. Again, leads to 1-0.
And again, important to note that it's not just aggression, it's also their ability to scale deeper through that post plant and also be immediately aware of when those flank timings could come through. Absolutely perfect. Stuns out towards Fireplace Hall. Redcore for first blood though. That's across the windows and through the blinders, I believe, on the Lunars. Riel also watching for the jump out. He'll find one before dropping. Fellow traded. And it's now just down to Johnny. Doable though, 1v2, but no bomb.
Yeah, he's got this in his bag though. Like, this is why you pick up this young man in Search and Destroy to make plays like this. Redcore with the slow peek. Thankfully, he has the AR. And he's able to gun Johnny to shreds. That's just one of those situations where, like, if you're an SMG player, you know that they're going to turn that corner. But just being prone in this angle when Redcore is preempting it, a couple shots able to connect right on the dome piece makes it easier on the approach. And Miami quickly up 2-0.
Good stuff. And again, it's just another moment where you get someone through the play for LAG. Yeah, the first blood helps, but Rial's the one that I really look at to say he's the one who really stops that play for LAG. Him sitting up towards that top well archway, finding a kill with a jump out is so massive towards Miami, knowing what this setup's going to look like. And now double trophies may not be needed, but still down regardless. And it's a quick 4-man hit to A. No one home. Thanks for the free plant.
Yep, and we're going to push through to your spawn, so you can work the pitch as long as you want. We already have space on your side. Thankfully, Lunas is able to find one. Super trying to play for the trade. Will potentially set up Rial for a free double. Everyone is weak. Rial keeps on sliding, but it's a 2v2.
Metal still playing over at connector. Super rotating back to try to help him with that window play. Long drop for Kismet through well. Seen by Super. That is so much information. Now they're going to reset their post plant. Make sure nobody is pinching. You stun check it. It lands. Oh, gosh. And now you've got Metals in a perfect spot behind this play. He catches his first one. Fellow now in the 1v1, and there's just nowhere to go. That is so good for Miami. Again, so good.
Just reading early on into the round. Okay, there's no presence over towards A. Let's see if they get the bomb down, take space on their side, and then once all the chaos settles in the top side of office, it's a 2v2. You got Super Duper making super plays. Like, he just throws an extremely good shoulder on the backside of Arch, gains the info onto Kismet, does not commit on the gunfight, just allows that game clock to keep on ticking down and force Kismet to try to make a play there. Just heads up play from Miami, playing with the information gained. They're able to go up 3-0.
What a start for the Heretics. LAG trying something different. Redcore up top. He's seen that there's a couple of members who played through Fountain. What do you do with the 3 members for Miami defensively that are at B? And they're going to go for the long rewrap. And look what Rencore's doing. He's just going to play anchor all the way back in their spawn and let this flank do the work for him.
Oh, yeah, he's a safety net. Okay, Rencore, you're playing for the info. If they push through our spawns, a couple free use for you. Just a lot of teammates to get themselves into the play as they are going to be instantly on the flank route. At this speed point, you're going to fly on in, force a team kill, walk away with the numbers, sounding it out.
And the bomb hasn't been planted yet either, Jay. This is just the worst news right now for LAG because here comes Rencore. Although, Lunars able to actually feel that one out, find the kill. We go 2v2. And there will be enough time and space for Lunars to get this plant off. Johnny tagged. Oh, big win for Rial. Now it's just down to Lunars 1v2.
You're the rookie on the other end. Look at floor clutch moment, makes it a 1-on-1.
Oh, the opening shots are good, but Rial a little bit too clean with the SMG. Will keep his streak alive, and most importantly, Miami will be up 4-0.
These are just unreadable. I'm telling you, Alan, like, if you're spawning in your LAG, you're like, okay, we took mid-map. We showed some presence here at this A site. and they have yet to show us anything. And by the time they show us, they're already in the play to affect us on our game plan. Rencore backs up to the spawn. No one pushes through. Everybody else works the pitch over through well side. You force a team kill. You're able to also win on one-on-one and walk away with the numbers. And I thought Rencore, at least when it was a 3v2, plays that a little bit too quick, but thankfully Real's able to clutch up for Miami.
And now their first look, trying to play something over towards Fountainside. That nade does not really get there for Real. This is a bold opportunity, and are you kidding? With the pistol, Real takes care of 2. Lunars did open with the first double, though. So it's an early 2v2, but again, look at the space, and Rencore immediately knows he can plant.
You're going to plan it for office as well, and if you're LAG, you're not expecting them to plant on this angle.
Oh, gosh.
But initially, they're already clearing out this space. Now they just want to hold down this position, but Real predicts perfectly. 2v1 now left up to Kismet.
Yeah, and this is such a difficult decision for Kismet. Timing here is decent. Should catch one, and does. But now is the big problem. Where has Rencore gone? And the last place he may expect him is all the way back through Flowers. And Rencore is just going to sit there and say, I know where you're at. I know what timings I have to play with. And if you don't jump out this window in the next 3 seconds, I've got the angle to play from the low ground on this plant. And that's just a huge heads up play again. Miami's going to go up 5-0 in map 5.
And it's just like the plant spot. It's just too much there for LAG to handle, because once they turn that corner from their spawn and say, wait, he planted it for our side, they're thinking a step ahead that someone's going to put themselves in a position towards office to play the clutch. But then when you're trying to clear out that space with no information, not checking the right corners, Johnny falls. Kismet there to make it a one-on-one, but Rencore, 20 seconds left. I spot him working his way towards top office. It takes about 7 seconds to defuse. It's also another 5 seconds before we even get towards the bomb site, because he doesn't jump out the window. But Heretics now at game point, looking for the flawless 6-0.
Another moment where, oh gosh, you look at LAG and it's just nothing has worked for you. Nade stuns coming through. LAG trying to make a play over towards the B site. Kismet on a water route towards Boathouse, but not enough help here initially for Fellow to feel committed to the plant. But now Kismet tucked in a corner by Tree will allow the plant to go through, but they find an isolated pick onto Johnny. Now it's a 4v2.
Yeah, 2v4. If you're Miami, everybody just fly out and out, play a trade. You're going to clear out all already at Rock. Realize it's not a single player from this position, and they're going to wait for a kill before someone commits on the defuse.
Oh, now they know where Kismet is. Should be an easy peek out, and there it is. Perfect. Absolutely perfect for Miami, man. And again, you know, you just look at how this team has progressed over the course of this year. Control still, you know, a little bit here or there. But remember back after, like, stage 1, we were talking about how this team needed to improve in search and destroy? Didn't really happen all that much in stage 2, but you bring in Super, and he's just completely changed the dynamic of this squad. Since he's joined the roster, they're what, 11-3, make it now 12-13-3 with Super on the roster. Is that accurate? Might be.
Yeah, I think 12-3 is 100% accurate. Even though a bunch of their search and destroys have been going to like round 10s, round 11s, when they have blowoffs, they show. And both these S&Ds were not even close from start to finish. First one was a 6-2. The final one is a 6-0. It's just like Miami have way too much strategies in their S&D. You got players who are tremendously great at finding first bloods. Every single player is capable of doing it. And then they also have that clutch factor, that next play in the back of their minds at all times. Like, it's not just because Rencore is finding first bloods aggressively through one round. No, this time I'll keep my spawn. I will allow my teammates to make the plays. And when you have everyone who's comfortable in every single role in this mode, it makes your S&D shine brighter than anything else.
Tight series overall when it comes to map count, but a map 5 that has Miami feeling good, starting their qualifying runoff 2-0 as we head back to the desk.
Rip LAG.
Bro, Jay, these guys got to fight back.
What?
They're literally playing on their, like, I think of it like a boxer, bro. He's on the ropes. You're getting absolutely cooked the entire time.
Oh my God.
Try to make a play. Like, push out. There are a couple rounds where Lunars would get a kill, make a play up top, apply some pressure. And then, like, I want to see Johnny and Kiz then take the space and, like, win a 2v2, like, make a good situation out of a bad. I mean, LAG just kind of rolled over in the game 5.
12-2 in the search and destroys. They rolled over in both searches.
Yeah.
Well done by LAG to steal Hardpoint after falling in that game 3 control. More than just Hacienda is now in their repertoire, but the dubs aren't coming now.
All right. right, well, can we get some positivity in here? Lucas went 31-15, trying to solidify a spot in that map number 4. It was a good map outside of LAG.
Queenex dropped 17 kills for the L in Search and Destroy to lead the league in that department. Let's take a look here at some of the highlights from game number 5.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter how much an individual does, this is a team game, and when it comes to Search and Destroy, it's a team effort for Miami.
This was a very, very frustrating watch. I mean, they're just letting Miami run rampant everywhere they want. I mean, even in rounds where LAG get bombed down, like we're just camping a corner the entire time. You've watched Miami play. They are taking space, clearing everything. If there's one, there's probably another. And this specific round right here, like Real finds 2, nobody's looking at mid, and then LAG just like, play too slow, like let's go get information. That being said, it's a testament to how hard it is to track the players on the Heretics. They're just so good at the game mode.
Look at Johnny, he doesn't even have his own jersey yet. They're making him play in a Skies jersey. I'm not giving you my best. Come on, man.
These guys are scrimming, watching bottom, practicing. I don't.
LAG, go enjoy your nap. For now, though, we start the fiesta with Real. Welcome in, my friend. Congratulations with another win. You guys go to a game 5, you beat LA Thieves, but now you go to a game 5 against LAG. What is it about the West Coast squads giving you trouble?
Honestly, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I guess they are just better.
The 3-0, the 3.0, the 9 kills in the game 5, though, you made up for it, Real. Well done.
Yeah, the Search and Destroys were unreal from the side of Miami Heretics, but this is 2 days now where Hardpoint is looking a little bit wonky. Is there any reason you guys have pinpointed why you've been struggling in that game mode?
Honestly, I actually don't know why we're struggling. I guess we haven't been playing how we should be playing. Like, we have not been, I don't know how to say it. Like, we have not been following the plan, the game plan that we have, and I think that's what's happening right now.
Got it.
We should be fine for next week, so.
Real, you've now made a couple of Sundays, and you guys have looked good so far on land this season. What's the most valuable lesson you've learned from the Sundays so far?
Valuable lesson, I would say the confidence. Just whenever we get on a Sunday, I mean, just from the beginning of the major, just like play with confidence. That's what I learned from that.
Absolutely.
Real, I've had so much fun watching you, but what is it like playing on this Heretics team? Every time we go to your cameras, it seems like the vibes are high in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing, bro. We're just a group of friends having fun, like laughing with each other and just enjoying the moment. You know what I mean?
Well, you guys got a lot to enjoy after a fantastic opening week here to Major 4. Best of luck next week. We'll see you in action.
Thank you so much.
That is Real, and Miami is done for the week, but we still have 4 more teams in action today. Cloud9, Ultra coming up next. You excited for this one?
I am excited for this one. I want to see how Cloud9 continues and see if this is peaks and valleys for them or if they're finally hitting a little bit of a stride with these new roster changes going up against a powerhouse in Toronto Ultra.
It is a week of upsets. We almost got another one. Will Cloud9 be able to keep the records rolling? Stay tuned. It's the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
From the land of kings and queens to the home field in Toronto, here's a look at the opening pitch by Insight yesterday. Right over the plate.
Yard.
A little high, but my man got it there.
I'm taking that yard. I'm talking 400, 110 exit velo. See ya.
Well done, Insight, getting it done on Minecraft Day up in Toronto. Unfortunately, they got beat by Cleveland, which is where we're from, Ohio.
Okay.
Well done. Let's take a look, though, at our teams today because New York is in action against Toronto. Toronto, the clear favorite, though, right?
Yes, 100%. But there's some lore here, Ali. C9 have had great success against Toronto on the year, 2-0, and large in part due to Sib. He's been unbelievable in the Hardpoint.
Let's start with this Toronto squad, though, because you had a fill-in with less than 48 hours. Mercules fills in at Major 3. He gets you another top 4 finish. It's back-to-back bronze for the boys up north. Now Toronto taking on Cloud9, who is desperate for CDL points. They are in that 9th place, chasing Optic outside of champs right now. They need to clutch up here in our qualifiers.
Absolutely. A loss here would just be kind of unacceptable for what Toronto Ultra is reaching for, right? Because they've become an unreal hardpoint team right now, especially in control as well. They are top 4 in that game mode. And when it comes to search and destroy, you have the likes of Insight and Joe Deceives on your team, one of the clutchest players in the league in Insight. And Joe Deceives has been putting them on the backpack and search and destroy all season long. So for Toronto Ultra, they're looking to contend for championships right now. A loss to Cloud9 right now would be absolutely unacceptable.
Not Joey D's best matchup, though, right?
That's what I was going to say. He's got 0.4 in S&D up against
Insane.
C9, right?
Wow.
So he's been getting cooked in Search and Destroy up against them. But yes, the Search and Destroy has actually been the pain point for the Toronto Ultra recently and has to be the primary focus in this split if they're to win a chip.
Who is shutting down Joe Deceives today? Well, you got some fresh faces on Cloud9 New York, and they include a tournament champ and Spark. as well as Capsule, who really made his impact felt in S&D.
Yeah, we got a little sneak peek into it yesterday, right, when they go up against Vegas Falcons, and it was a swift 3-0. A little bit reminiscent to the Cloud9 that was beating everybody below them around, I believe it was Major 2 qualifiers. And when you look into it, so they drop Montage, who has a 0.85 right now with a 0.62 in Search and Destroy. And then you move forward and they drop Mac, who has a 0.7 overall with a 0.7 in Search and Destroy. So they bring in Capsule Spark, obviously, to overhaul that S&D gameplay. When you're in a situation like Cloud9, you just need to kind of decide and full force into a game mode to try and create a lockup in some of these series, and it seems it might be in Search.
Yeah, I'm glad that they made a roster that has an identity, first and foremost, right? Because it's going to be really difficult to consistently beat the top teams in Hardpoint at this point. We have world-class Hardpoint teams, so it's like, all right, let's focus our roster around the Search and Destroy, and so far, so good. But when you look at the makeup of the team, it does make sense there, and, you know, for them going up against Toronto, I believe that that's their path towards success, is trying to win Game 2, Game 5, and just have some ice.
Allie, what is really going to inspire both of these teams in this matchup? Because we know what's on the line for Cloud9, but Toronto, are they really having anything to play for here?
Toronto's having to play for championships, right? Like, for them, they can't get complacent right now, and Beans had a pretty slow start in their series yesterday, so definitely some fire under him right now. Not really to solidify his spot on the roster, that's not really a conversation, but just because we now have seen the peak of Toronto Ultra so far, they should only be getting better from here.
It's our mustache matchup, I was just told by production. Great call out, Insight versus Spark, battle of the upper lip hair.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like, just from the visual, Spark's winning. I mean, that's a thick mustache, right? And yeah, to what Allie was talking about, like, you know, Toronto 3-7, their last 10 searches, man. Like, you're just not going to win a tournament. Dead last in opening duels, like, that has to be better. We're talking the last 30 days. But they have a tall task ahead of them going up against this Cloud9 team. They look clean. The dynamic between Cap and Kremp kind of running around together, just pulling so much attention. And then Sibs coming off a great split in that game mode as well. Like, this Cloud9 team does have the makings to be a solid roster.
Sib is your all-star. That is your man Drift Out, looking to carry the team. He has shut down Joe Deceives, the star SMG on the other side. Can he keep it going across Vault, Hacienda, Vault, Hacienda? Once again, our teams don't like to play more than 3 maps.
Look at the spread out. I don't hate it for Cloud9 at all. They are 6-3 on that Hacienda Search and Destroy. They pulled that from map number 2. Rewind, since they have overall half the roster, I'd like to think with the addition of Capsule and Spark, they get better at that map and game mode specifically. So should we go the distance? I'm favoring Cloud9.
We're not going the distance.
Okay.
Do you know why, Al?
Why?
Cloud9's getting it done it for. Oh. You ready for your scuff pick'ems?
That's a hot take.
That's a hot take. I kind of like that. Yeah, I'm ready for scuff pick'ems.
Yeah, I'll go Toronto Ultra.
Absolutely.
He just said Cloud9's going to get done in 4, and then he picks unbelievable. That's my host, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going for Toronto Ultra in this series as well.
Seeing if you'd follow the bait. It's happened before. Nameless?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Toronto.
Fans, let's be wrong again. We were close last time. Could have happened. We got Miles and Chance.
You were just
on a
right.
Fantastic Sunday. We got one right. We're going to make it 2.
Look at game 5, though.
This is dub.
Hello, Chance. How are you doing, mate? Ready for a killer series? We'll see if the honeymoon period continues or if it's going to be a violent murder scenario, White Lotus style, for this honeymoon squad. Or did Toronto just walk away with a sweet dub and no one has to die?
We're bringing out some energy, man. I don't know. Someone might have to die in the series, and it might be C9's hope and dreams. This is the type of series where if they like pull off this win, then like the champs race, we can really start taking it seriously for this team. Major problem though for Cloud9. Their split is insane. They're literally playing like the top 4 teams in order. They go from Toronto to Atlanta to LAT, and then Miami Heretics is gonna like be their next easiest matchup, like maybe, and they just beat LAT. So I don't know. It's bad. But if you get this win, there's the hope and the potential in C9. They handled the sort of chaotic gameplay coming in from the Falcons. Toronto is as organized as they come. So they'll be able to sort of test their limits in 2 different capacities. And if you pass the test, oh baby, we got ourselves a team.
Well, it's a tough test to pass. Another test, though, I would like to bring up is the brand awareness that C9 New York have got. They've got rid of the red cups. They have a nice blue cup to match nearly everything about the brand right now. A little bit of blue, though, as well in the score department. I mean, aside from a crazy upset last time we saw them play, they've been a little down, a little bit sad. C9, we welcomed you back into the league with open arms and a big fat kiss on your cheek. But now we need to see you pull out the goods. Let's get it, boys and girls, into map number 1.
And I saw Sib stats, the 1.45 in SD, the 1.36 there in Hardpoint. But honestly, the graphic looked the most impressive out of all of them. That was clean. Either way, Jodeci's gameplay always clean. Should be traded out. And there you go. 4-man wipe in the feed for C9. They win the opener. See if they can keep it going.
Counterattack. Instant hit from Ultra. Crazy fight. It was the left-hand side of the minimap. That was going to be Capsule pushing up way aggressive. And more aggression here. Last man left alive here on time is going to be Krem. Reinforcements. Oh, no, it's a 2PC for Krem. He holds position. Now Beans has got to make his way forward again. Submachine guns for days right now for Ultra. That's always the plan when it comes to P1 for them. One of the pioneers of the all Jackal play. It's worked out for now, but what a battle to start things off.
Yeah, and Spart having a hot one as well. I think C9 yesterday when we saw him on the P1s, honestly, pretty good at locking it down. And granted there, it's not like they get a substantial amount of time, but they do have the rotation to do. And Capsule can be the late man to the show and get a couple freebies. So if his teammates win the gunfight's over towards time, it's a good situation. Fortunately, a couple trades are rolling through and Kleenex last man standing, and that ends up giving Toronto the spawn. So it is going to be a mix fest on this time.
Oh, but you got Beans in the back. Frontline hit, not working out so far. Capsule's going to put himself out of position, but is it going to matter? Nearly not. Sip finds 2 there. So Ultra in the back line. They're going to make their way through this one and arguably cut through this hard point like Anakin through the younglings. But for now, not a whole lot going on. Chance Ultra with some time. A couple of good kills going the way, but Capsule still in this fight.
I mean, typically I like to make references with you. Today's not that day for me, but
Today, not that
you
day.
have fun. I hope you enjoy yourself. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute show. I'm just going to be here for the COD. Where on the P2, a little bit of a mix fest does deliver, and as the P1 goes, effectively tied up after each delivery of time. C9 though, long term, they have the full setup over towards new. They even hunt down Beans, get the outer palms control. Sib in time, you get top art, and you got Spart just roaming around slaying. So a gorgeous 3-3 setup for the moment. You just can't let anybody on Toronto through, and frankly for Spart, that was a gift of a spawn.
Well, fantastic. Top left, he has been blessed with a high midichlorian count there. Can we keep this run going? Capsule, we're keeping the run going for the boys right now at 10 and 4. Not a tremendous amount of hardpoint time to his name in 20 odd seconds, but actually it's the most in his team. What am I saying? Absolute kapalapa ding dong. Let's keep this one rolling, C9. Get them kills. Spart with a power position, not giving it up since he spawned up Chance, and Ultra, their first attempt to trying to get the flip, not happening.
Yeah, and so long as Ultra is not collecting any time on P3, you have C9 that's just going to be happy towards the end. But 2 in the feed there, and 15 seconds worth fighting for. Ultra, honestly happy to get it, so you might have a very small lead going into new, but they don't have the spawns. The minimap, though, looks like absolute hell. Don't know who's going to come out on top. I think the C9 player should spawn on the left side of the minimap, and, well, both do. So, again, very tight-knit game. After 3 hills, here comes the money.
And this is potential cash. Up close and personal now. The last 2 remaining members of Ultra, they're going to be on the outside of the point. Now there's only 1 left on the inside Kleenex, but surely, yeah, not going to be alive for much longer. C9, New York. This honeymoon is not bad at all. This is a nice lead developing on a money hill.
Yeah, take a look at it. Tawai, Capsule 15 and 7. So he's been feasting in the slaying category, but most important hill to actually get the kills on and sit him up top on a little 2 spree. Thought it was good coverage. Jodeci fries him. I think he had help in the gunfight. And now you see Krem feeling the pressure on the time in Toronto without the spawns. Well, they back him down just for a few moments, but simply not enough. Ultimately, phenomenal hold there from Cloud9 New York. The P4 they convert to a money hill in like a tied up game, Miles, through 3 hills. Now they strike on the final one, and they got a 50-point lead.
Cha-ching for C9 New York. Not a lot of heart in that attack towards Ultra there. Back to P1 we go. New set, a new chance to run this scoreline up for Cloud9. Good shots in from Spart. Is 11 and 7. Keeps things going. 3 dead in the feed. Last man up there on time. Gone. Cloud9 New York continue the run.
There's a great swing by Spart as well. Nice little routes being taken in and around the time. Still looking for the extra bit of slaying, though. Difficult unless you have hallway control and Capsule at 18. Make it 19 and 9. Delivers. And C9, I mean, they've won every single rotation. Even when they're a little bit mixy, they're still at least there first. They got the right side spawns. Still slaying out everything. And honestly, they're making Ultra look a little bit weak. Both AR players for Toronto not able to get anything done. And Capsule continues just to chew on him.
Oh, here we go. Capsule. More damage into the second man. The reach out is going to be there. He let the hate flow through him and wanted that fight. and it's not going to go his way. Well, now back towards P2 we go. Second go around, and this time Ultra, a little bit more presence here. They've got some guns up over Pool. They've got to take care of Spark, though. He managed to get away with his life, and he and Capsule now trying to get the backline set and sorted, and that is it, folks. We're in. Coverage from the front line, though, from Ultra as they're on the march forward. But again, what a battle in this hard point. Spawn's good for Ultra. Surely this is their break.
Oh, this is tough, actually. Insight did a really good job of playing keep away out of the time, killing the players as they approached in. So Insight maybe buys you an extra 5-10 seconds of space to work with, and they're trying to overwhelm the time. But even if you're buying yourself a little bit, C9 still ultimately have been the collectors. Finally, though, for the final 25, Ultra, it looks like they should be clean and secure to get it. That has been the only secure time they've been able to get all game. And they're still going to be down by a substantial margin. And again, if we're talking about the rotations, you don't have to feed into Kleenex. You have to rotate towards Art, and they might have just dropped the ball. C9 feeding face, losing spawns. This is the Ultra moment to get right back in the game.
Oh, we might be returning that cash we talked about a little bit earlier. As now Ultra... Oh, it's looking good for them. We're in the green, and we are going to the moon, potentially. Good hold here on P3 ideal. If you can turn this into a chain onto 4 and keep that going, I mean, that is absolutely your game of Vault to lose right now, folks. Joe on the prowl through mid-map. It's going to pay off. That patient game from him. Absolutely sensational. Kremp, though, pokes a hole for the time being in the defense there of Ultra. Not going to last for too much longer. 3 dead again. And Toronto starting to get going.
Yeah, and there's the note. It was, what, a 60-point difference between these two teams when C9 decided to 4-man hit old time that they wouldn't have been able to get anyway. And now it's just the opportunity. You can still stabilize. They're getting all the kills, and they're backing Beans down. Of course, though, it's only for the final 15, but all things considered, nice for C9 to get. But Money Hill, as we called out, it's just the opportunity. And there's from Ultra, 3 kills in the feed. And they have the full spread. 2 players towards P4, 2 players over towards Art. Everybody posted up, ready to go. They get this full 60. It's a tie game.
Beans on a 6. Slow hit now from New York. We're waiting for the opportune moment, lads. Waiting for somebody to get some intel. You know where Beans is going to be. You know where he is from the red dot now. And there's a nade. Perfect work there on a Kremp. The nade shot up over the top. Insight on the left flank. Wins a pair. My good God. The man cannot throw a baseball, but he nails that 2-piece.
Well, Spark's in the back. Oh, Spark might have just was in the back line. I feel like that's going to be past tense because he's left 1 shot. And there you go. First push stuffed. Now Insight on the 3. He's going to have 1 power position. He has Sid to deal with, but his teammates got the coverage. Jamie, Insight, and Kleenex always working so fluidly together. And again, this is a mistake that took place on P2 that has allowed Ultra to get right back in this game. Mistakes against this team you cannot afford to make.
Yeah, from the pitcher's mound, he absolutely slays them out 5-speed right now. The lead changes on its way, folks. What a brilliant set of hard points we have seen. The string here from Ultra. Oh, it's absolutely glorious. Kleenex now through the middle of the map. The God gun in his hand and now fully equipped for anything that may come his way. And C9 New York, they're trying to bring him down. Another 3 down in the feed. Toronto Ultra, lead change, here we go.
And keep in mind, Capsule, the hot start he was on where he was like 15-9, something absurd. Well, Kleenex, he's caught up. He's on the 4 spree and he's looking for more. Can't get it, and Capsule responds. 2 of his own there in the feed. We got a battle by P1 that C9 consistently have come out on top.
Oh, C9, you have battled your way through this one. Now with Ultra on their heels, let's go for a listen in.
Needs up cap.
Take our time here. One step. Let's lobby and make it. Oh, we fucking send us 2 there. Dead front.
2 left. Let's lobby weak. 2 there. 1 there. Only 1 there.
He's 1 shot. He's weak. Clone cat steps. They're cat steps. Maybe up top cat. Yeah. I think you have top cat. Yes. Mark wrist.
Lobby trying cat steps.
I'm in the I don't see. He's trying me right now.
I'm shot cost.
Back door. I'm you guys trying to step. Go there.
One back on me.
Lobby. He's already hit cat steps. Maybe your front. Careful cat.
He's front time and 1 cat steps. Nice. Maybe back up fast. Maybe truck.
Front truck. Now we. One back, both stops. Absolute back truck. Absolute time, by the way.
Was oil maybe?
One shot. Nothing back old. I don't see him. One mid. One mid. One ult. Careful. I don't remember. Wait for cap. No. I'm still lobby close. I don't want to. No, we're old one? No, not at all.
Yes, it's close.
No. I got a power up. I spawned in. Sit up for house.
Was it default now?
Oh, default. Nice. Time to cap, guys.
Time mid-side. Mid-side time dead.
No, there's a cap.
No,
Could be anywhere, bro. No, out of palm. Spark dead.
Nice. Cap.
Watch for base. Perfect pitch me.
Close time, Sip.
Yep.
Pillow in time. Pillow as well. Still cap. Time to go now.
Yeah, mid.
That's one now.
Stay up, bed.
I can't really.
One out mid. One was close, boys. I go to mid. Just get time. Slow down. Dubs and dub. Out of palm, bro. Dub mid, okay? It's definitely not. Let's do a cat right, boys. Yeah, one's close to me. I got time. Close up, solid. Out of palm still, man.
Classic comms from Ultra, but it's the shiny new gameplay of C9 keeping the lead.
Yeah, and I think maybe a little lazy like the pitch there out of Insight. He was very heads up about missing Capsule, but they were not nearly concerned enough about the pinch towards top art. So Capsule absolutely makes the play. P4 on Vault is the name of the game, and look who's got it. All 4 players poised and ready to go for C9.
C9, this is your moment. On the approach now, Joe. Perfect work with his teammates, but not enough to get the trade fast enough. Yeah, you're not going to have the manpower to really break this point. It's all coming down to Beans up close, and personal Capsule sends it. Whoa, a little bit of gift as they cross paths in the threshold. Hello there. This hard point is C9's.
Well, Toronto are soaring, though. They're actually coming nice and quick. No trophies in time. So Capsule, he gets back down, at least gives you one, and you still have top control. We're belly flopping around the backside of time, but Ultra hit flipped, and in a desperation moment, they at least keep the game honest. A 50-50 battle, and Kremp, the men there missing, waiting for his moment to strike. But, I mean, look at those arrows. You're not breaking through this one. Kremp knows you're just playing for the exits. C9 trying to set up for the new time. Gonna have a little bit of a lead, but might have an opportunity to slaughter him out. P1 for C9. They have been on point. They got everything under control.
Ultra, we've been here before. We've had a big old exciting P1 finish. Is this going to be another one? C9, though, they're in time. Looking for the break. ASAP Ultra. Spark still on the run. Can he catch a player out? He can. Traded immediately. One man left alive for Ultra gone. And now Insight, can you get the players off the time? C9 still in control. C9 still on time.
This is Capsule's world. This is what he lives for. Wants to be in the mixy moments, in and around the pillar, stay alive, do the dance, get the kills. Out of the sky, through the carpet, get the damage, and look at the trades. They called games. C9 should get it done right here.
That is it, folks. Insight, the last chance, last contest, not a hope in hell. The honeymoon continues. Cloud9 New York, welcome to a very strong start to the series. Commanding moments, a few moments, a hard point or two of weakness, I want to say, where Ultra managed to pull things back. Again, testament to their goodness. But well, folks, what do you know? C9 taking the lead here. We could be in for a long series.
And I think ultimately we really can just sort of dial in on the P4s to tell the story of the game. C9 sort of dished it away, made the mistake on the P2. It costed him sort of long term, but then on that final P4, Ultra had the spawns, and during the listening, we heard them calling out repeatedly, we are missing Capsule over and over again. Not enough attention turned on the actual pinch. They end up losing the spawns, and in spite of CleanX dropping a 40 bomb with 5k damage, it wasn't enough to take down C9. Capsule there to match them, and everybody else soaking it up on the time.
And that is a brutal stat screen. Nearly everyone bringing the noise in their own way. I mean, a tremendous amount of assists, non-traded, you name it. That hard point, it could have been closer than 213, but congratulations again to C9 New York. Brilliant highlights. Capsule had one hell of a map, started things off incredibly strong. Spark joining in is there as well. I will say, I mean, the new boys here on the Cloud9 New York roster, they are absolutely guns hot. Not a step missed from their climb out of challenges into the league, and it is certainly helping the firepower here of the Cloud9 team.
Yeah, Capsule starting off 20-9. Absolutely filthy stuff. It just cracks me up that CleanX was able to catch him at all. But even in these moments where Toronto dug themselves out of a 50-point hold, just wasn't enough towards the end. So I think, honestly, just a bit of a slow start on both Beans and Insight. First sort of like, first 4 hills in the game. Both those players double negative. It just felt like it took Toronto just a little bit too long to actually get warmed up. But we're seeing on again against Vegas Falcons. handling the chaos, a much more controlled team in Toronto, and they still found the ways to break them down. And honestly, I mean, this is a very hot take since we've only seen them play the map twice, but C9 look like they are fantastic on P1 on Vault. It's a small thing, but it can go a long way.
I agree. Their breaks have been good, and they're looking at consistent 3 deads off rip, and then they're getting great time. They're very, very good at keeping it scrappy there. A great comeback from Ultra. Nice stuff, but not enough in the end. Smooth climb. What an ascent to 250 that was. And nice, again, good games in the chat. As Vault comes to a close, and I think you're going to be seeing a few less Vault hard points when it comes up against C9 New York. They've got it on lock. Hacienda coming up now. We go back to Vault for control, though. That map number 3, that's going to be a lot of fun. Again, seeing how deep we have to go into this series. Hacienda and a rewind to close out this 5-map potential saga. Chance, how are we feeling about this next one, mate? How are we feeling about the S&D?
Well, I think C9 happy. They're getting quite a few of the similar maps they played against the Falcons the other day in this series again. So I know for a new team, very difficult to get a ton of repetitions in. Hardpoint often, like Toronto, honestly, the perfect team to highlight it. They had to have Mercules coming on short notice. Their hardpoint looked fantastic. It was the S&D especially that took a long time to sort of like find that flow for. So for C9, very few reps as a squad. They have phenomenal S&D players on the team. Spart, that's always been his bread and butter. Capsule was lights out on the dealership. We saw him play yesterday. So they have the tools, but bringing it together on short notice is no easy feat, especially not against a team like Toronto. So we just got to test the metal, test their energy. And of course, lately, C9 is the mode they need to improve the most in.
On the attack of the S&D, it hasn't been great, but again, a pinch of salt with these stats. They are sort of, it's more about the prequels than it is about the current situation they're in. So that's the last 30 days. Again, C9 New York, a very, very new roster now, and already improving standings, improving their percentages, and improving their chances in this series as well with that map 1 win. Chance, God only knows what is about to happen. What wild series is about to befall us. I have no idea where this one's going, and I love that. Surprise and fun is the name of the game when it comes to Call of Duty, and for C9 New York, they have kept a lot of us guessing what kind of results we're going to get. The desk went all in for Toronto Ultra, I think, on the pick here, but I don't remember, to be honest. I wasn't paying attention to anything they said.
Yeah, absolutely did. Yes, no, 100% correct. But while we're talking about C9, sort of difficult to like match the chemistry as a team in this game mode. If they're just going to be playmakers, they can all make different plays on different sections of the map. Kremp on Hacienda loves the water routes. Sib, he'll be happy to square up in the hallways every single time. And I mean, Capsule, the way he was roaming around on dealership, it seems like he's happy to just bring a duo with him to any section of the map and just play for aggressive control. So it's a lot easier to build chemistry when you just got a playmaker you can just follow up on. So I think, honestly, C9, very lethal team and high expectations in this game mode. Maybe it'll honestly be a bit of a tougher test from Ultra just to manage a game plan that it'll be impossible to predict.
I think, yeah, prediction is going to be the name of the game, and if you can get a good read on where C9 are going and what they're doing, then sure, you're going to be fine. But Ultra do seem like the kind of squad to get that sort of thing done. They're a heads-up team. I mean, again, the old long-running duo of Kleenex and Insight. Set your clocks way back to, you know, Moscow moments, back in Cold War, any of the Vanguard year. They were a super solid search and destroy team, and good job, Capsule, you got the bomb.
That was right. The most awkward thing, who's the bomb carrier for the squad? Gotta figure that one out. Also, wow, what is, does Kremp, I wonder if Kremp had some wild angle there, or if he was just doing something weird and like fisting his controller. Either way, first blood already rolling through for Joe Deceive, so you're gonna have to try to bail yourselves out of a 3v4 situation with no trophies. Good luck with that one.
Just intel. Hello, Kremp. Gets to the party late. His vote counts towards the kill there. So now bomb planted towards A3v3, straight up retake, no trophies. Not sure how many nades and lethals or tacticals are left. Ultra all upstairs. Kremp's got the intel.
Yeah, the dust getting kicked up, high level strats. If you don't know about it in ranked, you should learn, but still gets overwhelmed. They still hunt him. Capsule looking for the trades, and or actually that's Spark for a 2v2. 25 seconds left on the bomb plant. C9, they're in perfect position to clutch this one up.
He doesn't catch the player, but Capsule does. So Joe makes his way through the middle of the map. Bean's now trying to turn it into a 1v2. That's not going to happen, folks. He's on the prowl, and he's been suckered into it. It's a trap. To quote the great Admiral Akbar. C9, map 1. Round 1.
Was he great?
You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Was he great?
Hey, he was great. Admiral Akbar, what are you talking about? He helped out at the battle.
I don't know. I'm just double checking.
Oh, he was fantastic. Admiral Akbar and the battle of the second Death Star, the Battle of Endor. That man is an absolute. He's a hero of the rebellion, Chance.
Well, just as Capsule and Spart were in this round, right? You get first blooded and you get that dark control immediately after the fact. You don't waste any time to plant the bomb. Admiral Akbar would be proud. Maybe? I don't know, man.
I would be very proud of it. It sounds like this. It's almost like a little bit of a Winston Churchill. Round 2. Ultra, fighting forward. First blood to Beans.
Yeah, I think
that's exactly what he sounds like.
I do not doubt it. Kremp, by the way, loves the water routes. Ultra, if I can say it, you have to pay attention. Insight checked it. Not well enough.
Ooh!
You at least get the trades in a 1 versus 3. A lot of players one-shot Sprat or Spart. Wow, that's tough. Looking for the 1v3, not going to get it. Tricky names to say, a lot of moving parts. And ultimately, after the first blood rolling through from Ultra, just having enough bodies there was on point because Kremp did a serious amount of damage.
Well, I mean, that's why Spart absolutely sent it. He's like, there are 2 players in there who were seriously one-shot. I mean, if he had a stun to help stop the regen, maybe, but good stuff. Out of Ultra to cauterize that round, which could have gone very, very ugly. Water pinches, how many of those do we actually see work? Very, very few. It is a gamble, man. It's a loud gamble.
Kremp, though, is one of the few players that seems to be consistently effective with it. So it's like an RC car situation. It never feels good, but when it works, like certain players can make it work.
Yeah, again, it's magic. You really do need absolutely clear intel that many Bothans died to provide. More Star Wars jokes all day, folks. That is a lot of nades.
Star Wars joke.
Yes, it is. Nades for Beans, though, do finally connect. And a water route that is not so much about... It's more about killing Beans, and Beans is there for it. There's always a bigger fish, and this time, he's not hitting a single bullet.
Why would you swim up?
Why would you pop your head up there as well? All dead. Ultra, take the lead.
I mean, you're choosing between lead and drowning, I suppose, for Capsule, but that's that's not ideal. Maybe an accident going into the water there in that moment. Either way, though, really good show of force coming in from Ultra towards the retakes. Nice. A lot of nades landing on top of the rock, and I can't remember if they had a trophy. I think they did, and it just got overwhelmed. So good execution on the bomb site. Retake for Toronto. Nobody got picked this time. Just accepting your fate on this, man.
Well, it's so awkward. You're waiting for the reload, maybe. You might be able to catch him out because, I mean, I didn't look like Capsule had his secondary out, so it was playing for the primary kill. Either way, water is tough when it comes to the Call of Duty world, folks. It giveth and it taketh away.
I thought this round favorite map was Zarqwa Hydroelectric.
That's a name I've not heard in a long time. 3 spree for Beans, 2 out of Joe, trying to make it 3 of his own. His teammates have been dropped around him, so yeah, good luck. Have fun there, brother. Beans, it'll be an ace for the round. Will this new squad of C9 New York give it to him?
It would have been a perfectly cooked frag. Both those players move at the exact right time. Call of Duty timing at its finest. And either way, C9, I mean, just a dominant round on this one. They run it down through the hallways. They mix it up in Toronto. Just overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Beans, fleet-footed, finding his way through mid. If you can catch a player off guard, maybe you can be good for the trade and clutch up the 1v3, but he's gonna have to gun someone out of their shoes.
A barefoot Capsule now. Because those shoes are gone. Spart left. And it does look like with enough pace now, Ultra, you're in trouble. C9 should have the intel on him. Maybe they don't. Beans, check left. Here we go. Oh, wow. It was a worthy attempt. Sib clutches up the gunfight. Whew. And C9 tie things up.
That honestly is a Sib just having 99 gunny bailing them out. I feel like in that one. There's a handful of players in the league that would hit those shots. Sib in a different caliber because he was left 5 HP. And obviously we saw Spart down to 30, trapped in the corner. Beans would have clutched that 1v2, but shoot or shoot, it is Call of Duty. They deliver us the round. No 1v3 clutch, but Beans, he gave it a good try.
a really good timing as well. I mean, Spart, again, a shooter in his own right, but you get the timing like that, it might go your way. Hello, boys! We're meeting in the open current. Oh, my God! It's a massacre! It's like Gorman all over again. The round goes to Ultra. That's a deep cut for the new fans. That's an Andor Season 2 reference, by the way.
I've heard great things.
Great round, though.
Appreciate this of Ultra as well. I mean, obviously we switched sides, but the last round they effectively lost because the hallway control, C9 just ran it down. So Ultra was like, we'll just send everybody in the mix. And they kept the high ground. That's right.
Hey!
Star Wars reference, baby. Let's go.
Good job, bro. You're on the board.
Thank you.
That's my duo. 1 round advantage now for the Toronto Ultra lads. A 3-1 split. Hello, Beans.
Oh, he's calling this in from a galaxy far away.
Is pod racing. Good stuff. He's on fire.
Oh, you're the better one.
Capsule on fire as well. That damage was outrageous. Enough to set him up for that. The bomb has been now placed gently on the floor in the upright position. The RC car out of play now, and they're looking for Beans. Yeah, he's got to be over here somewhere. Capsule, here we go. Beans, if you fly around the corner, you're going to find a man in Missionary who will kill you.
Not the first time. Sounds like a Tuesday to me. It's going to be a tough one. And once again, that dark hallway control, just C9 dominating, is a problem.
Okay.
It's not the first. And now it's a 2v2. Now it's a 1v2, and Missionary Man's going to have to clutch it.
It gets it. Missionary impossible now in the 1v1. Oh, Kleenex is going for this. He's got the bomb recovered as well. So now maybe, do we take the fight or do we run over to B? Or does Capsule? Oh, he's playing the high IQ moment. But it's going to be a headbutt. And it's going to be Capsule. Takes the round. Missionary complete. Okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, Pete, the body shots too. Capsule letting him know he did it with the gunny. Kleenex reads it perfectly. And just the snap and a little bit of extra love rolling through. These challengers kids, man, shooting bodies and getting away with it. Super looking incredible. If you shoot bodies and get away with it, that's like you're official. You're in the CDL. You're good. You bought yourself an extra year. Capsule shot bodies against Slasher back on a Berlin in Vanguard and got slaughtered immediately. So either he didn't learn from his mistakes or he has, and now he's got the ice.
Yeah, the times have changed, man. Really have. 3-3 here on Hacienda. That 3 speed from Capsule there. He gets it done. Bang, super loud. Insight should have heard that. And it might not matter. A little bit of a reshuffle here. Bomb planted out. I'm not sure exactly the positioning of it, but you can bet your bottom dollar that Toronto... Oh my God, turn around, Capsule. Capsule, turn around. There's a man right behind you. Beans is on foot. There's 2 of them. Capsule, turn around. Capsule, turn around. There you go. The first. 3v3. Joe finds another one on site. 5 in a row now for Capsule. 2v2, 20 seconds.
Oh, he's out as well. Ultra, they're chasing ghosts.
Beans now makes it that bit more doable. Capsule, the timing of this. No! Ben Quadradero absolutely nails it, and the defuse is just about there. Toronto, woohoo! Get it done.
Honestly, unbelievable clutch as well, because Capsule was quite literally in perfect position. Perfect. And that's a moment for Beans. When your teammate gets shot in the back, you have to make the quick decision. Do we hunt this man down? Do we go and look for like other players? I mean, Capsule just making things chaotic, but somehow Beans at 11-3, by the way, finds a way to deliver. So that is more or less a perfect setup for the post plant over towards the B site. But again, Ultra break it down in a different way. And C9, that's going to be a tough one to lose as well. Would have been nice to ride the coattails of Capsule's clutch to sort of build some momentum, but I got to strike back once again. Ah, wow, it was there.
That was great. These are amazing. You're kicking ass today, man. I'm so proud of you. You've never seen those films. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. That's all that matters, bro. Ultra pull that round away by the skin of their teeth, by the hair on their chins. And Joe, oh, you nearly got absolutely done, but it didn't happen. In the first part, you get away with your life, and now, ooh, where are we taking the bomb, boys? Not going to be down low. It could be B.
No one's active on the defensive side of things for C9 though, so this is going to be a free bomb plant. Finally, you see them talking it over and working through the game plan. They are taking control of the hallways, but the setup now for Toronto. Joe Deceives going for the pinch, and he might have the whole team to deal with.
He's got the whole team, and can't get a single one out of it. His trophy's going to be on the real delay as well for the next few rounds, potentially. But man advantage New York.
They don't have the planet for office either. This is a tough clutch now for Toronto.
Are you going to do it maybe underneath the board? Here comes the first man. Oh my word. It is lethal work in sight. Good luck, mate. You got damage into the first. The second man makes his way down as well. 15 seconds, and Jamie Craven might have done it.
Man, if the Blue Jays are calling him clutch, then you know he's clutch. He gets it done in a 1v3. And the swarm C9 had around the bomb site. It's like an attack of the clones, but they line up and just like stormtroopers, get gunned down.
Oh, not a single. I mean, he did everything right there, man. Really good stuff. We're worried about the post-plant position, and it was planted for hallway. But the fact that Beans gets absolutely eviscerated right off the rip. Toronto fans the world over hit a big no, but not a problem. Insight. Saves it all. Map point ultra. You got that one right.
Yeah. No, I actually did. I have no idea what's going on right now.
Hello.
Don't shoot bodies if you're not gonna win the map. Said nade shot, and the words live on.
Next map. Just get us the out of here, boys and girls. Ultra takeover complete. You may never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. It's the jail we send people who shoot bodies to. Kleenex. What mastery. Another outrageous three-piece in Search and Destroy. A little bit of help from his friends, but still, he got this one done solo. Never tell him the odds.
Yeah, and how many times did C9 win the rounds on defense because they were running it down Dark Hall? Kleenex says, anything you can do, I can do better. And someone fact-checked me on it, but if I remember right, yeah, Capsule on a Berlin S&D shot Slasher's body after a clutch. And it might have been a similar situation. It didn't win a round after that. Wow. Shot Kleenex's body, and then they got slammed. Either way, though, they still won the hard point and looked great on Vault. And as mentioned, for a brand new team, S&D, the most difficult thing to sort of get together and build that chemistry. So maybe an expected result, and respawns will be where C9 try to set themselves apart because they got the firepower.
The firepower 2-1 maps respawn modes coming up. Now to the desk we go.
Another game 5. Will there be an upset?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Feeling Toronto through and through.
I mean,
no doubt.
Did you just see what
have
Kleenex
doubt.
did to them?
I for sure have doubt. I mean, the respawn looked clean in that map number 1. I also thought like their approach to the game 2 was fine. I mean, the 1v3 super unfortunate.
Right.
Some rounds where I thought that C9 could have won. I mean, the round where Capsule gets all the way pushed up towards boat, finds a kill. Like I think they should convert that to a round win. So I think for Cloud9, like even losing this, it was still a pretty good performance. And the general gist of how they're playing S&D, this is what I want to see from them. So I think they have a great chance still this year.
Ali, Easy Mac came storming into the green room. He said, "And you sold me on Cloud9." And then you didn't even take Cloud9. He thought Cloud9 was a shoo-in to go up 2-0. Why is Cloud9 a force on Hacienda, or is Toronto just an even better squad on this map?
Well, so this is going to be Cloud9's map pick. Map number 2, they 6-3 in Hacienda on the season. They average 33% pickage when it comes to snap, meaning this is their first pick if they get it. And that's why it's so big for Toronto Ultra to have won this, and in the fashion that they did. Their defenses and their retakes were extremely strong throughout the entirety of this map, and the reason that's important is because that is the focus Toronto needs to have throughout the entirety of this split, because they're 9th overall in the league right now when it comes to defense on Search and Destroy. So this is a huge win if you're a Toronto fan, but also big shout outs to Insight because he's one of the best players in the league.
Was it Insight's 3K or that Kleenex 3K that was more impressive?
Well, I mean, Insight's 1v3 more impressive. Both were insane, though. The hallways were pretty much dominated on the side of the Toronto Ultra. You did see Cap taking some good lanes through bottom mid. They were pretty much giving it to him. They played for him late. But, man, I want to talk about that 1v3 for a second.
You can. I'll allow it.
The micro adjustments and the way that he played that were just perfect. Like, tapping the guy on bomb, and he knew the last guy, like, wasn't defusing it, didn't get overzealous and, like, fly at it. Like, Insight is so calm in the pressure situations. But, yeah, let's rewind here to this map number 1 where Capsule going crazy. I think he had almost 40 by the end of this. Just beautifully played.
There was up to a 67-point lead for Cloud9 New York. You saw Toronto bringing it back in the second swing of hill rotation. Allie at the end. C9 locked it in. How'd they do it?
They did it through the P1s. Toronto Ultra's a really strong P4 team, but the way this map tends to play out, especially in these closer matchups, is we end on P1, and it is pivotal to be good at that #1 hill. And for Cloud9, it was Capsule. He held all control when it came to that down low. And even when it came to those top hallways, you saw Crimp. He was having the time of his life.
Yeah, the second rotation, the P2 was massive. It was just Crimp inside of the hill, and they didn't have spawns, but they finessed and got a good 40 seconds from the front, just going back and forth, just good communication, good small talk, and they needed it, right? Because you mentioned, Ali, like once we got to the P4, just a lockup set up by Toronto, C9 needed the lead.
We saw Shotzi drop 48 on this map yesterday. Kleenex just dropped 40 for the L, and you saw Caps nearing a 40 bomb as well. It's been a lot of slaying, a lot of close games on Vault, and that will be our map for game number 3. Is Control going to a round 5? Will we see anyone lock this one up quick?
I think it should go to a round 5. The only issue is we're playing Vault, where New York is 1-6 overall. But again, these are two players that have been swapped out, and with the addition of Capsule and Spart, that's going to add kind of your players that dig behind enemy lines, play a little bit annoying, think Shotzi. So maybe they've gotten better at it during script.
Yeah, last couple of months, Civ and Crep haven't played a lot of Vault Control either. And you look at Toronto, it's a map that they've played quite a bit, right? So you got to think the advantage is on the side of the Toronto Ultra here going into game.
We could have 3 more games in this match, 1 more match after it, and if that's not enough Call of Duty for you, we have more coming on Monday. Alley Cat, what's going on with the Women in COD?
It's going to be our first broadcast for this season of Black Ops 6, and what is so exciting about this is that there's been so many roster changes. So if you kept up with us over the past 2 years, there has been a lot of shakeups, and we even have 2 Saudi Arabian teams that will be participating this season. It's going to be 12 teams, all stacked full of girls who love competitive Call of Duty, and it is so fun and exciting to watch. So make sure you tune in at WX Call of Duty on Twitch, or if you want to keep up on Twitter, is the same at WX Call of Duty.
I don't know who she is, but somebody was ripping a vape that looked like a lightsaber. She's my new favorite player.
And that was right after losing too. It was like an insane comeback, and we went to face cams, and they were all just like, wow, I can't believe that just happened. So we have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun.
Yeah, you need a deep inhale to get yourself set sometimes, right, Chance?
What do you mean by that?
Chance has a story, guys.
Oh, man. Yo, Puckett, listen. Me and Miles were talking about Star Wars. I don't know what you just asked me. I'm so sorry. I bet it was a great question. I can't. I have no idea. I'm sorry. My bad.
Chance had a really good story about a player from WXC who carried him big time in ranked.
Yeah. Should I tell the story?
Yeah, absolutely. We got time.
We got time. Played with like Kels Rooney, I think is her name, a few years ago, playing with one of my friends, playing like Crimson Rank, something like that. And she hard carried. I think she legit went like 28-7 or something like that. We won the game 250 to like 70. And then I went in the stream and see what she was saying. She was complaining about her teammates, i.e. me, the entire time. I'm like, what do you want? We smoked them. We 100-point club. By the way, there are some phenomenal women playing Call of Duty at the time. Kremtho, not one of them. Is phenomenal, just different gender. 1.47 KD, #1 in Control on this season. He has been absolutely lights out, and of course C9 sort of upgraded on the firepower front, looking to get it done in the respawns.
10 out of 10. Here we go. Vault, it's a different look in Control, but we'll see if the chem is still there for C9. Their opening breaks have been so good, and it's basically the same thing when it comes to these attacks. So here we go, folks. C9 New York going to be starting things off on attack. They're going to be seeing Ultra go a little bit more towards B. Do they have the break here? Oh, it's different from Hardpoint, Chance.
Oh, we're going all the way around. We are taking routes. We are, complete hallway control. First pin just didn't work out. Kremp thought about it, and, well, he thought better of it. And you just got destroyed. You did not have the high ground, and Insight simply did not care. That is clean there from Ultra, and they are one of the best, if not the best, defensive teams in the game on this map. You expect greatness, but Sib just broke it down.
Broke him right down. On board with Beans on the outside. Not a huge amount happening here, so we're going to go back over towards the middle of the map where Joe deceives, picks up 2. That's going to be 3 dead. Last man just on the outside of Rugs. And that's where you want to keep them. Trying to keep the solo chows to a minimum. Kremp catches 1, and that's going to keep the front line a little shaky. C9 not quite out of their spawn just yet. Joe down. Here we go. Insight up close and personal with his sub, and finally we stop the clock.
And Joe deceives from the grave, getting a little bit extra. You stop the clock for a moment, but Insight, yeah, he dialed in there for the assist, the EKIA, and the man that was on the zone ends up getting stuffed. zero bit of progress over towards this A zone, and well, Ultra on defense on a vault control continue to impress. 12 seconds, last ditch effort. See if they can make a miracle happen.
Most impressive. Clean X. And it's going to go a bit wide, but the shots do not. Oh, lordy, it's another 3 next over the spawn. My good God. The Great Dane closes the round with a bang.
Yeah, he got his body shot. Now he's saying, no, I am your father. That is just an electric punch. Him and Joe Deceives, absolutely. Like, quite literally, off the break, they have a good one. I think Insight ends up picking up 2, and then he puts his feet up. He was like, I got my subs the map control. It's their turn to just play. Best play the 3-piece there from Clean X. He gets the stamp after 7-3 round 1. Joe Deceives right there to match him. You get these guys in good spots, they will fry.
The Frymen cook their way through the first round. We talk about some, Search and Destroy being a difficult mode for a brand new roster. It takes a lot of chemistry, it takes a lot of, good teamwork and very, very little room for error. I feel like Control is extremely close by, if not level there as well, Chance. And this map looking like that way, starting things off. Kleenex has just caused so much of a ruckus, he hasn't looked for the man behind him. Sib gets things going there, but the A zone is in trouble.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not disagreeing, but I feel like Ultra on this map, not the fairest to test, at least not on the defensive end. Now that C9 are on defense, the opportunity to try and show off the goods, but obviously Ultra, for the moment, keeping up a decent bit of pressure, maybe 20 with the idea of the B zone, but that's just to keep the C9 players pushed back into Art, and it gives you pressure over towards A, where the Ultra arrows are swarming.
Oh yeah, they're all over it. 2-man capture now, looking at 3 in a second, but you still have to worry about the pinch. Caps not simply their respective kills. Beans on the hit and run. Nice 2-piece. Not enough on the damage over the next man. He's still going to keep the capture going, but he has to find 2. Spark somehow pulls it away with a superb sticky. Jamie Craven cuts down a pair of birds on the way out of spawn. Can he get... Oh, 3. Quad feed was on the cards for a second there. But for now, take control of the power positions, finish A, and capture B.
And this is what Insight does best. Opens it up, gets an R, and he just slows everybody else down. So they're not even in challenge for the moment, but any kill his teammates get, the spawns are going to be distant. He gets slammed by Sib, but he's got the pressure. A tick of progress through B already in, and Joe Deceives, well, now it's his turn.
Yeah, Joe, he does exactly that. He deceives. He leaves out back, causing problems for Spark, but Spark not deterred whatsoever by these parlor tricks. Insight back on zone. A trophy now in place to help him out. The big old dive onto the contest. Love that. Out of Krem, but Beans, they line up for him. And he's got himself into a sweet position now to help his teammates out. There's the capture, and we are well and truly alive and kicking Ultra.
Yeah, and Spart was assuming someone was going to chow Art, but Beans instead goes towards the zone, so that just means you're going to have to fly into this one. Right in the arms of Beans, but hey, the flood work. Crank gives you 2, and you bought yourselves a little bit of real estate. Long-term problem, though. You're down 2 lives, and Ultra have a minute and 40 seconds to get 1 tick on B. You got to be very careful now if you're C9.
What mind tricks does Toronto Ultra have to try to break this? Looking for a trade here. Gonna get it. Over to Sib now. Trying to plug up the mid-map play. Not gonna happen. Uh-oh. As Capsule are keeping this play just about bearable for C9 New York. The live count running out, though. The Force has a particularly strong impact on those of the weak-minded, but Caps stays alive. It's not over yet, Shots.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, he got out. Now he's actually in prime position to get some extra kills, so you're going to have to overslay in this moment, but he slipped the net, and once again, the Ultra Comms are going to be saying, we are missing Capsule. A 2v5, though. Look, if Cammy can clutch a 1v5, they can clutch it too.
Absolutely doable, and they've got no idea where Capsule's ever going to be.
Oh, they do, actually. They do now. Number 3, the Insight every time. That is the value of Insight, man. I hate when he gets criticism. Listen, I'm a stan. I understand Sib gunned him out of his shoes when he tried to slide out of Art. That happens from time to time, but ultimately, in great spots consistently, the comm's always there. And they lost Capsule, and you just watch them on the minimap process it, go and figure it out. And in the meantime, when Insight lined up a 3-piece in this round, Joe Deceives got his in a more impressive way and on the zone. 16-9, by the way. So why am I gassing Insight? Look at this guy.
It's true. Joe has had a great couple of rounds so far. C9 struggling still in the control. Map point for Ultra to try to take the lead here in our series. We will be going deep into this one, folks. There's no doubt about it. 16-9, 11-9, 14-10. Ultra, it's that kills department.
Oh, yeah, Sid just started off that round by nading himself and all of his teammates, and that is, listen, Ultra really good on defense. You probably want to lock in the opening breaks. That's tough.
Unfortunate team kill there as we execute order 66. Final few moments here in this push for Capsule on that life. Yeah, he's going to be red and dealt with. Another 4 dead, and Cleans looks like tags back Beans. So, I mean, what is going on? This Joe looks for the spawners.
Yeah, revenge of the... I got
Kleenex.
I know it's Sid.
No, it was good.
Yeah, I guess. It didn't feel as good. I wanted it to rhyme.
Well, revenge of the Sib is on our tongue for a little bit later on. Yeah, we'll get there. But Capsule now... Whew, it is a capital affair for him as he now takes clean care of mid-map Insight, and Kleenex get theirs. Kremp trades out, and Insight, oh my word, if you snapped up there, it's Sib for 2, back on towards a relatively powerful position, but now it's going to be gone. Oh, come on, Beans! Sensational work.
Yeah, those are wicked shots rolling through. Pretty on point. 4 live lead from Ultra. And maybe it'll be a moral victory for C9 if they just get a single segment on either zone. Because they, I mean, stop going A. Low key, just figure, like, yeah, flood through the bottom side of the map, go through. Okay, you can't go anywhere. I take it back.
You can't go. What's the game plan here? Where can we go? That's right, folks. Darth Jar Jar has entered the chat. And Beans, he's dealing damage to everyone. Could Joe pick up the 2? No, he cannot. C9, they're on time and they're capturing A.
Woo! They got that segment.
At least.
Never tell them the odds, Miles. They got this one in the bag.
Here we go. Hey, nearly closed up. It's no moon. It will be soon. Fully closed. Uh-oh. The hop check gets taken care of. But there we go. Cloud9, New York. Back into it. Over to B we go. The life count's not great. Uh-oh. 2 dead immediately. 12-7.
Yeah, no trophies are going to be a problem. And kind of running out of time. A minute feels okay, but not when you do not have any map space, and you also have a Kleenex that is behind you. So Spart does have sort of the underground route on lock and key for the moment, but long-term, Kleenex might just be the guy to break this one down.
Look at this spree. Keep playing this life well. What a snap. Wow. Good work, Spart. War, you love to see it. The stack is here. Reinforcements have arrived. Ultra on the perfect fan out across map. They are looking for every possible angle on the attack. And Joe finds one. Locks S foils in attack positions. He switched off his targeting computer, but everything is fine. Wow, Joe. The force is strong with that one.
And all about their business too. Drink some water, take the bathroom break, and get ready for the map 4. That was, I mean, destructive. C9 gave a phenomenal effort in the final round. Still got 3-0. Doesn't really matter. In Ultra's defense, always on point. I think Capsule had some really nice reads in the middle of the map, like catching Kleenex underground, allowing Spart just to snap on him. But even with that sort of progression, getting the B zone still an incredibly difficult feat, and obviously not a lot of lives, not a lot of time. So Ultra on defense, incredible. And Peep in the kills as well. I mean, on the defensive end, Joe Deceives and Kleenex, 30 combined. And of course, on the attack, everybody there a contributor. Actually, I mean, there you go. Just looking at the number of offensive kills Cloud9 got in their 2 rounds, I mean, just completely outslayed. Obviously showing off the teamwork there. Beans, 12 assists. Not too shabby at all.
Unreal, man. Unreal. Statistical dominance there from Ultra, and it showed in the scoreline and the total game time. They got through that one lickety-split. Well, we go back to another hard point now where C9 have looked good. I mean, this is the dangerous part of the series. Can you close this one out rapidly, Toronto Ultra? Because you don't want to go to a game 5 and leave anything to chance or to fate, if you will. This is going to be an interesting set of highlights, man. We saw some big plays. Another sensational 3-peats from Kleenex. Beans on the big flanks as well. Everyone pulling their part.
And this is just, I don't know how many moments like the C9 players got into. Like, how many one-shot and random kills are Toronto just cleaning up? Like, their teamwork is so on point at all times. Beans just cleaning up one-shot kills everywhere. And it's just, it's very menacing. It's very difficult to deal with at all times. Playing against Ultra when their teamwork is on point. I mean, it feels like you're playing like 4v5 almost. Like, they just have an extra player around at all times. You got guys like Capsule taking the sneaky routes in a 2v5, putting himself in perfect position, and Ultra just read it. mean, I think that's why I was saying Toronto just felt like they were sort of like needed to warm up a bit. Like their comms were there and the awareness on the vault for like the P4 flips, but the execution was just not like quite there. I think the loss and maybe some of the body shots woke them up just a bit.
Interesting. What body shots have been happening quite a few times now this series, and as we now get into our Hacienda, we're going to see if it is the revenge of the 6th. Get it? Nice. Or the return of the C9. I don't know. I nothing. The rise of the C9, rise of the Jedi. You know what I was going for there. But yeah, revenge of the 6th. Ultra haven't actually defeated Cloud9 this season. That was the first map win they got in the S&D. So
you said that backwards. You said that backwards. C9 have never beaten Ultra.
That's right. Well, there you go. See, I'm upside down, bro.
Maybe I heard that backwards, but just clarifying.
So, well, either way, I mean, we're trying to cram puns into what is a relatively short series indeed. But Ultra again going in the Hacienda, got to be feeling good about this one. But hey, Cloud9, man, they've looked great. They've looked superb in the hard points, and Hacienda, it can be a punishy map. It can really hurt you if you don't get it right. And we'll see if this young team can pull out the goods. They're explosive shooters when you need them to be. As Ultra look way cool. They're chilling right now.
I mean, this is the dynamic of the team, right? This is the expectation. Inside in CleanX, incredibly calm players, not hyperactive. Their communication very low key. And when you bring in Beans and Joe Deceives, you know there's a lot of deads rolling through, screaming at the top of their lungs. So their personalities just shining through. Everybody sort of found their sweet spot, and I think Insight and CleanX have been able to rein them in a little bit in game. Out of game, though, there is no stopping those personalities.
It's really interesting that we spoke to CleanX very briefly at Major 3 after his stint on the desk/beach, and he was saying that something about the comms right now, he is able to get a little bit more animated, a little bit more crazy, while they do love that approach of being very calm and very in control. When adrenaline gets going, it can bring out a certain fire and a certain, ferocity in a player. And I think CleanX is the kind of guy that we always see him in that calm state. If he starts to go a little red, that's where the trouble really is. And I feel like we're getting a hint of that in this matchup with the body shots and the big pieces he's been dropping. Is a mean CleanX a good one? I think so.
I mean, a normal CleanX is a fantastic one. So if he gets any extra confidence, yeah, absolutely will be on point. And still for the SD, I just love the theme of CleanX shutting it down with the exact same strat C9 was running against him. But that's for the S&D. Maybe we'll get to a game 5. It's been a week of upsets.
Good.
In the Hardpoint, C9 with the potential. And Joe Deceives, even while getting back down, still finding kills. Such a difficult player to take down.
Krim was trying to find a very small window to work through there. An exhaust port, if you will. And he doesn't manage to get anything done. Hardpoint now in the hands of Ultra as the contest is going to be there for a second longer, but wow, the players are everywhere. I mean, we are shooting 1-raps back home in our T16. This is a freaking shooting gallery to start the map off.
Yep, and we're hanging out on the right side. Inside, not like super engaged, but notice they are at the very least maintaining those spawns, so maybe a bit of a bloodbath around P1, but Ultra just looking to keep everything nice and under control. Didn't even need CleanX to get a kill. Yeah, it's effectively a tied up game, but they got a full spread across the map. Joe Deceives has 2 to deal with.
Yeah, and straight away, Joe over to Well. Great damage into the first man, and the kill, if you will. Spark's going to get through fences. Next man up, Insight. And again, this is the production line, the conveyor belt. What a win from Spark. Okay. We're talking about filling these positions admirably, and well done, lads. Joe now to try to break the line of C9 on the approach towards time, and they do indeed. You might get a man in there, but he is dead to rights. Capsule, anyone you kill is a consolation prize. Hurry up, though. You got to get the kill fast and set up for the next wave, and here they come. C9 right back into it. Was that a stick? No. Crimp lives for a second longer. Lives for a lot longer than we thought he would. Oh, no way.
He's doing what he can. Brother, playing hard for these final 15, and they're gonna get him. Yeah, how about that? Crimp on point, and Ultra actually have the deep spawns as well, so you might be able to convert this into a rotation, or you put all that effort in and you only strip away 5 seconds at time. But they're secure on rotation, and Civ has a natural pinch. Never mind, he got gunned immediately, but he'll spawn up at new, right? Right? Yes, yeah, we're fine. We're good.
Capsule gets a ridiculous 2-piece as well. Can he get his 3rd hit? Joe Deceives. Oh, you can smell him around that corner, can't you, bro? You know. You felt his presence. It's another classic Star Wars reference there, folks. Oh, shots from Civ. Hello. And he's let it rip through the wall. Oh, what? The gunny is hot, folks. We might be going 5.
They're in a pinch as well. Kremp, the quicker you go, the better in this moment. Still down by about 18 points, but keeping things nice and close, and that's how the vault was going down. So C9 there for the fight. You're looking for the trades to roll through, but looks like Ultra have the extra man. But it comes down to a 1v1, and Insight, last man standing, gets it done. You kick things off, and well, you shut him down. Kremp, you wanted to try to pull off that P2 match at the old hill, but can't get it done. And because of that, C9 actually lose this rotation. Beans will have to fight the entire team, and so far he's doing a great job.
Absolutely. Wow. Good shots. Perfect nade. 10 and 6. Beans has the time.
Yeah, and I think they knew Beans was by himself, so Spart was looking for some spawners, and instead Beans smokes his 2 teammates, and now he's just out of position. So tough sequence there for C9, but they're looking for the bounce back. 2 entry kills, and not good enough. That's a 4-man wipe, and Ultra, well, they're in a comfortable position now.
Guns up at the ready. Forward they come. C9, you've got to try to get a break sooner rather than later. Joe caught out on the spins. That's a good trick. As he gets killed. On the Beans next. Can't bring any more with him. Spart on the march forward. Here we go. Kremp, what an entry kill that was. Joe to see if they're in the contest. Is he going to stay alive? Nah, he's not. Final 13 seconds going the way of C9, and you want that to go back towards P1 right now. Civ finding kills, starting to get the guns going right now for Cloud9 New York.
Yeah, bullied him out for the break, but again, unfortunate mistake on rotation. They just let Beans almost solo win it. Of course, though, if the guns are hot, that's all good. That is Civ on a 4, Spart on a 3. Unfortunately, well, they're not going to have the spawns in the long term, but in the short term, good P1 time so far, and they got the hallway control.
Yeah, good P1 is a great thing. And we're still maintaining this insane spree from Civ. 5 now in a row. Next player's up, taking all challengers happily. 20 points to go, and we're looking at the lead change. Finally, clean extra receives Beans. 3 dead, 4 dead, all good now. C9 back to the drawing board, but what a run that was.
Yeah, I mean, well, you'd think, right? You go on a 6 spree, you get the hot hand, but they never actually secure the spawns. They never have that safety net in the long term, so they're going to have to run face first into a P2 again, and they just keep running into the hands and grasp of Insight. Beans tagged up and weak. You should be overwhelmed, so now you're at least going to have the back spawn, so you're still going to have to fight for it, but you should be able to overflood here for C9.
A little tag or 2 helps the defense for now. Joe, last man there. Beans as well gone. Broken. Cloud9 New York in position.
Like Kremp almost like levels up in that zig corridor as well. So C9 enough pressure on the back spawns, and now they're free and clear. This is how they get right back in the game.
Yeah, hey, Kremp right now doing the very best he can to be the Phantom Menace. Do they know where he is? Doesn't matter. Teammates are there to back him up. They always travel into these players. Hey, Civ finding a couple more from the back spot. Broken, but not defeated now. Cloud9 New York, 20-odd seconds to go here on P2. It is still theirs. Can they rotate as well?
Now, Toronto are going to be playing for the trap, right? You're just trying to catch these players on the exits, and Capsule at least gets 1 before he falls, but where the Ultra player spawns. Yeah, Capsule just going to spawn right back towards New. So again, Ultra just on containment. You see free and clear on the rotation. It'll be a little ways before C9 can get there, but moving as a unit, they're in a couple of these gunfights, putting in some work, but first few seconds, Toronto still hanging out on time.
Inside. Oh, what a drive-by piece of intel that was. 3 dead instantly. Ultra, a little bit of moment now to push forward. Get that lead back. Get back to that comfortable position where you're finding kills across map and dominating these rotations. Spart with a contest. Joe brought down as well, so now the time goes that nice C9 blue, technically white. But you know what I'm saying, chat. Counter-attack now on from Ultra, and we are in.
It's wishful thinking. And C9 trying to get the break. C9, let's go for a listen in.
Enter, 3 ult. Got one. There's 2 more there. Left them all. I'm pitching fire. Just get to make. I don't see New. They're New dead. Nice, good job. Nothing for New. He's gonna spawn out. Listen. I'm all up front New. Play tight. He's gonna spawn off still, okay? Guarantee open and pinch. It's all you have to hold. 1 shot Beans. I'm all up front. Guarantee. You might pitch our open, or he's gonna. He's going up. He's going down. Nothing front, bro. I'm all up front. They could get splits maybe. No, Two open. They're all funding up in the front. Open on me. No one here. Split inside. Open again. Watch out. Really to the right corner. Lambo after. Guys, so the defense will stun over.
See the three.
I got one. I got one. One more. Triggers.
Come here.
I'm one shot. Shoot him. Joe got me. Shoot front.
One more there. Weak.
I'm coming over for you, bro.
One's open. There's one for 2 times.
I got one. Office. I'm one shot. I'm laying down.
Office. One back to open.
No one's open. Oh, 2 open then. They're all around time.
Okay.
Play this.
Plenty.
I'm going to
I'm here the cap. How ready? You just open on us somewhere.
They're top open. In the cup.
What's top of us? Sit up. Our open window looking front. It's our front office.
I spawned level. I'm one shot.
They're
probably spawning on me. Yeah, rock on me, Joe. You got me.
The
spawners look like all rock. Open one shot inside. Literally a free kill inside. One close window. You're gonna be open and everything.
Our front spawn on top.
One more.
What's up close? What's time?
I'll pitch your time. Time, Joe.
I'm here with you.
Hit across top close.
I'm looking open.
Academy.
One shot.
My shot.
Heard you.
I'm on cat. One shot close. Free kill. He's in the close corner. Dark corner.
Going back close. Close dead.
I'm about to pick up front new. I'm trying secret. Really weak. There's that fountain.
And open.
One shot time.
He could go front new. Inside.
Guys, one wall. Guarantee new.
The guns might be great, the shots might be disgusting, but they will not win you the map. Beans back off spawn into the fray once again, gets bested by Sib. P2 rotation done. C9 life support.
Oh, if you had more ammo, what could have been? I was going to say, they might win you the map. No, those are some filthy shots rolling through. Of course, though, the back spawns, as you say, should be overwhelming. A lot of one-shot players, and CleanX delivers. Get the third, get the best play. Or maybe end up in a pinch, trying to fend him off and at least does some damage, and Beans ends up being the cleanup crew. So Ultra doing everything right. And listen, if you're going to shoot bodies, you gotta have a lot of trust in it, right? I know you're trying to make something happen, but I don't think CleanX and Ultra are really that guy or that team.
Oh, here we go. Insight. Dives from Spark, literally saves it on the 249. One more break, folks. Or do we go to new? Are Toronto Ultra going to sweat this one out, or are we going to play the most sensible, safe COD we could possibly ask for and stack up the new points, stack up time? This is it.
Can C9 even make it there before the hill just pops? Like, if they get the kills, maybe. I think they just had bad timing.
I think that's it.
So close.
Joe finds one. As Beans silences the haters. Ultra. Uh-oh, he's in game chat as well. Oh, Benjamin. That is a game chat. You know when you get real close to the mic, you do one of those. He's absolutely doing it. C9, it falls short here to Toronto Ultra. The form is absolutely on the up as this young team tries to find their footing here in the league. But that's 10 CEO points that you really wanted.
Yeah, and their split is not going to get easier after this. They get Atlanta, LA Thieves, and Miami Heretics. So C9 up against just a lethal force, but the team is looking like a threat. They certainly have a couple good tools, but ultimately Ultra back in firm form. A little bit slow there in the vault Hardpoint, but they absolutely bounce back and making good plays. Maybe one of my favorite moments in this game, you had C9 on the second P2, completely bullied him out, got the back spawns, and locked down like a near full 60. Like, great on that front. And Ultra don't overcommit. They rotate with 25 seconds left. They don't overchow, and they just contain them to set themselves up on rotation. It ends up being a tie game after the P2 hill, but Ultra just keeping it calm. They make those kinds of plays, and they just control the pace of the game. And that was the moment. It was the P2 where C9 take the lead, and it is where Ultra back down, restabilize, regain control of the game. And they never looked back. Clean 3-1 win.
No, 3-1. Dire situation once again for Cloud9 New York. A new hope for them has now been dashed. Their dreams in disarray. Ultra, though, happy as Larry, right? Whoever Larry is, clearly smiling right now. But again, very, very happy to see a dub go through that one. The ball all the way through towards the back of the net. Shout out to those guys for a great game. And again, form looking good. At a time you really need it. Over to the desk.
Miles, can I put you on the spot? Can you give me an R2-D2?
Yep. I don't know if you can hear my whistles very good through the hours. Yeah. We could also, you know, when he's in sort of danger and he goes, wow!
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you, Miles. All right, enjoy your nerd sports later, guys, because right now we got Call of Duty on our hands. And Toronto taking care of business 3-1 after dropping the opening hard point. Allie, do they look stressed?
Why would they look stressed, Chris?
Well, because they're playing a team that has new players. They could be good, right?
But the whole point of changing a roster is to get better, right? So I think for the side of Toronto Ultra, you're very happy. You usually are 0-2 versus the previous iteration of this roster of Cloud9. You do go all the way to a Game 4, but I mean, it was some clinical hard point from the side of Toronto Ultra when it came to this map number 4. The fundamentals were on point. You know, they had that one rough P2, they get that early rotation down to fences, and then it was all she wrote from then on out. So I'm not worried about Toronto Ultra, especially from the performance of Beans today. Much, much better than previous.
If Kleenex had a lightsaber, what color would it be, Nameless?
Purple. Because it's Toronto.
Understood.
Appreciate that. Great question. But listen, Toronto Ultra, like you talk about these guys and what you wanted to see coming into the series was you want to see Beans have a good performance. He absolutely did that. Fried throughout this one. The Search and Destroy, you want to see improvements there. Well, you saw some huge rounds, some big clutches, and just being able to like handle the pressure that was thrown at them from Capsidor, right? And then in the control, just a master class. So yeah, for Toronto Ultra, feels like everything's sort of settling back in now. Having Beans back in the lineup for 2 matches now, Toronto Ultra are looking clean, man. That Hardpoint was awesome.
The Hardpoint was awesome. And again, Toronto Ultra needed it because their Search and Destroy has not been looking great. This is not 2 series in a row where Search and Destroy is a little back and forth, but Hacienda getting kind of added to their map pool right now, going into this 3 and 5 is huge if you're an Ultra fan.
Hacienda, 2 of their 3 wins as they get it done in the final Hardpoint, and Search Beans saying, shut up and don't shoot my body, kid. I'll see you later.
Yeah, he fried, man. Ton of damage in that Game 4. He had a really good series.
So we knew exactly what he was saying in that moment, but what was he saying at the end of the game? We're gonna have to go to the man himself to find out. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight with Benjamin. Beans, what did you say to the nice people on the other side of that matchup?
Just said GG's. You guys are some great players out there, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. That's what I said.
Highly respected evening towards you. Well done. Yes.
Beans, incredible series. Exactly. Incredible series out of you today, and of course, being very wholesome in all of game comms across the board. I wanted to ask you, kind of having to, without wanting to, sit out from the previous major, did you learn anything kind of watching the Core 3 while getting kind of to take a step back? And did you think about bringing any of that when you got plugged back into the roster for this split?
I just learned that my 3 teammates are absolutely gross. They can do it with literally anyone. Obviously, Merc was frying himself, no doubt. But I mean, you can't be put into a system and be that good unless the 3 players around him are that good. So, yeah, I just obviously there was some S&D struggles because that was just like it's hard with the pickup. But I mean, yeah, what I learned really was to try and keep my head as much as I can with it out falling off my shoulders and just wait for the comeback.
Well, man, you were frying today, dude. Happy to see you back in the lineup. We missed you at the last major. But, you know, for you guys, you talked about the Search a little bit. Even before Merc came in, the Search was falling off a bit throughout this stage. And how are you guys going to fix that? And do you think that's the key to winning a chip this year?
Yeah, I think our Hardpoint's looking really good this year. I mean, there's been obviously little bumps here and there, but our Hardpoint for the most part is pretty good. And Search has been, it's been good and it's been mediocre at times this year. So we just have to, I think we have to get our map pool a little bit better on Search and our situationals, and we'll be good.
Sounds good.
Beans, how nervous were you for Insight during the opening pitch last night?
Not at all. I mean, that guy's got some serious arms on him, so I thought maybe he'd throw it a little bit faster, but I mean, I guess he didn't want to embarrass himself too bad.
Yeah, playing it safe, you know.
Let me ask one more question too, Beans.
About COD.
Does Merc, like, did he light a fire under you even more? Like, obviously you're always playing with passion. We see it up there. You're going crazy yelling at the opponents, but him playing so well, did that light a fire under you to like put in more work?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, obviously, when you have someone coming in and playing that well, then there was a lot of heat on me, justifiably, unjustifiably. Who knows? Who cares? But you know, I just keep doing what I'm doing. I know that, how good I am and how well we've been playing before, so doing what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
Final question, Beans. Do we have the paperwork sorted? Are we going to allow you into DreamHack Dallas?
I hope so. This week we should be good. Should be good to go into Major 4. If not, maybe a career somewhere else in a supermarket or something. I don't know.
Listen, my guy, when you get down to Texas, first round of brisket is on me. Congrats on the win today.
My guy. Appreciate you guys.
That is Beans. We are going to feast in DreamHack, and you can join us. It's going down in just 3 weeks because we only have 1 match left on the day. Before we get to it, it's your Scuff play of the game with people like this. It's Insight and Kleenex. both with a 3K.
wow.
One was a 1v3 in back-to-back rounds. Let's go with Jamie first, shall we?
This was disgusting. I mean, just like jiggle peek taps on the bomb, and then knowing one's going to absolutely send it, and then he did not get overzealous, just runs away.
We literally got the moment. Inside had the high ground. Sid for some reason thought he could take the chow, and it did not go well. And then Kleenex opens with a 3 the following round. I mean, if you're Cloud9, that's just demoralizing.
Sorry to see it, little man. We got one more match to go. When we come back, it's the biggest of the week.
It
LA
is.
Thieves, Atlanta FaZe, your only major champions of the 2025 season, go toe-to-toe for $0 and 10 points.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
More than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 Atlanta FaZe Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy as FaZe. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Me. I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. It's a different situation. Black tents when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Please don't focus in the comments, all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Shout names, listen to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
People who love me, people who support, I appreciate you guys as always. And everyone else, go f yourself.
Obviously got the me versus draws. That probably won't ever end for the next 5 years. Let's boost this up.
I had no respect for him. I'm not gonna fist bump him. This guy is begging for fist bumps. 3 times in a row. You think I'm gonna fist bump you the 4th time? Come on.
And his brain's not broad. The get face the win. Those guys are frauds. Reverse sweep. It's easy.
Welcome back to the biggest match of the weekend. It's Atlanta FaZe taking on LA Thieves. Major 1 and 2 champs versus Major 3 champs and 2 of the highest paid salaries in the game. Let's take a look at our squads. And Ali, can we start? Thieves are on top right now. And for the first time since MW19, they are in the lead of the regular season. Atlanta FaZe is in a 2 spot that they're not used to.
They are, but they are also in a weird spot where maybe some questions still being raised in Search and Destroy. They've lost 3 of their last 5 in the last 30 days. Now, 1 of those do come to the Vancouver Surge and 2 come from the Miami Heretics yesterday. But on the flip side, they have the deepest map pool in the league. They are disgusting at Hardpoint and Control, and still overall in the season a top 3 team. So for them, this is a big hurdle to jump as they want to move forward to maybe going back-to-back heading into DreamHack.
Yeah, haven't played since Major 1. This is the big question with the Thieves team is can they overcome and beat this Atlanta FaZe roster? And, you talk about the Search and Destroy, it's still unbelievably good. I mean, they lost, round 11, round 10. They're winning majority of those. And then you got to look at, Rewind getting at it. They like that map. They feel extremely comfortable on it. The map pool for them is so good to the point where they can, play around with map vetoes, even in a series against Atlanta FaZe. They have the advantage on every single Hardpoint map. LA Thieves are in a great spot.
Thieves, kings of Hardpoint right now, but if FaZe is going to steal the double away tonight like they did at Major 1, how do they get it done, Alley Cat?
Cleaning up their hard points. This is going to be the struggle for them in this series, and they're going to need them. I don't believe FaZe will win this in a 3-3-5 versus the current LA Thieves team, and they're on a 4 hard point loss streak right now. Again, all 4 of those are 2 Vancouver Surge and Miami Heretics, but going up against LA Thieves, where hardpoint's been kind of their front runner game mode since these 2 teams have been matching up, they're going to have to get it through the finish line.
And these guys all have rings. They've got $6 million banked since the start of the CDL, and Atlanta isn't done. Today, they're playing for 10 more points and to tie LA Thieves at the top of the regular season leaderboard.
Yeah, while they've struggled in Hardpoint in certain areas, in this matchup, they like it. I mean, Draza has played so well up against Scrap. And
he brings extra fire.
He brings the extra fire every time, and they just know what's sitting across from them and how they have to approach the game to win. And you're talking about the Tiny Terrors in this specific matchup in Search. They have a 1.34 and a 1.38, Chris. The Tiny Terrors in S&D have been unbelievable up against the LA Thieves. And on the flip side of that, they have effectively shut down Envoy and Hydra in this particular matchup. So those 2 guys have risen to the occasion, and in my opinion, will be the difference here if Atlanta FaZe were to take the win.
All right, Ali, I just asked production to give me this screen because I need you to pick one. You can say top or bottom. We're going left to right. Draws or Scrap, top or bottom?
Scrap.
Abizi or Hydra?
Hydra.
Envoy or Simp?
Simp.
Celium or Ghosty?
Ghosty.
You're on Mars. What?
Split 2? No, she went 3.
Split 2.
3 Thieves players.
Mars.
Yeah, I'm going with Celium, the player who's never been outside of the 1 KD spot because he starts on Rewind. We're going to see him on Protocol and then Red Card for our 3rd respawn.
Yeah, so, interesting coming into this one, 3-1 for LA Thieves on the Rewind, but it was all in stage 1. So we haven't seen it in a while, but they're comfortable there. And then I actually thought coming into this that Thieves would potentially get rid of Red Card. Given they're undefeated on it, it's just Atlanta FaZe's best hardpoint map as well. So Thieves are just thinking, hey, anything you can do, I can do better. We're going to square up with you on the Red Card, and we're just going to beat you there.
I really wanted to pick Atlanta FaZe today. But Thieves are so passing the vibe check
Are you guys
right
gonna
now.
say that? And then you're
Hydra
gonna
is
pick LA Thieves.
in the sun. He is smiling. I'm going LA Thieves today.
I'm going with LA Thieves as well.
Copycat.
They've just shown me too much. I'm not.
Just copy. Go ahead, Ant. You can copy me too.
Yeah, I'm going with Atlanta FaZe in this series. I think they win.
All right. AF fans or LA? Back to our casters.
Has to be a bad
Final
word.
match of the
That
night.
has to be a bad word.
This is going to be a good one. I mean, again, we've been waiting for this one for so damn long. They've avoided each other for so long, and go figure, the next time they meet since that finals is here in a Major 4 qualifier match. Seems odd, but that's what we got, Jay.
Yeah, I know it's tough, man, because obviously everyone is waiting for this battle at all times. When Atlanta FaZe win championships, at least in Major 1, they did it by getting through the Thieves. When Thieves won their championship, they didn't have to cross paths with Atlanta FaZe, but people just want to see this matchup every single time because it's sometimes going to be some of the best Call of Duty you can see. When you take a look at the maps and modes, the first 2 maps are like test outs for both teams. Like LAT, they haven't played it since stage 1. Atlanta, they played it a couple times here, took a tough loss versus Vancouver. But you just want to try to extend the map pool if you're Atlanta, because Protocol out the mix, that was your best HP. You need to add another one to make your Hardpoint game somewhat compatible with this kind of roster. And then also with the dealership Search and Destroy, trying to extend their map pool on both ends. That one should be a fun one, but the last 3 maps are absolute square ups. This should be a banger, and I'm going to be devastated if it doesn't at least go 5.
Well, at least go 5. At most, it would go 5. Let's see what we got. Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves, number 1 and number 2 in the league. They've avoided each other for so long, but this match, unavoidable. Let's get it on as Atlanta looking solid in their opener. And I will say, you kind of mentioned the Protocol Hardpoint being out of the mix is a soft spot for Atlanta's Hardpoint, you would think. But that told, even when this map was in the pool, Atlanta did give Thieves their first loss on this map, 244-250.
Oh yeah, a 6-point game. Celium had an insane play to break them down at the end of that hard point, but that was 4 months ago. Now we got to try to continue to do that here, and at least if you're Atlanta FaZe, you soak up 16 seconds off of that P1, but now the battle for the P2 spawns with Sip hitting this long route needs to work.
Yep, and it will. Catches Ghosty for 1, also backs up Envoy, who's there to meet him very nicely. So we open up towards P2. Atlanta trying to run through Burger Street, and an off spawn for Hydra will have him kind of choose and make a decision on how he wants to play this cutoff. And with those eliminations coming through, he's just going to sit his ground, wait a little bit longer. He knows his teammates are going to have the spawn, but Atlanta respond nicely. And even though Thieves have the setup that they want, they're still not able to get into the time until right now.
Yeah, they just wanted to stabilize around the back end. Okay, now that our spawn is cleared out, we can put all our focus towards the front. Thieves take the lead by a slight margin, but there's still a lot of time to fight for here at P2. How do Atlanta decide to set up on their break? Celium from the front finds the opening, draws a slice through the side door. It's already 3 dead. Hydra, last man standing on this side. Yeah, he's just playing for kills at this point.
Yeah, and again, just kind of reflecting off of how Atlanta played this map versus Vancouver yesterday. Really tight battle, just a couple of swing moments, a couple of 1v1s that go Vancouver's way that really just kind of bounce Atlanta out of some of their setups. But so far, so good for FaZe in terms of how they've been able to break in towards P2. And now with them easy, working on rotation back towards 3. There's a chance, yeah, with the cutoff man happening from Draza at mid, that Atlanta could actually win the foot race over to New.
Oh yeah, this is massive because Atlanta versus Vancouver could not find success from this P3 to P4 chain, and we know how impactful it is to get both of those hard points on your side because you can blow the game wide open. Atlanta effective trades through the middle of the map, still holding on to the HP, still have the spawns that they want, but Hydra trying to contest early on through midcourt.
Yeah, Draza turning up here 10-4, selling off of a 7 spree. I know Ant is looking right at Alley's direction in the green room saying, you picked Cell? Or
yeah,
Ghosty over Cell? You're crazy for that.
Yeah.
Cell able to have another 3-piece here, 61-29. And Easy trying to open up some space through Burger. Not quite able to do it. Maybe a chance here for teams to contest late.
Yeah, they can contest it, but there's still the battle for the spawns. You can see how safe Atlanta are playing it. Celium plays it way too safe that he actually falls out the map, and that might come back to bite you because spawns now get a little split, but thankfully, Abizi's able to line up 1 kill at the right time. 2 players spawn right next to you. Atlanta FaZe is still able to hold on to the spawns for this money hill at P4.
Yeah, there just is an AR difference right now. I mean, it's easy to point to when you're looking at a combined 27-10 for the ARs of Atlanta FaZe. Right on the other side, Ghosty just 5-11, Scrap serviceable at 9-8, but it's just all these long-range battles that keep opening up in favor of Atlanta has their SMGs running wild over the Thieves at the moment. 87-39, opportunity here for Thieves to try to break things open, but Easy slip and slide and try to kill some time as Scrap comes in for the contest. But no, there is no trade. There's one thing to say. Simp was right there, but not able to find the kill. And now it's on to Cell, and he's going to get crossed up. Nice moment here for Thieves.
Yeah, you're still here, though. If you're Atlanta, you just need to win a gunfight through the middle side of the street, but every single player from the Thieves will want an extra AR because those are the preferred weapons here at the P4 money hill. You're able to find a break, keep yourself into this game. Atlanta FaZe versus Vancouver, though, this P5 was their go-to. Abizi is just so hard to keep track of in this generator side. They have the full setup, and they also find the initial kill.
Well, follow-up gunfights turning in favor of Atlanta. Only one to tally for LA, and that's really on just Ghosty, just holding a position. Can't do too much with this over the top of the new hill. Draza, though, will fall. Opportunity now starting to brew for Thieves, and they're trying to work from both sides at the same time. And it's working out pretty nicely to this moment. Abizi, last one really standing. He's got to have a little bit of help from selling, but he's just rocked with a pistol. Might be good enough. And it is a double from Cell. 21-7, 3 in a row. Trophy system down. FaZe running it up.
Oh, yeah, this is looking dominant so far from Atlanta, a team who has been phenomenal in rotations basically the entire year. You throw them on a map like Rewind to where if you're winning rotations, you're going to stand a pretty good chance at dominating all of these hard points. You're currently up by 70. Atlanta, no, we have this in the bag. Let's step aside and go to listening with the boys in red.
Oh, that's street. Strap squirt. Oh, dead. Nice. I'm blocking. One shot street. Go street. Running through diner. Three street. Yeah, street. Nice. I'm holding court. Street. I listen. They're all hand hill from mid. One's running right. They'll be all hill. Nice. More mid door. I am mid door. Dan. We can time. Go there. Weak. Mid door. One shot close mid on you. Nice. Mid door still. Weak trap. Blue. Wrap here left. Right over left. Two there. Two. I got right back here. Oh, man. What she will loot? Yeah, I don't know the stage thing. I spawned here. I left. Stage comp. Help right. I stunned in blue. Blue scrap. Left. One shot in this scrap. Yeah, blue. Last two. One shot. They're spawning hill pie. Fly, dumpster fly. They might be. Yeah. I threw it in time. I threw it in time. In the back. Dead. Tell me. One shot done. Blue spawning out. Come in the back. Radio. Back radio. Going back. One shot. Dead. Nice. I see first. Yeah. I see radio. Yeah, I'm gonna go blue. I'm gonna go Two front. I can't really chop. One shot. One right. Yeah, I'm still weak. I'm going. Kill. I'm going. Get this time. Yeah. I'm one shot. I'm hitting the right side. Just running in front of you. Deep right, MC. One shot deep right. He wanted to deep right. Hey, what's me on you? Actually, hold me. I'm trying to shout. Let's get mid first. I'm sick right now. Okay, ready? I'm shooting now.
Holy beatdown. Cell is Mr. Untradeable right now. 32-12, calling in the Hellstorm. Able to get scrap out of the new time, and it's just Atlanta from start to finish, top to bottom.
Yeah, Ghosty over this guy. You are insane, Big Al. 35-13. Celium is dictating how this game is going to be played, and most likely what the ending score is going to look like. You breached that 200-point mark. Finally, Thieves are here to breach the 100-point mark, but just the entire map so far, they've been playing from the back foot. They finally have themselves a moment where they can stabilize, win the rotation over towards P4 to sort of get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, look at this call right here for Atlanta. An early chalk and rotate decision here over towards Gens, showing you the importance of trying to get into this hard point first. Sell the one, trying to make sure no one rotates through mid-street, and eventually Atlanta able to clean things up and also find a little bit of scrap time. So it's just catching Thieves through the middle of the map. And now Beezy scaling forward. Oh boy, trying to get across. No, not quite able to get all the way there though. LA holding on from the back looks nice. Cell trying to just open up space over through the backside of Dumpster, and Hydra's in his way. Nade pushes him out, but Scrap's there for help. And okay, LA starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, they're starting to heat up, but the pressure through the mid-map might be too much. At least Envoy is able to take care of Abizi. I thought Abizi got the jump on him, but thankfully Draws is there to find trades. Now, how do the spawns get a little bit mixy? Thankfully, Scrap is able to find the kill for both of his teammates. The still spawn right next to this HB, but you leave it opening, and Mr. Chris Slayer, who is everywhere, is able to find 3 spawns flip, and Atlanta could still win here.
It's just wild to see how this map has been just dominated by ARs, and then the moment you need an SMG to show up, take care of some damage and just create some pressure on the pinch, there's Simp with 3. Looks like it may be game over right here unless LA can find kills from inside the hard point. And no, I just don't even think they're going to get there in time. Draws and taking care of 1. Envoy not going to get there to touch, and that is a slammage by Atlanta in map 1.
Oh, and I'm telling you right now, that's a map that you probably don't want to play them on ever again. Because for a team who has been basically the best rotation team throughout the entire season, even with all of their struggles in Hardpoint, you win rotations on Rewind, you're going to stand a pretty good chance of setting up properly and dominating the game. You're consistently playing from the back foot, though, if you are the Thieves. Not winning rotos, you're fighting gunfights that are a lot tougher. When you go from that P3 to P4 chain and your ARs need to challenge these gunfights to the middle of the street, yeah, you're wide in the open. Atlanta got cars, they got head glitches, they got everything that they want because they set themselves up for it. For a squad who has been struggling recently in HP, was on a 4-game losing streak, that was a totally different beast there in map 1.
Yeah, it really was. And just look at the numbers from Cell. 39 and 17, 32 non-traded, 15 in the objective, and a minute 33 tallied in the hill. Not top damage. That actually goes over to Draza with 10 assists. That is able to help him out at 28 and 21. But still, the fact of the matter is that was just AR dominance. And I like, it just kind of reminds me of, like, this is a weird throwback, but it kind of reminds me how Atlanta used to play Bocage back in the day in Vanguard, where they pulled out 3 ARs to certain hills and just locked down lanes. Same situation here. Just don't allow Thieves to rotate ever, because you're never able to hold on to the outer backside street or over towards Burger Alley.
Yeah, it's just because these gunfights, you prefer an AR. Like, it's as simple as that. These gunfights are long distance. You got head glitches, and then when you're winning every single rotation, the guys are going to run right in front of you. So it's a whole lot easier to whip out that extra AR. Maybe 4 at times to dominate some of these hills on Rewind. But for a squad in Atlanta, like I said, I've been struggling in Hardpoint, trying to expand their map pool in this game mode, and they might have just found the perfect map for them.
Yeah. You got to keep in mind this head-to-head battle between these two teams, as much as the rivalry has been built up by the narrative of the trash talk largely, it has been Atlanta who have owned the edge in this matchup, 3-1 against them. Again, the series have been tremendously close, including a couple of map 5s and that, of course, that map 7 affair back at Major 1 Grand Finals. But this Hardpoint game flow has been one of the most convincing that we've seen between these two, up until, I think, when Thieves, when they first played, like, smoked Atlanta on a Vault Hardpoint. But outside of that, this has been a tremendously tight battle, but anything but that occurring here in map number 1 as we look towards Dealership, Jay.
Oh yeah, Dealership should be a fun one. Another map where both squads want to add it to their map pool. It's a 1-2 record for Atlanta, a 3-2 record for LA. LA have a lot more of dominant wins on this map. Clean 6-0, 6-1s at times. Their SMGs continuously are getting lost. The one mishap that they had at the major is when they were just getting caught. Like, it's as simple as that. Island players getting too aggressive in certain angles. You decide to run it back the same exact maps when you played Vancouver again, and were able to make the proper adjustments. But versus Atlanta FaZe, and also an Atlanta FaZe who starts up 1-0 in the series, you best believe they're going to be running at you with the utmost confidence here on Dealership.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, like, Atlanta Search and Destroy has really, I think, been a staple of them in tight series versus great teams.
Always.
That's been the case. I think, you know, when you look at this matchup in particular, obviously you reflect back on all 3 Search and Destroys in that best of 7 going the way of Atlanta. But even when they've played up against teams like Vancouver, for instance, the reason they win those series are because of what they do in the Search and Destroy. So I think the other thing about this matchup is kind of giving an edge to LA in the control. Atlanta has to be good in search. Like, you just have to. And I think that's the thing that's really kind of carried them over the edge of this squad throughout the entirety of the year, because you look at the head-to-head and, you know, it's 5-3 is the current tally in searches, but, you know, those have, again, been map 5, map 7 affairs.
Yeah, and if you're Atlanta, you talk about Search and Destroy with this kind of roster, they have been probably the best Search and Destroy trio for like 6 years now before adding Jaws into the lineup. They are never worried about the S&D game mode. You might come out lackluster, but once those mid-round adjustments start to come on in, they know how to read the map pretty damn well. But if you're Atlanta, the adjustments that you need to make now on dealership is to try to find some success at this A site. They're one of the only teams that we have in the CDO who have more success at B and barely any success at A, when the teams that are dominant on dealership find a lot of success at the A sites. They're able to withstand all the car bombs, the RCs, whatever the hell is getting thrown at you on that side of the map. Atlanta need to figure it out on their attacks if they want to add this tremendously to their map pool. When you take a look at the standings, these guys are head-to-head. The two best teams that we have in the game, 10 points separating them both.
Yeah, our only two champions that we've had to this point, whether that be minors or majors. But again, they've eluded each other in a lot of those runs, definitely since back in Major 1. And it does feel like an inevitability that these two teams will meet. But when you've got teams like Vancouver and Toronto and now Miami that are playing really well, it's not a guarantee. So, you know, this may be one of the last times we get a chance to see these teams squad up and play up against one another. And that's the interesting thing, is like, you look at number 1, number 2 in the standings. This is a qualifier match, and you think these guys are locked for playoffs. There's not much that really separates them. How much do you really put into this? But I think the rivalry being one part, but also just wanting to put yourself in the best position possible to be in the winner's bracket for Major 4 is huge for both these two squads, especially considering the results of this weekend to this point.
Oh yeah, thankfully Atlanta were able to walk away with their dub versus Vancouver. LAT trying to respond off of their tough L versus Miami. You don't want to be 0-2. You'd rather be stuck at 1-1. Last 5 search and destroys for Atlanta FaZe. Even though a lot of them have went the distance. I feel like every time we watch Atlanta, they can go down 5-2. You can go down 5-3. But they're always forcing round 11 just because how good they are in this mode. But already into the dealership, LA Thieves on the attack. No trophy system, so we're taking a slow approach.
Well, Envoy's actually going to just toss his nades and say, well, no one's here. Let me get some space taken away. Sell for first blood though onto Scrap. That's at mid. Abizi just holding, maybe waiting for an opportunity to pinch, and Simp is just playing for contact that day. I don't think he's actually seen how far forward Envoy's gotten, though. So this could be, something that Envoy and the rest of LA Thieves could really use to their advantage to try to break up this post-plant retake, and there's the first blood already coming through. No second, though, and now it's just on to Ghosty.
Yeah, Ghosty left in a 1v3. Atlanta with the numbers just swarm their way back into the play. Even when we thought Envoy had the jump on him, Simp doesn't fully commit on that long route. He was just waiting to get somewhat close to his teammates before they start to engage any gunfights. Everyone in the right position to find the trades off of the back of that first blood. Atlanta FaZe first on the map, secure the round.
I like the idea, though, from Thieves. And it is kind of looking at how they've played this map, LA. You know, I thought it was very revealing when they played it against Miami initially. And I was sitting there like, wow, because I remember at the Major, I was really impressed with how Miami played this map. But Thieves 6-0'd them. And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. But then a couple of the tight affairs, well, really the one tight affair versus Vancouver has things kind of looking to see how LA are going to modify after they had lost one of the 2 matches on this map. 1-6 tally. Opening contact through mid, not going to come through. Nade cooked. Abizi will find some damage, but can't push out. It's Simp instead, who finds first blood again on the Scrap.
Oh, you just give up mid-map control. Atlanta FaZe, once Abizi just cracks the door open, realize, okay, there's nobody here. We can work this objective over towards B, and now you'll also find the first blood to go with it. So man advantage. Gonna put this bomb down. You got Cellium watching everything on the flank angle. But Envoy is potentially gonna try to line one up for free until his teammates get into play.
The thing is, this double setup here for FaZe on this post plan is made safe by Simp still watching mid-map. And Cell watching the long pinch, so you've got an SMG setup here. But nice nades through mid. Can't stop that. And now here comes Envoy, trying to move forward. Not going to be able to. Cellium also deals with one over through the middle of the map. Ghosty tagged up from both sides. And he's just going to be played with here. Has to make a move. And is going to have to make it quickly. Sees Draza on the exit. This is a good call to try to hop it. Draza, though, I believe has seen it. And that's an easy follow-up for him with a little bit extra at the end.
Oh, perfect game plan again from Atlanta. Take mid-map away, take the first blood, realize there's no one pushed out towards court. Just plant the bomb immediately at the B site. That's where we find the most success here on dealership. But the nade spot from LAT to potentially break their way back in was beautiful.
Yeah.
You find that opening kill onto a BZ, even though you're not able to find the trades after that. I know for teams that struggle on retakes at that B site, that's something you're definitely going to jot down into your notebook. We need to steal that.
Yeah, the thing about that is, again, like, the nade kill is good, but I just don't think you expect there to be 2 players on top of that bomb still. Plus, you still have Cell or Simp rather, holding a very passive angle through mid to make sure that cross is still made safe. So 2-0 up. Thieves quickly back to A. Gonna get a free plant. This has been voluntarily elected to be given away by FaZe, though. Looking to play for retake. Nades over the top, starting to come through. Cars blowing up. Hydra, though, still alive, but does get blooded. Draza actually takes that into a second. And the follow-up. Draza for 3. You know he wants the last one, and he will! With a lot extra, I'm sure after that point, the full ace and 6 in a row for Draza.
And I love the way that Atlanta are playing this. It's 2 times now on defense where they're just like, you guys can take A. We have no problem playing for the retake. It works out to their favor because they keep all the stuns and their nades in the back pocket. You shoot the trophy systems out. You get some damage in with the tax, sending everyone because you know everyone else is weak. And then Draza, the CEO, able to line up the ace there and lick his fingers because that's just way too easy there for the king.
You know he's coming. Give me this last one. He knows it's scrap. What a start here for Atlanta. They dominate the opening hard point, and they're flawless thus far through 3 rounds in the search and destroy with the RC already earned. Hellstorm close for draws. And a little bit of a split of the map here for Atlanta. Going to take a patient approach on this 4th round attack.
Yeah, just going to slow it down. Allow the Thieves to potentially try to take some space away, but now we're going to invest the RC car. Information gained that they are aggressive up in through courtyard. So how do they react off of this? You're actually going to get aggressive if you are LA. Scrap finds the first blood.
But Draza in a little bit of trouble, but is able to sneak away, keep his life. Cell trades out Abizi over through mid-map, but the 2 ARs for FaZe pretty remote right now as they don't have a bomb to work with in this 2v3.
Yeah, I think if you're Draza, though, you're most likely just playing your life here. We're really close to earning yourself that Hellstorm.
Absolutely.
We know how impactful that can be, so just have Celium try to bait and switch with you, find a kill, earn that streak. But with 30 seconds left, we're just busting out shots through the courtyard. Draza doesn't find the kill, and now Celium, yeah, you're simply going to run out of ammo. LA Thieves secure the defense.
Yep. Good response there from Thieves. And I was actually kind of curious to see that the RC was called there, of all things. I mean, obviously, we've seen the chain reaction effect that it has over towards the defensive side at A, but just as a way to kind of essentially check if LA are playing at the front doors of Arches, feels like that would have been maybe well served by just throwing a stun first, but it gets called. It doesn't really find much effectiveness, and LA get on the board.
Yeah, thankfully the stun is able to connect onto the player in the side room. So Scrap has the advantage in that first opening duel. Secures it for his team and then backs out, keeps the numbers on their side. Able to shut down a slow approach from Atlanta FaZe, but now they go back on defense where they have given up this A site every single round. They are allowing you to plant this bomb, and they're playing for that retake.
And the thing about it is, like, Thieves are sitting here like, we really don't want to plant, not until some nades start to come over the top. But now the defense may have a chance to contest you from even planting in the first place. We'll see if patience pans out. Opening trades come through. 3v3. And Scrap and the rest of the team are essentially just going to default to waiting to see if Hydra can find timing.
He got spotted. Yeah, Celium was able to spot him on the cross. You set up that pinch to find that kill. Now Simp has the last one weak, and Celium able to be the closer on the round. Atlanta again just prepared for that retake over at the A site. This time the bomb doesn't get planted. They strike for the first blood, instantly responded, making it a 3v3, but then they just catch Hydra trying to make an individual play, setting up the pinch to the middle of the map. Celium playing safe in the back of his spawn, spots him, gives the comm to his teammates. They find that kill, keep the numbers on their side, and effective on the trades allows them to be the last man standing. Atlanta FaZe, I don't know what it is. Like, whenever they play against LA, they're just a whole different roster. It's like matchups are such a big thing, and they know that when they play this squad, they got to be on their best stuff, and they're showing it so far.
Well, the other thing about this, and I imagine Ant's going to want to talk about this in the desk, is like, if Atlanta's defense can continue to play this 3-1 split and just trust that nades can stop any play towards A early, I just don't know how you beat that outside of staggering trophy systems if you're LA. We'll see. They're going to get one more chance at least on playing the offensive round as Atlanta looking to just double up over through mid. Good first from Envoy. That's fine. 3v3, and Thieves are going to move through the map and take the pinch point.
Yeah, they're getting super aggressive on the pinch, so it's on Scrap to individually hold over towards this B site, get one, and try to get out with your life. He's able to do that at least for now. Simp is still trying to locate where he is. Thankfully, Draza finds him. 2v2, but Draza might get isolated.
Yeah, that's a really good heads-up play there from Thieves on that long pinch. Now they will have lost Simp in the process. Ghosty's seen him though. And Simp says, well, if Ghosty's here, I'm sure Hydra's also nearby as well. Looking to see if he can catch someone on the cross. And then maybe could just rewrap this back to B. Yeah, he's looking to see if anyone's going to rotate back through the main dealership over towards A. Not the case, and the timing is going to work out for him to get a post plant.
Yeah, but it all depends on how fast he's going to decide to put this bomb down, because already the Thieves are all on their way back over towards the B side. Hydra turns the corner at the right time. And LA able to secure their second round of the map. They find the first blood through the middle. They make it instantly a 3v3. And then it's all on Scrap. Just individually over here at the B site in the courtyard. Wins the one-on-one. Is almost able to get out with his life, but at least stalls time for his teammates to get back into the play. So they kept the numbers on their side. Able to tally their second round, but now they go on the offense where they just haven't been able to figure it out on their A pushes.
Yeah, and if they continue, okay, they're not going to go that way this time. Trophy system is really safe deep. They play a bit of an island, I suppose. I mean, that trophy is not going to touch any defensive nades from FaZe. Envoy's going to show force by trying to make a play up towards and through A. And this is the right idea. You know, it's the same nades coming through, at least initially for FaZe, but they're not hard rotating this time. I don't know if they caught intel that LA are showing presence at B or not, but this is not the same rotation from Atlanta. They're sticking to their guns here at B.
But that nade connecting onto Envoy, now you start to move around if you are Atlanta. Knowing that the play is going to be over towards this A side. A lot of nades already invested. Envoy and Hydra and Ghosty watching over them. On a setup after this post plant. How do Atlanta decide to approach it?
And this may have been just enough finagling for Thieves' offense to give them a chance. RC makes its way through the site. Envoy still touching the corner, but does get dealt with. AR's lighting things up for Thieves, and there's Hydra to finish off Draza for what will likely be the last kill needed, as Simp just does not have a chance to get back in. Okay, much better there for Thieves, trying to just, again, work out that FaZe defense. Don't allow them to get the easy prediction.
Yeah, just a slow approach. Taking your time on your placing towards A. Envoy taking space. Nades are getting invested. You're counting them. Make sure no one is going to be impacted by it. But just a 2-2 split. This time, the first blood still goes in favor of Atlanta, but the ARs were in the proper spots to find trades. Able to secure the round there. Finally, an attacking round for LA. 2 runs in a row now. Put us into the swing round.
Critical one here for Thieves, and they are going to continue to play this battle over to the middle of the map. Abizi's the one responsible for it. He sees one slide through come out, and he's in trouble. Puts himself into a corner. You can see Atlanta not committing onto A. They have to play for trades they can, but as things come to a bit of a pause, now Atlanta can get their focus on trying to get this bomb planted.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the nades to get invested, though. And do Thieves time this perfectly to slide out and potentially child the site, because you can find the opening first blood, but bomb does get planted.
Yep, Simp will fall immediately after planting, though. Draza sliding forward. Good read from Envoy. Help from Ghosty's also right there to service it. And that is a perfect retake from Thieves. A flawless round, and we're tied at 4.
Yeah, just way too clean right there from the Thieves. Like Atlanta, they're thinking, okay, I can just get this bomb down. Once we get the bomb planted, then we can start to reposition ourselves. But as soon as that bomb gets planted, Simp instantly falls, and then Draza is forced to try to make up in the numbers situation. It's just every single player from the Thieves was retaking from their spawn. No one working on pinches. They knew that they had the numbers once they initially strike for that first kill. And the AR is able to pepper a couple people down. Make them weak for the SMGs. And a beautiful retake there from the Thieves. Ties the game.
And you can see Thieves energetically calming what they want to do this next attack. Again, they had the response in the last offense to what Atlanta has been throwing at them every single round, which is a 3-1 split off. They're not going to get the same thing here, though. Atlanta looking to get aggressive in through mid. Stuns and nades are going to be cooked up, though, for LA, and they're going to get a read that this is different from Atlanta. Just stay alive here, I would say, is the biggest part, but Scrap cannot get away. Bomb still getting planted, though, over at A in this 3v4. Just comes down to, can Envoy stay alive when he gets the exit? And yes, he will.
Yeah, he's just going to try to get on out. But now, if you're Atlanta, everyone just rallied together. You used to have a BZ accounting for anyone trying to make an individual play on the deep pinch. It's already been 15 seconds down.
Yeah, stuns and nades are starting to reveal what this post plan is. Atlanta, yeah, this running through, take care of Envoy. Ghosty should be traded. It is. Last one to find is Hydra, and he cannot stay tucked in the corner. Atlanta take the edge 5-4 as we head to round 10.
That's a big shout out to Abizi, man, the king of first bloods. Was able to find that first massive kill onto Scrap through the middle of the map. And then once you find that opening duel, you realize bomb goes down at A. We have a 4v3. No one pushes to our spawn. They have to be camping on their side. So let's just flood with our numbers. Execute these trades. And it works out there for Atlanta to be at game point now.
Thieves have shown a lot of defensive pressure through mid in the last couple of attempts. And they're going to keep that up. Abizi in the corner. Getting one would be fine here. Sim able to help out for the first. Trades looking decent. Plus you had Cell over the top. It's just a battleground here at mid office. Ghosty now the last one left. Got both weapons to play with, and he is chasing shadows in this 1v3.
Yeah, bomb isn't even getting planted yet. Now it is, and Ghosty found the perfect angle there. Not even gonna get weak in the gunfight off the trade, so down to 2v1. You know that the play's still developing at B, but Atlanta FaZe are more focused on just not getting caught off guard. We need both guns to be up for this gunfight.
Yeah, they've gotten the bomb back, which is most important. Ghosty does get the visual check. Should know the bomb's been picked up. Atlanta may be showing a bit of a head fake, though, as they will come back over towards the B site once again. Ghosty will have a chance here. There's a secondary check. He's going to get it now to the 1v1. It's him versus Cell. Ghosty out the door. 27 seconds. Cell looking to play for the angle just to try to get the gunfight win. Shoulders coming out for Ghosty. Down to a single bullet worth of health. That's enough for Cell to grab the bomb, but he's still looking to play for the kill. Now it's just down to who wins the gunfight up close, but it's Cell. Of course it is. The 1v1 comes his way. Ghosty in near 1v3. Not able to finish off the last couple of shots. And now Atlanta find themselves 2-0 up on the defending champs from the last major.
Tenselium just keeps on letting Big Al know on the desk. Ghosty over me? Yeah, nice try. Celium stops the 1v3 from happening, and I absolutely love the way that he played that. Once you have him initially weak, usually the go-to is for the player on the objective side is just instantly get the bomb down, because you know that gunfight isn't going to immediately happen, but it was only certain angles that Ghosty could attack towards that B site. Preferably, you want to be from that top window because you can count it and you can instantly hit the rotation over towards A if he's not in that position. But Selim said, screw this running around, throwing shoulders. I'm just going to send it. And also had an S&G with me in my back pocket to make the gunfight easier. MC, the closer, on the search and destroy. But Atlanta FaZe's recipe for success, those defensive rounds early on were absolute perfection before LA started making adjustments. Just the adjustments came in too late, and Atlanta now up 2-0.
Yeah, I really have to give a lot of credit to what Atlanta's defense looked like in that opening 3-1 split off. Lots of good stuff in terms of how they wanted to play retake, and more importantly, when they do change it up, how they can actually still contest the bomb plant itself. So great stuff from Atlanta, 2-0 up as we head back to the desk to give us their thoughts.
Thank you very much. Now, while both of the ARs put up over 3,000 damage in game one of them finished with 17 kills, the other with 39. So what we saw?
39 and 17, yeah.
39 and 17. So you said Dan Ghosty over Celium, and then Celium just won the 1v1 against Dan Ghosty to win game two. Allie, we're at the halfway part of the show. Do you want to switch your answer?
No, you guys know me. I'm a 10 toes down. But when you go to this map number 2, I just simply love the adjustments Atlanta FaZe have made on this map in general. They're 1 and 2 on dealership S&D coming into this, and they kind of learned to play the map more aggressive, take more space, and then working on the retakes, completely giving up the A bomb site and saving their tax. I mean, nobody but Atlanta FaZe, I think we could see pull that off. So big ups to Atlanta FaZe for adding dealership to their map pool.
And it was 4-1 for Atlanta to open things up, but LA did claw back later in this game. Yeah. What happened on dealership?
Yeah, I mean, it could be kind of a blind counter map. For LA Thieves, this is a map that they've liked. Atlanta, I think it was really just the retakes, right? Like for LA Thieves, they kept trying to get it down at A, and every single time, you're losing that round. They had a huge opportunity here in this clutch. So like Ghosty found 2 off the bomb, and then he's in a situation where he's thinking Celium might plant right there. You just kind of got to know your opponent and be like, yeah, all right, MC is not planting. You just killed 2 people on bomb. But yeah, for them, they're down 0-2, find themselves in a tough position, and this is why I pick Atlanta, man. When they go up against this team, they just ascend to another level, and you could see the matchup.
Let's take a look at the numbers. Multiple titles are listed here. MW2, MW3, Black Ops 6. Overall, you can see Scrap 7 and 5 in the series versus Draza. But here in 2025, it is a 3-1 score in favor of Draza and Atlanta FaZe. Might be 4-1 if they get one more game here.
At least, do you want to count it a 2-1 score or a 3-1 score as wins on the year, too? So Draza's definitely got the edge.
Let's take a look, though, at one of the big plays from this series. We have Nameless with our quick scope breaking down something special. What is it for me this time?
Yeah, you keep hearing retake, retake, retake.
What's that mean?
So let's talk about what Atlanta FaZe is doing on the retake here and why they do it, right? So this is like how you can transition from bomb to bomb really quick here. The reason that they're playing off of B off the rip is because it's a more difficult retake, right? Like you can make plays from, you just saw Ghosty killing people off bomb back to back, right? So you don't want to deal with that window. So we're trying to stop it early if we can. So you got Draza, he's looking at mid window. You got somebody behind him playing a trade. You got another player who's playing for the push through if they're trying to slide around the right side over towards B. And this is MC. He's the most important player, or Celium. He's the most important player in this setup and in this transition because he's just going to be lurking back spawn. And his job right now is to make sure nobody pushes through. And then when we eventually wrap back to retake, he's going to be playing for anybody trying to sneak through mid and go through side door, right? So he's just gathering information the entire time. And the reason that they're playing for a retake on A specifically is all these gunfights when you get back to A, they're advantageous. Like if you get here, you have a heady where you can kill the guy over here. You have a ton of cars that you can play around and the nades that you can use to kind of push them back. You can pigeonhole them and know exactly where they're at. So I'll talk you through it as we watch it. All right, so at this point, we know nobody's at B. We're gonna start to get our attacks out, try to blow up some cars. We get some damage down if you're Celium. And now at this point, I'm trying to get some shots down to make the retake easier for my SMGs. Now my SMGs get close. You can see the advantage I'm talking about. He can find the first kill, and now Simp can apply that pressure down the street. And in this situation, after MC does that, he wraps back to get the information on the guy coming through mid, where they completely just trap that guy to give themselves even more of an advantage. So that's why they decide to play for B and then the retake on A. It's just easier around the site.
Yeah, incredible breakdown from the side of Atlanta FaZe. The retakes were incredible throughout the entirety of this map. LA Thieves started to make some adjustments. They just came in a little bit too late, right? Like there was so many opportunities for them on the A bomb site where Hydra or Envoy had the space to push up, but they just didn't take advantage of it. And of course, hindsight of us seeing them anyway.
We just don't want to, I wouldn't want to fight Celium back there. So
that's true.
I'm just going mid.
Let's take a look at our first map of the day here between Atlanta FaZe and LA Thieves because MacArthur is on one, and he's done this consistently. Last time against LA Thieves was December 8th. He dropped 38 and 29. He's like, you know what? Let me one-up myself and then drop about 11 deaths.
Yeah, I asked for this from Easy Mac. He's here. Shout out Easy Mac. He's in the production right now, here for a weekend.
Legend.
And because I remember last time they played, it was like back against the wall. Atlanta FaZe potentially going to lose, and MC's like, I'm just calling game. So Rewind being added back in is going to help Atlanta going forward because Celium might be the best Rewind player in the game. In Hardpoint. Yeah, what do you mean what? You see that?
The best?
He's unbelievable on that map.
He's the best on all the maps, if you ask me and my friend Studdy, right, Stud?
I didn't even hear what you said.
Is Celium the best player in the game right now? If not, who is?
Yes, no, without question, he's the best player in the game.
Thank you.
As consistent as he is on every single map, even in Search and Destroy, his clutch ability, you even see it in Search and Destroy. The guy's the hardest kill in the CDL history the last like 5-6 years, ever since he's entered the league. He's without question the best player in my mind, or up there with the best of them.
Yeah, it's top 2 probably at worst, right? Feels that way.
Might be sitting right next to the guy right next to him. Chris Slayer might be the guy best in the game.
I was going to say the same thing. Odd to say, considering that Atlanta bowed out early in the most recent major, but after some hardpoint troubles, they were able to clean that up on the Rewind Hardpoint 251-37, and now we go to a protocol control. This has been LA Thieves' dominance from start to finish, but Atlanta has played this map a handful of times. The interesting thing about it, though, when we have seen these two teams play on this map mode combination, it has been LA who has won it both times. So we'll see if they can use that again as a opportunity to kind of get themselves not just back in the series, but get some momentum to try to get this thing to 5.
Yeah, LA Thieves always look for the bounce back here at Control. They only have 6 losses on the entire season. So now you're going up against the best team on Protocol as well. So Atlanta are going to be prepared for everything that you throw at them. You find effective trades through the middle map. Still not a single segment earned. You're just wasting your time just working out of your spawn.
Yeah, it's just the ARs again showing up in the kill feed for Atlanta when it matters most. Envoy Able to at least isolate onto one. Information to Simp is going to be there, but wow, Simp gets 2 before dropping. That is just another moment where you look at him and say, that's just a difference maker. Draws it from the opposite windows, able to find another kill, and that's enough for Atlanta to keep the spawn pressure on.
Yeah, they have players in their spawn. Now it's Hydra trying to make up for those numbers by roaming in behind enemy lines. Finds one and is able to get out of dodge. The movement, there's no way in hell you're able to keep track of that. But still, none of his teammates are finding success off of the respawn. They are in hell with only 30 seconds left. Don't have a single segment to their name.
Well, and the interesting thing about this for FaZe is that they've gotten spawn pressure, but they're not trying to like get full spawn kills. They're just trying to manipulate the map in a way that forces them to have to go to A, and then you can just repinch it from windows. So it's a different look in terms of getting forward at 10. And now that they've got the left side of the map, the bottom side of the map kind of taken over, now you just funnel everything over to Draw's direction over at B. It's just a different way of kind of trying to play this spawn trap where you're not just trying to get kills as soon as they jump off spawn, but you're trying to force them to go to a zone that is that you're choosing, and then you're behind them the whole time.
Yeah, but now with the final 6 seconds, these are able to finally manage the kills in their base. First segment is already going to be guaranteed, and now they have a 3-stack going. Second segment is going to be locked as well. But Atlanta FaZe, they find the initial gunfights. They're not going to give this up for free. If you're going to want this third segment, you got to gun me down.
Yeah, Draza, no, not going to allow that to happen, at least not initially. 2 kills come through. Hydra just staying safe over mid, but Draza finds a third, and then the follow-up is there from Cell. It looked like there was going to be a chance there that LA get the third tick, get the extra 60, and then we're talking about a new game. But the long play from Simp followed up by just Draza staying alive for way longer than you expect on the zone itself has Atlanta winning the defense.
Yeah, this is the best play right here. Draza weak off of the first gunfight, knows that Ghosty is laying down. Let me just line up a couple free headshots and then raise the pressure still coming from Heli Steps. He just loves this matchup. He absolutely loves it. It brings out the best in him. He continues to shine in this series.
I just love the way that Atlanta plays that quasi spawn trap. It's not even a full trap. It's just manipulating where exactly they want Thieves to go. And then we got your windows. Let's see what we get here on Atlanta's offense. Opening 1v1. Draza v Scrap works out. Plus a follow-up onto Hydra. Doors open over onto B. Envoy up top on mid ledge is able to at least find one trade, but this first tick is gone.
Yeah, they already have a double stack going. You're just looking to make up for 2 segments here if you are Atlanta. To at least meet the criteria of what Thieves threw at you in round number 1, but Thieves with the perfect response, have all of them map control, find every single kill, and now Atlanta got to take their time off of the respawn.
BZ gets 2. Draza onto the A point. Hydra by himself. Only gets the first. And Ghosty not able to mantle on top of mid guns. That should be the first tick now at A gone. Scrap, a 1-8 start. Not having a good time in this head-to-head. Draza smokes him with an SMG. Oh boy. You think that starts to play with his mind just a little bit. Envoy trying to get something done. Catches the first, has the stun onto another, but progress still being made as a BZ on 3 in a row. Gets the trade, and that may be the extra 60 seconds as no one can touch.
Yeah, it's already tallied. And Atlanta now have a 2-life lead and a lot of map control to go with it. Now it's just about syncing up a couple kills together. Hydra finds the opening over towards P one side. Envoy on the other side finds a second. So gotta take your time if you're selling him. Just try to find a kill through top trips, but he gets flanked, gets taken care of.
Ooh, BZ gets that next one. Real chance for him to cause some problems for LA in their spawn. But trades come out and Atlanta can still get out of their own spawn cleanly. Just comes down to trying to break down this middle of the map before they approach on towards B. And you see Celium trying to get some high ground control. First 2 kills are there. Now you've got an opportunity to start to flood. You know that anyone who's still defending is either back tower or over towards field.
You know that one's in our spawn. We just got to locate where Scrap has went. And Scrap, with a slow start to this game, finds a massive double to alleviate the pressure at the B point. Now you can set up your SMGs to find a couple freebies. Envoy tucked in the corner. Give me kill number 2 on 3 in a row with a 15-9 start. Yeah, he's beaming, but 11 HP. He's instantly going to get traded, but you're up by 4 lives.
Yeah, you're up by 4 lives. That's the biggest part for sure. Scrap does get eliminated. Hydra Ghosty doing the work on the previously captured A zone. Route starting to develop here, though, for Atlanta through field, but Envoy's there to meet it. And Ghosty will just make sure no one else makes their way over towards these top windows. Should be a defensive round win here for LA, but it comes at the cost of 4 ticks of progress. So 2 ticks to the edge of Atlanta through our first 2 offenses.
And try to end out this round with a couple of players potentially ending on streaks. You have Ghosty on 4 in a row. But Abizi and Selim, they find 3. So they're still working on this second segment. We saw a 1v5. What about a 1v7? Oh, no chance.
Not gonna. But if he gets that second tick, that could have been critical. But not the case. So it will still be the 2 ticks to the advantage of Atlanta. But for LA, you're still at least alive. That's the biggest part about it. Especially considering that, you had some legs on you that last bit of your first attack where you almost got the full 60, and that could have opened up the round completely. So you're not feeling too far down and out if you're LA, I think.
Yeah, absolutely not. You were able to secure the defense. Obviously, tied the game up at 1, but you got 2 segments to make up for. You're the best control team in the game. You came out slow in round number 1, but you best believe that the adjustments are going to come on in, and someone needs to get Scrap a water bottle, because I'm pretty sure he took a sip of absolute air there. But, yeah, it's all working out. He's tied up in the game. 5-12 start from the young man, and he had a massive double kill to potentially start build up some momentum here, because you need to be able to slay on protocol.
Yeah. See how things unfold after this break off. LA get the first couple of kills, but you see Simp on the minimap trying to play on the flank. Hydra there to meet him, and nice shots from Ghosty. Thieves get the trophy system in play, and now you can start to get a second member on and try to stack this 8 point, get the quick capture.
Yeah, this should be some guaranteed segments. First one's already locked. Second one should be guaranteed. You're going to have Simp trying to work on a long route, at least through that B point. Abizi trying to strike through bottom spiral, but none of his teammates are finding kills. So by the time you're even get into play, they might be already done and dusted unless you time it to perfection.
Yeah, well, third tick not fully completed. Abizi's long route works out. Cell drops in to try to deplete the progress, and Simp makes sure that Hydra can do no damage over through Grandma's. And just like that, snap your fingers, and Atlanta is in the spawn trap. They fully depleted the third tick of progress, and LA have to fight for their lives again.
Yeah, if you're LA in that situation, like, if we just get a little bit of stack going, Abizi's flank route isn't really going to be impactful there, but at least you're able to stabilize in this moment, clear out your spawn with a clean 4 dead. Third segment at A should be guaranteed unless an absolute Yobi over the top hits for Atlanta FaZe. Abizi still here trying to contest it. Dancing, doesn't find the second kill. LA Thieves extend the time.
Yep. And they've got a 1 life advantage. Draza trying to make sure that Grandma stays contested. Also looking for exits. He's able to find Ghosty first. They know that Scrap is playing somewhere inside, and Cell will find him. So now the lives are tied. LA is still able to create a route through bottom PCs and try to get something going over towards B, and Hydra gives him a double.
It's a big double there from Hydra. Now Selim is playing for that trade, but Hydra already has a jump on him. I thought he was going to have the advantage in that gunfight, but Selim has never caught slipping. Up by 1 life is Atlanta. Now you're just looking for 1 player to clear out their spawn. All 4 dead. Let's start to roam in their base. Selim just gets caught off guard there by Hydra.
Yeah. Draws a couple of shots, but backs away. Knows that he needs to try to keep this part of the map locked down. And as he backs up, he finds Hydra out the window. Stun over towards Ghosty's direction. Ooh, Draws not going to be able to lock down the final shots needed, but still, the spawn pressure is immense. And it's just where they draw this line of scrimmage makes it so difficult for Thieves, because it's just, again, funneling everyone to one direction or the other. Either you go to Draza on a heady, or you go to the other 3 that are waiting for you over towards field side as Abizi takes down a handful. Draza following up, finds himself on 4 in a row, and there may be a couple of exits here for LA, but they're down to 4 lives.
Yeah, no more respawns. You make your way out at least somewhat towards the speed point, but here comes Draza on the bench. I was thinking he was going to try to take that player from behind, but just wants to take care of business while he can. 20 seconds to go. 10v2. You at least gain 3 segments here if you are the Thieves, but Hydra last man standing. He is going to fall, and Atlanta again on the defensive side. All right, but to dominate that mid-map, the AR's finding kills, the SMG's finding their Tommies through the spawn. They're up 2-1, and now you're only down by 1 second.
Yep. That's the biggest news here, especially with how convincing this defense has been. All you really need are the 2 ticks of progress to assert some advantage and possibly 3-0 LA. On the other front, though, we have seen LA's defense look solid. Just comes down to a couple of stray ticks that got captured early, honestly. That is the difference maker between these 2 at the moment.
And it's crazy to say, like, Thieves potentially are going to go down in 3. I don't think that that's happened many times this season.
No.
But just looking at, I think Toronto Ultra are the only team to do it in Major 2 tournament. first time they ever fell short in a 3-0 fashion, but you know when the Thieves are spawning on control, they always have some life, but already off to a perfect start is Atlanta FaZe. They dominate the kill feed. First segment locked. You only have one player on it, so Thieves are able to capitalize off of that one kill, but a lot of map for Atlanta to work with.
And Simp is just out here beaming across the map like that. Follow-up eliminations are good. Draza gets another edge versus Scrap, who is at 6-19. Well, scoreboard is broken, but it's not too far off. That's not too far off. I don't think it's real because Simp is 17-17, and the scoreboard reads him at 12-17.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
But regardless, it's not too far off, I don't think, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he's getting cooked. You start lining him up if you are a Scrap. Atlanta FaZe already got their 2 segments that they were looking for, and Draza is doing whatever he wants. Yeah, you're lucky, Hydra, that he runs out of ammo there. But he alleviates the pressure to the map. Teammates soar their way back onto the A point. A should be done and dusted. Time is extended.
And here we go. Defense spotting over towards tower side of BZ. May have broken some of the timing, looking to chase down the kills. 3 life edge for Atlanta. Couple eliminations for Thieves to work, but now a BZ shutting them down and trapping a bottom side field. And I don't know where this Atlanta team has been and where they've been missing, but they've showed up today in a major way as they've got a 4 life edge and a minute 35 to work with.
Hey, sometimes it's all about who you're playing against, man. They bring out the best in you, and with this Thieves, the super team roster, Atlanta FaZe know that this squad was built to defeat us. We are still the God Squad, up by 2 lives. Envoy on the pitch, though, effective, able to find a double. Now Selim needs to try to make up some ground for it. He's always taking his time from top trips, but Envoy, can he have another massive moment off the respawn?
Good for 4 before being shut down. 3 life advantage still for FaZe, getting closer to the 60-second mark. Ghosty at mid, in some trouble. Stuns himself to safety. Has 1 player stuck in the corner, but Cell's still able to find the elimination before Draza gets dealt with by Scrap at range. 12-24 is where he's at. So double nag for Scrap. You don't see that all that often. And now we got a 10v5. The TDM can still be played out as the clock gets paused with the pressure on to beat.
And Scrap's not into play. Scrap now has to develop something on this pinch. Is able to at least find 1, but you don't really have lives to play with. Thankfully, he's able to find a double. The teammates now swarm their way on in. Thankfully, and also Simp finds 1, so no more respawns for LA.
Yeah, Simp's still alive for a moment there, actually. 5v3. 44 seconds on the clock. Atlanta will get all 4 members spawned up, and then they're just going to work this together. It's like a round of search and destroy. Envoy not affected by that stun through mid. Looking for timing. Wins the first. Trade is there. 4v2 situation. Ghosty at mid has to value his life. You do not want to get team worked out from this position. Shots himself are decent, but Ghosty keeps his life. Time's starting to tick now as well. Keep that in mind. 20 seconds to play.
Yeah. And if you're LA, you're just trying to get a freebie and get on out. Thankfully, Hydra on the pinch finds an opening. You can still clutch up on the round, but everyone falls, and Atlanta FaZe again get the better of the Thieves, and Draza so gassed that he dropped the camera on the floor. That's easy work. A 3-0 for Atlanta.
Too easy, I think, in a lot of ways. Especially considering, again, for all of them, and really it's the ARs, right? It's too easy for the ARs right there. I mean, I don't know if we have the ability. I'm sure EasyMac is probably going to scramble as I say this out loud, but like, I'd be curious just to see what the overall KDs are between the AR lines, because it never really felt like Scrap and Ghosty were really giving them a workout. It just felt Atlanta was so comfortable because Draza and Cell were just winning every single opening gunfight, and the SMGs get to run through that. At 29-28, 22 non-traded, 26-16 from Cell, 24 non-traded with 16 offensive eliminations. So it's just, again, goes to show with the ARs just dominate this head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, that was the difference in this series for sure. The opening rewind, you're winning every single rotation if you're Atlanta FaZe, and that's only going to set up your ARs to have the preferred gunfights. LA Thieves trying to climb an uphill battle, but just not doing the fundamental parts correctly. But the S&D was back and forth. Adjustments come in too late, but then the square up on the protocol control. Who was going to be the better team at this map? Because this is Atlanta's favorite control map. The same thing is for LAT. And last time it's been all of LAT dominating this map, but Atlanta just know when in this matchup specifically, we are just way better than y'all. Y'all built to beat us, but y'all ain't there yet.
It's a game of mismatches at times. And that's what this season has really started to build up towards. So it's been a long time since we've seen these two teams square up. I imagine it will not be the last time, but you never know. They've avoided each other so long. Maybe there's still an opportunity for them in the future. Back to the desk to wrap the day.
You know, sometimes I get sad that a match ends this early, and then I remember they pay us the same. Congratulations to Atlanta FaZe. They get it done with the 3-0. Save the game 5, maybe a game 7 for LAN, because this was a blowout, Allie. I don't think either of you saw us coming, and you did, though. You called FaZe at the start of the day. Did you see a 3-0 in the cards?
Maybe not a 3-0, but I will say FaZe is just so comfortable in this matchup, and like you can just tell like they're playing with some authority. You know, in their last match, obviously the search looking so good. Then we come into this one, and it's the rewind map number 1. MC just dropping a bomb on them, setting the tone. And you know, in the data leading up to it, it's like, okay, the Tiny Terrorists have dominated this matchup, especially in the S&Ds. Well, today it was all about the AR duo, Allie. Like Celium and Draza.
1-9 for Scrap to open things up.
Shut them down. They shut down the AR duo on the Thieves.
Shut them down bad. I'm still going back to that round where Draza goes to retake A, and he literally gets every single kill in the kill feed. He didn't even have to have any assistance from the side of his teammates. This is the Atlanta FaZe that we're hoping to see, right? Their bait and switches throughout the entirety of this specific map were just unreal. The tapping of a couple of damage here and there, letting the teammates clean up the kills. Their comms might sound hectic, but when you look at the minimap, they were all on the same page.
Now, if you look at the big picture, this is Atlanta FaZe now taking back the #1 spot on the regular season leaderboard. They are tied in CDL points with LA Thieves, but now 4-1. They are definitely ahead in the head-to-head showdown. And I have to think, anytime these two show up on LAN, the only way LA Thieves is winning the tournament is if they don't run into FaZe. I was looking at the numbers. They need help from teams like Vancouver to catch FaZe early.
No, 100%, Chris, right? And it just aids to like this era of Call of Duty tournaments being a little bit easier to win because you don't play as many matches. And when you talk about, you know, Atlanta FaZe, they dropped out early, and Thieves are sitting there like, okay, if we just don't mess up, this is our tournament. It does feel like it's those two teams playing for the championships at this point. It's going to be a special battle when we get that winners final and we get the LA Thieves versus the Atlanta FaZe. Oh my God.
Ooh, it could be coming. We might have to wait for champs, or we'll see it in DreamHack. Either way, we got Celium to join us live right now to talk about the potential future. Cel, what is it about this showdown? We are looking at your numbers from December 8th. You dropped 38 kills in that first hardpoint. Tonight, you dropped 39 against LA Thieves 5 months later. What's going on, guy?
I mean, obviously, LA Thieves is a good team, but I mean, our team always has to fight versus those guys, so it was a good match, you know?
Of course, Cel. And I kind of want to ask, like, what do you think sets Atlanta FaZe apart from everybody else? Because you guys do this consistently year after year. Is it the passion? Is it the talent? Is it the way you approach the game? Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of everything, but what's kind of the leading factor, you would say?
I would say everything, but I think our talent is like insane. I think Zach, Chris, and Tyler are like all individually talented, and obviously, if I just fill in the right shit, then I don't think we can lose. So.
Give yourself some more credit, dude. 39-17, 2.29, unbelievable.
Celium, you know, I want to ask you, obviously you can't be perfect all the time. You guys are going to win a couple tournaments, and then, you know, there's peaks and valleys to every single COD season. But I wanted to ask you, when you guys have a reset, you come out full force almost every time. What are you guys doing when you hit one of those valleys and you have to reset? What's the process?
Well, it's something that Fish has helped us with, like just like resetting our mental and stuff. So I think he's helped us a lot, and you know, all of us just say reset whenever we need to, and we lock back in.
Coach Fish, by the way, Atlanta FaZe has always supported the players. You guys are making them proud of their investments. What are the expectations, though? You're now sitting on top of the leaderboard. You're coming into DreamHack, #1 seat in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the seed. I just want to win the last 2 events, so that's what my mind's on.
A 3-2 over Vancouver, now a 3-0 over LA Thieves. You officially cross off the 2 top bosses so far in Major 4. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That is Celium, and he also earns our Scuff Play of the game. Allie, can you guess which game I chose it from?
Definitely where he dropped 39 kills, right?
Yeah, it's game #1. Let's take a look at all of these, because the man is beaming.
And what's insane is his teammates are sitting at like 4 and 12, and it's probably not even because they were doing bad, but it's because Celium was taking all the kills for the first half of this hardpoint. It genuinely felt like MC was 1v4ing the LA Thieves on Rewind. This is probably one of the best maps we've seen from him all year.
I will say, you know, as an AR player, Rewind is by far the most fun map to play because you feel like you know where everybody's coming from.
Okay.
If your team is playing fundamentally sound, you can secure a spawn, and then you know I can push out, and I know everything's taken care of, and I can slay out and just farm. If we play structurally better than you, I can farm you, and that's exactly what Celium did the entire time. That was beautiful to watch.
Shouldn't you have like a disadvantage against subs on that map, knowing the range of most of the fights?
Not
Always
if you're
AR?
not if you're a good AR. You can finesse, put yourself in some really good positions to find a bunch of multi-kills.
Well, when it comes to good AR, Celium may be the best. At least the numbers will tell you that story, and he deserves your Huggins powerhouse.
Of course.
Play the game, powerhouse, take it all.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 72 kills across 3 games. That's a 1.95. He was on pace for the best KD in the CDL, and he's going up against the best team in the game. At least they were at the end of Major 3.
That was like 5 days ago, by the way, guys. That's insane.
That is bonkers to see against LA Thieves. Like,
my God.
He's ridiculous.
Pretty good stuff. We had a great day as well, and we have to say goodbye to you, but not before we remind you what happened at the start of the day. Allie, we had 3, and your first prediction was wrong at the very beginning. Just kidding. You called Miami, right?
Yeah, I did. Wait a minute. I was like, wait, was I wrong? That would actually be diabolical. Miami Heretics ended up closing out this series, but it wasn't an easy one. What was maybe going to be a 3-0 ended up going to the distance. LA Grillimates, a little bit of fight left in them with some fire hard points in the series, but unfortunately, the Search and Destroy ice just is not there. I don't even know if it's ice at this point. The Search and Destroy is just not there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they got smoked in that game 5. Super, once again, kid's unbelievable.
2.17 in S&D. Best S&D player in the game, you said.
Yeah, I would say it recently, yes, for sure. Super's been unbelievable. His situational awareness is completely top notch, and you know the system feels like it's built around him in that Search and Destroy, and they just play off each other so well. That's going to be their key. If they're going to keep making these runs, it's going to be through that.
Cloud9 New York was desperate for some points today, chasing Optic, currently in the 9th seed. Did they get any today? No. Ultra denying it. You saw Insight, Kleenex shutting down the Search and Destroy. Some close respawns, including a Cloud9 winning game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9's kind of in hell with their schedule anyway. This was not going to be an easy matchup for them. They played incredibly well, I think, especially in this map number 1, keeping pace. But Toronto Ultra, this is a team, again, contending for championships, looking to place over top 4 at the upcoming major DreamHack. So for Cloud9, this is kind of an expected result.
Just needed to go up 2-0. I mean, you had good momentum after the map 1, and had some really good pushes early on as well. And the Hacienda Capsule was kind of giving you everything. He was taking a ton of space. So for them, like we talked about, Ali, like you can still respawn in a series, but the Search has to be their identity. And today, that just
especially when you get your best map, right? 6-3 and Hacienda, you change half the team, I get it, but like Cap and Spart should have made your team better in that game mode.
You are looking at Cloud9, kind of hoping for Optic to bomb out of DreamHack Dallas. They are needing a top 6, if not top 4 placement. The team needs points desperately. Toronto, though, all smiles after the 3-1 tonight. You have to give a shout out to Mr. Tobias. Kleenex has been laying down the law. You can see him at a 1.19, number 7 on that leaderboard. But Optic Texas, 4 players in the top 6. They were frying in their opening match back, Allie.
Oh yeah, versus Vancouver Surge of all teams. But now it's can they keep the ball rolling? I can't wait to find out this upcoming weekend.
That is a look at all of our players after 1 week of action. Where do we stand? Well, 3 teams sitting perfect at 2-0. We have Optic Texas with just 1 match played at 10 points. And then you've got a whole bunch of teams on the right side that are a bit surprising. Vancouver an 0-2 start, LA Thieves an 0-2 start, and Boston holding an L after their opening matchup.
Some of these teams on the bubble, that is not good. If you're in a loose bracket and you have to play either Vancouver or Thieves, that is hell.
World's worst.
After Hook's performance today, we have replaced his image for Attaches. He will be on site at DreamHack Dallas. Make sure you get your CDL tickets right now. DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL. It is 3 weeks away, May 23rd to the 25th, and Beans will be eating barbecue with me. When do you see Beans in action? Well, he doesn't play until Sunday, May 11th, but everyone else gets kicked off on May 9th. I look at that Optic Texas Boston matchup as the match of the day. What else are we looking at over the weekend?
I think Cloud9 versus Miami could get interesting. Maybe that bottom right.
Saturday is kind of diabolical. I would say any Minnesota match at this point, though, is extremely important. Minnesota and Cloud9 are the teams that we're looking at. If Optic lose to Boston, then we're right back in the situation where the teams below them, Minnesota and C9, have an opportunity.
It is insane. We have just 2 weeks left in this studio. Third week will be down in Dallas, a short break, and then off to champs. Thank you all for tuning in from the start of the show. We're going home early. Say hi to your parents. We'll catch you guys next Friday.
And go with you.
Grab a monster.
Yes.
Let's go.